This episode is brought to you by Netflix. The MLB at Field of Dreams returns. Bryce Harper and the Philadelphia Phillies face Byron Buxton and the Minnesota Twins at the iconic Field of Dreams ballpark. The Field is calling. Watch the MLB at Field of Dreams game live on Netflix Thursday, August 13th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 p.m. Pacific.
This episode is brought to you by Adobe Firefly, the all-in-one creative studio with AI-powered image and video generation. Built for today's creative process, Firefly helps you generate, edit, and experiment fast. Because the asks aren't getting smaller, and the timelines? Woo, yeah, still tight. With all the best creative AI models in one place, Firefly brings your ideas to life. Learn more at adobe.com/firefly.
Hitler, Roswell, JFK, cryptozoology and NSA, global warming and 11 government lies. Tell them all about it, those conspiracy guys.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Those Conspiracy Guys. This time we're turning back the clocks and we're revisiting an episode from way back when. The hits of the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. The 1890s. That's right. We're talking about Nikola Tesla. An episode from all the way back in season 2 for those of you who are, I don't know, old fans of the show. Oh, you know, this have to be old, but it's nearly 10 years going. Yes, this is an early season 2 episode. Fun fact, it was recorded the same night as the old Charlie Manson episode, which we've only just revisited as well. And I thought these topics a little bit too, what would you say, important, interlinked, I guess monumental topics and subjects to just leave to the old fucking microphone in a glass on a rickety wooden table in a noisy house from 10 years ago type of recording. I said, let's give it the fucking modern day treatment. And so this is an important one. This is Nikola Tesla Revisited. And for this important revisitation, this modern day treatment, I have two titans of Irish comedy joining me in the studio. I have the King of the North, the Kevin Hart's best mate from Belfast. He is the proprietor and owner, runner, and main man at Lavery's Comedy Club in the city of Belfast, in the north of Ireland. He is an arena comedian, formerly known as Barry the Blender Henderson. You may know him. He's a secret UFC champion in baguette weight, UFC champion, and one of the most successful bald men that I know in real life. Comedian, artist, father and lover, Mr. Colin Geddes. Welcome to the show, sir.
Held my breath that whole time.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of all the things I could say without being offensive as well, personally. To go like, yeah, it's like tax avoider, fucking blood donator.
Hey, I wish I could avoid some taxes.
I know, me too.
Great to be here, Gordo. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you, man. You joined me on a show the last time and we ended up nearly both getting cancelled, talking about fucking men's rights and going, come here, did Chris Watts' wife, like, did she nearly put in for that? Like, was she really, like, she...
You were like, did he snap? Or was he just doing what was right?
No, it was like an excellent episode. There was a lot of discussion that needed to be had around it, and I think it was one of those kind of topics that we could only have the conversation between you and me. One of those unique moments where... like on the show and like today, we're going to talk about stuff that maybe isn't talked about usually, and it's a conversation that some people might have in their own head and they never really get to say out loud. So it was great to have you on it. You're here today for Nikola Tesla. Are we prepared, Colin?
Oh yeah, prepared.
Yeah.
I listened to
You're full Tesla.
full Tesla. I listened to the last episode you did about Tesla just to
It's a long time ago.
fill myself in a little bit.
Different-
Maybe the drive home after this podcast won't be as lonely and scary as it was after the last podcast.
You're like, I think I might get an electric car to drive around in. Colin, tell us, you do have your comedy club Lavery's, which is bursting away in leaps and bounds success-wise.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've had the cream of the crop, the tip for the top. And you don't eat pigs, because pigs are the PSNI up there, they call them.
Yeah.
Lavery's is smashing it, right?
Yeah, it's booming. But it's one of those things like, it's been running for over a decade now.
Yeah.
And
Overnight success.
We just kept going. That was the only secret.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many comedy nights appear and fall away, and we just kept going. And now it's kind of like, someone else described it as the nucleus
Aye.
of Belfast comedy, which is probably true because it's become a hangout spot for comedians. Comedians will go and do another gig and just come to Lavery's and hang out, and we've had some big acts and stuff like that. So yeah, it's kind of...
Yeah, I did drop the name for you. Kevin Hart
was there,
recently,
yeah. That was the first gig he did in Belfast in
It's fucking crazy, man.
his residency.
He's just trying to work out some stuff, just going like,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. And it was strange because we knew about it, but we weren't allowed to say anything about it, and we didn't see him, and there was no communication. So we had to run the whole comedy night like it was any other night.
Yeah.
Apart from, we had a surprise headliner who wasn't in the building yet, and we just had to... When I announced him, he was coming out of the van up the stairs, so I just had to be like, ladies and gentlemen,
You won't fucking believe it.
Kevin Hart, apparently. And then even I was like, if he fucking doesn't come around this corner, I'm going to freak out. And
I remember seeing it on Instagram, and you were like, some people have said this is photoshopped, and it was like him on the stage. It looked bananas. But he was getting ready for an arena tour, which he also supported him on with Shane Todd, right?
Yeah, so he was shooting a movie in Belfast.
Yeah.
Because it's cheap. So he was staying there basically for 3 months, and then I think we did 24 gigs with him in total, and the last 2 were 3 Arena in Dublin and SSE.
Savage, man.
Yeah, crazy.
It's a big accolade. I know I'm not just going like that's the only thing you've ever done is Kevin Hart, but it's kind of like indicative of the scale of kind of performance that you've been doing. You've done arena tours in the SSE, you've done your own tours, you've done Edinburgh shows, you've done like innumerable international gigs and tours all around the UK and Ireland. You've gone to Texas, you've performed in Creek in the Cave and all these places that the likes of the Joe Rogans and the Tony Hinchcliffes and the top boys do. Like, it's no mean feat.
No, it's one of those things where if you're running a club or whatever and it's of a certain quality, the arena for someone to perform in is there ready for an opportunity like that. If someone like that is in town and they want to work out some stuff.
I love the way you deflected all those.
They go to the best
those compliments I just gave you. You were like, "You're brilliant. You've done everything." He's like, "Yeah." It's like, okay, thanks.
But what stand-up's like. You build it up and then you do it and it's done in 50 minutes and then you're like, right, back in the car.
Yeah.
Head home here.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to let you wallow in it for a small minute before we start talking for a few hours about some other cunt.
I'm sweating in it.
I'm just saying.
No, thank you very much.
If you do get an opportunity to go and see Colin live anywhere, be it in America, England, or Ireland, or I don't know, Slovenia, or where's this come from? Croatia, the Tesla tour. Go and see him. Lavery's also, if you're visiting Ireland and you want to swing up, and you do the festivals and stuff. You just did the Paddy Power Comedy Festival, and you do Dublin gigs as well. So just to check it out. And now, not like a shrinking violet, or nobody puts baby in the corner here. He's got hungry eyes, and he knows how to dance the pachingo. No, what's the name of it? The merengue. The crowned Prince of Offaly. The man who whispers sweet nothings into the ladies' ears, a la the Howard Stern movie. What's it called?
Private Parts.
Private Parts. Ladies, turn your speakers upside down and straddle it like a horsey.
Oh dear. I really hope my wife doesn't listen to this.
The comedy
for
giant.
that purpose, or for any purpose, really.
The comedy giant, the man with the upside down head, the Protestant fishman himself, Mr. Edwin Salmon. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thanks for having me.
I
Thanks for having me back.
I don't even prepare these intros that I do for people. I just trust my brain just to come up with something on the day. And every time I love it. It's great to have you back, man.
I like that you've got like royalty. You've got like the king of the north and the crown prince of Offaly. It's like we're some sort of
it's
fantasy
the whole
show.
It's the whole Catholic president, like nationalist unionist thing. I just didn't want to. I was going to make you like the Celtic laird of the Midlands or something like that.
I'd settle for a duke, you know? The
you
Duke
can
of Burr.
You can buy a square foot of Scotland and become a fucking Lord of Scotland if you want these days. It's not really worth much, but
I won't mind that.
You also were gigging around like a mad whore.
Yeah, I was in Cork in city limits for the first time in, God, I don't know, 5 years.
Getting paid in the dark like usual?
Getting paid in the dark as per usual. Walking around Cork going, God, Cork's lovely. They've really cleaned it up. It's kind of, it seems to be progressing. Not that Dublin is not, but...
Dublin's kind of getting a bit shitty these days.
Well, I did a gig last night in a place off Capel Street, and there was like 3 teenagers on dirt bikes just doing wheelies up the middle of the street.
Oh, the tradition.
And like in a 1980s family movie.
It's like the Orangeman Drums Parade, yeah.
But it was just...
The Knacker Scrambler Parade.
Yeah, it was intimidating. It seems to be, Dublin seems to be kind of maybe going downhill. So I was like almost considering, will I move to Cork? Will I move back to Cork? It's nice down here.
Here we see the young buck challenging the older man.
Here he is jostling his way for a hillbilly's chicken sandwich.
The stench of two-stroke haunts the air.
If he gets his hands on that gravy, it's all over for the older male.
But yeah, it's nice. I'm busy out gigging everywhere, trying to push my Instagram. I've got, of course, I'm doing well on TikTok, but I'm a 23-year-old girl called Laura. Doing
taking pictures
tutorials.
of your hairy toes.
Yeah, doing some contour content. But
squeezing your elbow together and pretending it's the cheek of your arse.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Baiting in these young cooks from around the world.
They're called Ed's incels.
I'm just putting out my fishing line and hooking them in.
Yeah, are you doing any of that AI stuff going, good gang, good GG, gang,
Yeah.
I'm a cowboy, yeehaw.
Oh my God, what is that?
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, the AI stuff I've been using to write blurbs for my shows and stuff, because writing about yourself in the third person, which is something that comedians have to do a lot. So I've given that over to AI.
Gordon does have to do that a lot of times.
I was going to say,
and he enjoys doing it.
give it over to Gordon,
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I kind of give it a prompt and it'll write a blurb for me, and then I'll rewrite it to make it sound like a human person is involved in the writing of it.
Well, that's why I make all these intros and put in all this mad shit so that like the algorithm is searching through Ed Salmon stuff and saying like that you're a prince in Offaly and
exactly.
that kind of stuff.
It'll come up in the Google search.
Yeah. And
current Prince of Offaly, third in line to the throne.
King Ralph job.
Yeah,
I love it.
I was fourth in line, but then a famous Offaly person died. You wouldn't know who he is.
From suicide.
yeah.
It's the home of depression.
Yeah,
that's where he's born.
He had stage 4 suicide, and there's only a 10% chance of survival. Either suicide or cancer, I can't remember.
One of those.
And I can make that joke because I live in Offaly where suicide is plentiful and I've had cancer. So.
It's the best of both worlds. So you are the proprietor and purveyor of Edwin Salmon of Knowledge podcast as well.
Yes. I also feature on the Dream Gun Film Reads podcast.
Which is excellent.
And I feature on the Cine Stream Club podcast.
Which does not contain any... sexual assaulters anymore. It's sexual assaulter free. Dream Gun.
Oh yeah.
Sexual assaulter free podcast these days.
Yes. Only sound people are involved. Although my own podcast and Cine Stream podcast has been sort of on hiatus, but my Edwin Salmon of Knowledge podcast is coming back with a limited mini series because it's the most time what's the word? Easy way. Efficient. There you go. Yeah. I'm not efficient with my words, which is not a good sign. Easy is a short. It's time easy.
Why use many word when few word do trick?
I have shower because it's clean easy. I dirty before shower, then clean easy shower. Me feel good. Clothes on, out of house. Vroom, vroom. No, vroom, vroom, stop. Oh, smelly fluid, make vroom, vroom go. So, yeah, I'm quite the thesaurus.
Dirty hand man, fix vroom vroom. Pay many monies.
So, yeah, that's my life in limited words.
And you both have, obviously, I neglected to mention Colin's, I mean, monstrously popular podcasts, the General Banter podcast, and of course, the brand new Bomb Squad podcast with Aaron McCann.
Yeah, both of those.
So you boys are, and you also have, both of you also have your missuses, your lady loves, the queens of your life on your podcast now as well. How do you find that?
It's good. It is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
they,
think...
they keep you in line a little bit.
Yeah, Claire fucking spanks my arse on this, man.
Yeah.
But it's like having kind of like, you know, the way you're telling stories in front of your little brother or your cousin or something, and you're like, and then it was like, and they're like, no, you weren't.
Yeah.
And I'm like, shut up.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like it's maybe a little bit self-indulgent though, because, you know, I was having a conversation with Cara, and halfway through it I was thinking, and I said it out loud, I was like, this could be a podcast. And then I was thinking, who the fuck am I thinking that this conversation I'm having with my wife is something that people would be interested in hearing?
You're a comedian and a public figure, Ed. I think it's kind of...
Well, sometimes it's the only chance I get to talk to my wife.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
so we sit down with microphones and we're
Yeah.
like, what tile should we pick for this kitchen that we're getting? And people love that.
Yeah, that's
People
it.
love that
Yeah,
stuff.
It's relatable.
There's so much in the minutia can be served by a podcast. You know, there's a podcast about everything and anything
Yeah.
these days.
99% invisible or something like that. But just
Yeah,
for...
yeah.
But it's like...
As long as you bring your own
Just
personality
Just
to
the
it, I think
tip
it's good.
for a minute before we go to bed or something.
Just
That's what we call it. Yeah. Just for a second. You don't even have to be awake.
yeah, that's it. Yeah. Well, I'm going through that right now because we're trying for a second child, and you know, because I'm going out and doing gigs.
I love the way you said we're trying for a second child. So basically, you're just cream pieing your missus all the time. You Boston cunt, yeah.
Well, I'm trying not to. I'm trying to keep as much of the cream in the pie as possible.
Yeah.
You don't want any leakage while...
Cara cream
it's in
pies,
the
that's what they
oven.
call her.
Well, that was, you know, going to be her porn name if she ever went into porn.
Nice.
It's always there, you know. It's always there for her to use.
Creamy Cara.
But I have been kind of half waking her up when I've been coming home, literally coming home to come. And it's strange because like I go out for a gig and she's like, well, we're in the last fertile window. So, you know,
Like,
have sex with me when you come home.
I go
but don't
outside and
wake
stick
me
your
up,
arse at
which
the
is,
window then.
you know, it's a tightrope.
Yeah.
Try not to wake her up because I want her to be slightly awake.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's like I've got a sleeping beauty fetish or something, and it just feels a bit too odd. But
Like dopey, sleepy, rapey.
well, no. I mean, she's given me consent ahead of time.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So, but no baby yet. But yeah, I mean, got to take comfort in the fact that I'm having lots of sex. So you know,
Take comfort in
comfort.
in the fact that you're having that sex. And it's not too bad. Like trying
So
for a
like,
baby is it's a fun thing to do.
It's a sex sneeze. So they call it.
Yeah, it's a fun thing to do. And
My lower nose.
you're really enjoying being a dad.
Yeah, it's great. Luke's 2 and a bit now, and really starting to communicate and bite me more. And yeah, he's cute, and he's sleeping through the night now like a proper human person, which is great. I feel like for the first time, I've actually felt like I'm getting 7 hours sleep.
I got about
2
2.5 hours sleep last night. I have an emergency banana on the desk just in case I get a potassium drop in my electrolytes. And
I'm staring at that banana.
yeah, I'm just trying to write like thousands of words in like 72 hours after all these books.
Why do you do it to you? It's
Because
crazy.
that's how the fucking sausage gets made, man. It's a sausage filled with obsession and panic. And it's delicious.
Half a pound of Obsession sausages, please. By Calvin Klein. Really strange flavour.
I get this. You're
Unisex sausage flavour.
you're on the mini-me vibes as well.
Yeah.
Lovely little family.
My sausage is panicked too. Yeah, my son's 3.5, so maniac as usual, just full of energy.
Keeps us all
Smart.
going though, right?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, it keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, you're just balancing the guilt work life, you know.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are like two very busy men with very
Yeah.
busy lives, and both like prolific workers, entertainers, business owners and stuff. So it's not, I mean, I'm the same. It's not fucking, it's not easy having a head and making the magic happen. But we're doing it on the daily.
Yeah.
And in this episode, we're going to do it for you again. It's all about Nikola Tesla. And I don't know, I mean, I guess you guys have heard of him. You've listened to at least one of the episodes that we've done. He's pretty well known now. There was a big gap in the 20th century where he had disappeared from kind of public discussion or conversation. And maybe in the last 15, 20 years, and especially since the advent of Lord Elon, as he's wanted to be called, Tesla as a
He's
brand.
rebranded himself
Yeah.
as Lord Elon.
Lord Elon of X.
The king bot.
Yeah. Who's just trying to get home to his home planet.
Yeah.
I must advance the human technology so I can return home.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
if
he really is a poochie of a human being, isn't he?
Void of all personality.
Exactly,
You know, he's
yeah.
I
just-
can't wait to see him and Zuckerberg fight. It's going to be like Rock'em Sock'em Robots, man.
Is that really happening?
I don't know.
Zuckerberg would fuck him up. He's been training.
Yeah,
Training hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks in good shape. Does jiu-jitsu.
God, I wish I had enough.
I will
time.
defeat your robot style with my lizard style.
I wish I had the money and the time on my hands to kind of go. I just want to fight other billionaires who are bored and have time on
Yeah.
their hands.
I'm too busy fighting myself in my head at the moment really to do anything.
yeah,
So
exactly. Yeah,
just fighting with the demons.
So
And they know like Krav Maga and shit like, and there's no rules.
my personal battle.
Like loads
is
of eye gouging and childhood memories being thrown at me and stuff. Like it's very
Maybe that would sort your head out.
boxing the shit out of cunts.
Just dedicated to a martial art for the next while.
Yeah. I let's start with leaving the house.
Yeah.
I get out every day outside. That's like a white belt of humanness.
Yeah.
And
If you did kendo, you could have like a stick.
I've
all that
got a brown
padding.
belt in agoraphobia. Let's see what happens. But yeah, Elon has brought attention to the Tesla name with the electric cars, maybe, piggybacking on the goodwill.
Yeah,
But what did you guys know about the man himself, Nikola Tesla, before we sat down to this? Like, had you purposefully sought out material about, or had you just heard about him in general from popular culture? Like, who wants to go? What do you think?
well, Colin, I think is probably done more research than I
I
have.
definitely haven't. The first time I ever heard of Tesla, this is such a niche reference as well. I'm a big fan of the White Stripes,
Oh, aye.
and they had a little section in that movie, Cigarettes and Coffee, or Coffee and Cigarettes, maybe,
Yeah, coffee and cigarettes.
where
yeah.
they just sit in this little scene, and he's got like a Tesla coil, and they
Yes.
sit awkwardly smoking cigarettes for
yeah,
3 minutes, and then Meg White's like, "You gonna tell me about this?" And then he kind of runs through a brief history of Nikola Tesla, and
Yeah.
that was like the first time I ever. I mean, that was probably 16 years ago now or something like that. But that was probably the first time I'd heard the name. Didn't do any extensive research, just that was the first time I heard about it, and then the second time was we actually went to watch that movie. Is it Current War? Is that what it's called?
The current war.
The Current War, yeah.
The great scone skirmish of the 1970s in Ireland, where people were putting
Yeah.
raisins in their scones instead of the traditional currants. And
Sultanas.
yeah,
Yeah,
it was a prequel to War of the Buttons,
yeah.
which was what do you put in?
It's funny you're joking about that, and I can already see the trailer in my head.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson, what the fuck is this?
You call this a scone?
They're using
Throwing
like
a
a
handful
full
of
of
raisins.
to bake their scones in a ditch because it's
White flour.
indoors.
Where are you going with your white flour?
What next? The vote?
What are you doing making scones at midnight out here in the wilds?
Oh no, they've got him! They've got Michael!
I have a particular set of scones.
I've pissed my pants again.
He was a man for pissing the pants,
Fierce
wasn't he?
man for
I think he just
loose
has
bit of piss.
I think he has a massive cock and a tight prostate where he was pissing, but just wasn't shaking out the last few droppings.
just pinching it off, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's got like half a foot of piss still in the tube.
Yeah. I mean, I've done it myself. When you're on the fucking bag and everything's just a little bit tighter and you think you're done and then you cough and then the next thing you're like,
Surprise.
your cricket ball on the side of your leg to dry your pants. Like,
Yeah.
we've all done it. So Liam Neeson, Jack White, the current war.
Yeah, and that's really the extent of it until the Tesla cars became a thing, and then you were like, oh yeah, that's obviously an homage to our boy young Tesla here.
Aye. But there wasn't much of the
Boy.
of the deep info. Like I think maybe Elon was, it was like Elon was homaging the original Tesla, by saying like this is power and this whole thing. But I think a lot of people didn't really look in, and still I don't think, which is why we're redoing this episode in timely fashion. They don't really know what was behind like Tesla's mythos or how the shenanigans went on, the business dirty dealings and stuff. And then you listen to our episode, and you learned a small bit.
Learned a small bit, yeah,
about how to fucking record a podcast properly with good microphones.
Welcome to the show.
It did feel like I was listening to it through the door.
Oh yeah,
from the next room. Like that sounds interesting.
Mommy and Daddy are fighting.
Yeah,
on a car stereo, it probably sounded horrific, but
I get used to it,
Yeah, but you shouldn't have to.
It's like a bad smell. You kind of get used to it.
Well, this is why I've already put season 1 behind the paywall on Patreon, because it's a bad handshake when people look up like 9/11 or something like that, or the Madeleine McCann episode, and they get fucking. I wanted to show this enhancing like it's like you're fucking.
Hello, transatlantic communications.
Today we discuss Tesla.
Yeah, I think season 2 is going to go behind the pain wall now as well, and the pain wall. Oh, that's when you do 7-hour podcasts. It's like, come on, push through the pain wall. It's going to go behind the pain wall now as well when season 9 is out. So I'll give fair warning to people and stuff from this episode, but go and download it before it's gone, or you'll have to go on the Patreon. And Ed, you obviously have loads of very deftly chosen pop culture Tesla references from the many, many movie films that you have seen in your lifetime.
Do I? No, I would have heard of Tesla. I think I did see that movie Coffee and Cigarettes, but I don't remember that scene. Although I did see it, I think when a couple of years after it came out. It was an old movie. And then the Tesla car, but then the Christopher Nolan's Prestige movie was when I kind of first became aware of Tesla as a sort of how he was portrayed in that was like not a crackpot inventor, but like an inventor and a mysterious man, and obviously played by David Bowie. And I'm a
magic science man.
Look at my electricity.
And he also had 2 different colour eyes. What's that called again? Piebaldism or something.
I can't remember yet. What Tesla did.
Tesla did and Bowie did. Yeah, Bowie does in real life and Tesla does in real life. We have one brown eye and one other coloured eye. Yeah,
green, I think.
One laser.
Yeah.
One laser. And not like a
I'll be back.
Not $60 million man. Just he can, he was short-sighted in one eye and had it fixed.
We have the technology.
I just want to wear a monocle. Just do my left eye. That'll do me. Nikola Tesla.
Streaks of lightning from my fingers.
But I apart from David Bowie playing Tesla and him inventing electricity or inventing a teleportation device.
I'm gonna make a spare Hugh Jackman
/ cloning device,
and I'm gonna touch his penis.
That's one click away from Savile.
It kind of.
Now then,
I've got some electricity. You've got to get.
Would you like to be cloned? It'd be much handier than just raping you on your own and sending you back to your mother.
It's more of you to fuck. God, I'm having flashbacks to the Jimmy Savile episode. I blocked that from my memory. I just couldn't do any darker ones as I'm going into Tesla. But then,
is the life on Mars?
But then years later, I heard rumblings of the whole Tesla Edison thing, and I was like, oh, all right, that's an interesting, because I like those kind of stories of because you always have these stories of Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone, but he didn't. He just stole the idea. He made it he packaged it in a way that could be sold.
Ahoy, hoy!
And the person who yes, exactly. It's a deep cut. For people who don't know, should we explain that?
Yeah,
it's Mr. Burns in The Simpsons. When he answers the phone, he says "ahoy hoy," And that's because the Alexander Graham Bell was like, I think when people answer the phone, they should say ahoy hoy instead of hello. And for a time they did. And some people said ahoy hoy and some people said hello. And by some people, I mean the 12 people who own telephones. 6
Hello?
of them said hello and the other 6 said ahoy hoy.
Apparently, hello wasn't a greeting
Wasn't a
that
greeting
was
at all.
used until the 1930s.
Yeah.
Invented at the same time as the words cool and jazz.
It's like people shaking hands came about from showing
I have no weapon.
the other person that you don't have a gun.
Right.
That's where it comes
Karate.
from, holding out your hand to show that it's empty and I'm a friend or whatever.
Yeah.
Before guns. So guns are good
Yeah.
because they've
Before-
made people shake hands.
They would just kiss and
Yeah,
then
they would
shoot
just-
each other.
French kiss and then shoot each other.
And the high five wasn't invented until 1977.
Yeah, it was the high one for a long time.
Yeah. Where they touch your fingers.
People just did pinkies.
And then the high five invented between 2 baseball men who were black, and one ended up being gay. And it's not to do with the high five, but then it became a
But
symbol
people
of...
stopped doing the high five just in case it was.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
No high fiving you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm expecting to learn a lot from this podcast because I'm going to be the everyman. It's my excuse for not doing research.
Oh, man, you've got away with it for 9 years, so
Yeah,
I think,
yeah,
fuck
I
it.
think- I
Why
think
change the recipe now?
Exactly.
Why change the raisins for currants?
That's it. I mean, I did want to rewatch The Prestige because I think I've seen it 2 or 3 times and I still don't quite understand it.
What don't you understand, Ed?
I think the science aspect of it, and also I was like, how much of this is true? How much of this is just Christopher Nolan using it as a? Because it's a weird thing where he's grounding it with this actual character that existed, but he's also giving him
3
a sort
actual
of a
characters.
mythology.
There was a magician war,
Yeah,
and Tesla's a real person. Now the
Yeah.
magicians were obviously
So that-
fictionalized, but there was
there was a magician's war.
a magician's war.
Yeah,
so.
that's because you know it's again with the movies, it's like how much of this is true, how much of this is just kind of expanded upon, and he's put a bit of sprinkling of magic movie dust on it to make it all sexy, and it's like, well, what's going on here?
Have you any seen Oppenheimer yet?
No.
No,
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
keen
I'm
to see it, yeah.
Gonna
It's
go
kind of like
see next
Titanic, though,
week,
because you
I
kind
think.
of know what happens at the end. But
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's about. I mean, it's like that movie Air, where it's you kind of know how it's done. It's the
are
story
you
of
talking about the movie Air Bud, about the dog that plays basketball?
No. That's obviously a much superior film.
Yeah,
I've seen
about
Air.
the Nike Air. Yeah,
Air's good, yeah.
yeah, it's good crack. It's kind of
about the two brothers who made Nike and Adidas, is it?
No, about the Nike signing Jordan to the sneakers deal.
I thought it was about how they
Ben Affleck directed.
how they
and starred.
fucking bamboozled a young art student into making the Nike swoosh sign, and then made
Yeah.
billions of dollars and paid her something like $40 and told her to fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which is-
they don't.
There's
cover that
always
in the movie.
And it's
shenanigans.
perfect. It's the perfect piece of graphic design.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. And you're a big fan of the sneak. Would you call yourself a sneakerhead, Geddes? Would you be a? You're a hat man. You're a watch man, and I would say you're a sneaker man.
Yeah, and everything in between is a disaster. But yeah, I do like a sneaker. Yeah, I enjoyed that movie.
I think the business side of a lot of that stuff, like the Puma, Adidas. There's a Puma and Adidas
Yeah.
were the brothers,
Yeah,
and then the Nike story, and then there's also the Lace,
Yeah.
Lace
Yeah.
story, where it was 2 sisters, and then the symbol that they made was like one sister made the other sister like shamed by when you cover over half of the logo, it looks like she's sticking with her legs up in the air, and it
That's
looks like her
Kappa.
arse and fanny. Is it Kappa? Is
Kappa is the brand that does
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
the Kappa sisters? Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Adidas, one of the last Adolfs.
Adi Dazzler.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, a Nazi. If you're wearing Adidas, those 3 stripes are as white as they get, lads. To be
Oh,
fair.
really? I thought
there's
I thought it was just like there's a an exit off the motorway. I thought that's what
this
it
is
was.
the Autobahn.
Yeah.
It said the go faster stripes for the trains going to the camps.
500 meters to like exit 8.
Yeah. That's why the stripes are so smooth, because they are made from the skin of the Juden.
I gotta say, this podcast has gone to plan perfectly for me. We start talking about Tesla, and then we end up talking about shoes and sneakers. Pretty soon into it. I'm into it.
This is how I'm trying to make you comfortable before I finger you with really hard sums.
Yeah, can't wait for that.
Yeah. It's a weird thing though that when you think about those type of topics, most of the time, kind of sidebar. Most of the time, like the Nike Adidas thing, the Ben and Jerry. I mean, those two guys, racists, and what are the other fellas? The other fucking Hagen and Daz, Nazis, and all the ice cream guys. Most of the runners guys. Most of
HB.
the HB, most of the Volkswagen Nazis, Hugo Boss Nazis, like most of these lads.
Coco Chanel.
What's
One
it?
more Nazi sympathizer.
Nazis, yeah. And so it's just like no Coco Chanel number 5.
The Germans could design.
They're
That's the main
really
point
good
there.
at the design is the thing.
Great at design, yeah.
And I think that there's like always shenanigans around these businesses that people don't realize. Do you know, like that there's always some sort of a device that everybody uses on a day-to-day basis, like IBM Nazis, Microsoft stolen technology that was like robbed from a thing called QDOS, and like Gates just fleeced it. Steve Jobs the same, took Unix and packaged it and just marketed it better than the fellas who came up with the Unix code to create the first Mac OS. You know, the idea for changing Windows, like Mac OS or MS DOS into like a Windows 3.1 or whatever. The fact that putting them into Windows was an ex-Apple employee that went over to Microsoft. Like these are all just like nerdy computer ones, but there's loads of those. Reebok making the pumps, and then Nike making the pumps, and then there's all of these business shenanigans of the greatest, highest order. Loads of them are being made into Netflix documentaries, like that Pepsi fucking sold me a plane and shit.
Dante's Peak, and then Volcano.
Oh yeah, and all of those Transformers and Transmorphers.
A Bug's Life.
And what's the one? A B
movie?
B movie.
Yeah.
Which
Because I think you can say as well, because I've had instances where, I don't know if this has happened to you, Colin, where you've thought of a bit and you do the bit and then you hear anecdotally another comedian pretty much doing the same bit.
Yeah.
And neither of you are stealing the bit.
Yeah.
You're just having the same idea and doing the bit. But it's just, so it's like, I'm saying comedians are exactly like genius inventors.
Yeah, but in that scenario, the famous person
exactly
owns
the bit,
because they're
or the first person to put it into a special. Like I feel if you've recorded it and it becomes popular,
it's happened to me. In
it's
the
happened
last
to me
year.
a few times, and
Kevin Hart robbed all your fucking
It's
stuff.
always been a.
I had people message me one time about a
Kevin Hart is all like
about a Kevin Bridges bit.
in here, like
A Kevin Bridges
Yeah,
bit,
so Kevin Bridges had a special that like premiered on Channel 4 years ago, and everybody tuned in to watch it, and I got loads of DMs like, "That's your bit," and it could, like, I don't know how it could have been stolen or whatever, but it was pretty close stuff.
maybe you're just going through the same stuff at the same time.
Yeah.
If Kevin Hart starts doing stuff about being from the north and
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
being a white guy from the north of Ireland,
Yeah.
he'd be like, "Hey, hang on a second.
Hey, you ever want to stay in your house on the 12th of July?
Like that kind of stuff.
I buy an oversized t-shirt and I fill the middle bit.
No, I absolutely cut that impression out. That's not as good as
Hey,
myself.
if I have to do them, you have to do them.
You're always pretty good."
He's just afraid of Kevin listening into it, you know.
Oh yeah,
feel like
that's what he's doing. Yeah. If I
When
met
he's
him in the
working out
street,
with The Rock.
if I met him in the street, he'd be like, "Who the fuck is this guy?"
I went through 90 minutes of that podcast waiting for you. Motherfucker.
Well, I mean, all white people look the same to Kevin Hart. I think I heard him say that in an interview before.
Well, we're three bald gentlemen.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many times people have been like, "You look exactly, like my mate," and it's just some fucking guy.
Yeah,
It's
I get
bald
that. Are
asses.
you related to this bald bearded man I saw?
Yeah.
I'm like, no, we're not like
As if bald is a
from the
race.
same.
Yeah.
on the
Let's
same
do it.
gene
Where's our
pool.
pride?
It should be.
Where's our pride parade?
Yeah.
I tell you where it is. It's never going to happen because we're never going to walk out the streets. We're never going to get together and walk. It's hard. Fuck's
I mean, it's
sake.
like a white pride thing. Is usually how where
Yeah.
all the bald guys you know.
Yeah, yeah.
We're not allowed. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I was just thinking
Also
of it
known
as
as a clan rally.
Yeah.
I was thinking of it in a kind of a social sense where it's hard enough to get like a group of 5 or 6 mates together at the same time.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know, I mean,
We all get together naked on a beach somewhere for a big photograph or something, you know.
White pride, and it's just a celebration of bread. The loaf festival.
sponsored by
Dome Fest. It's a bold pride parade.
sponsored by Johnson, Mooney, and O'Brien.
Sponsored by Headwax.
Gillette.
The best
They're probably Nazis too, are they?
a Nazi can get. Do have to goose step in the morning, but you don't have time.
I think Gillette might have something to yeah.
Yeah.
There's something in there. How did all those Jews get their heads shaved in the camps? Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Knives.
Gillette,
Knives.
the best a Jew can get.
Oh dear.
This podcast is sponsored by Zyklon B. Get rid of all your mites and fleas.
So that's it. Get rid of all.
Get rid of all full stop.
But side effects may include genocide. Yeah, so what I was saying was there's always shenanigans behind those businesses, and we'll find out now with the very legitimate businesses and innovations, inventions, creativity. There always ends up being some sort of a shenanigan around that creativity. Like there's always some lad who's really good at making shit, and then there's always some cunt who's really good at taking the shit off the people that are making the shit and making money out of it, if that guy is already not doing it. Now, we are all self kind of made men, and we have, you know, certain talents and certain set of skills, and we're after, you know, learning how to do all the things around that to, you know, commodify it and make the money out of it. But there's a lot of people who are very funny, and I know we know them, who are not good at that, and fellas who are doing comedy and who could be great writers and great, you know, makers of stuff, and they just don't have that fucking thing. That's why I'm not still doing stand-up comedy. I've talked to Geddes before and Ed about this at length. Like the craft and the business, it's not in me to do. Like all the networking and the stuff, like I'm just not good at that part of it, so I just couldn't make it the job.
Yeah.
And there's lots of people who I've seen come and go in the few years I was doing it, and in years since, that definitely could have, and they were just, I don't know, soft cunts, nice cunts. They're not fucking hardy enough, or they're not, you know, greedy enough, or you need a little bit of greed, even though it's a bad kind of character trait. You need a little bit of self-involvement and self-promotion and all of these things that are in polite society seen as like maybe character flaws. They're seen as traits of people who are, you know, unwelcome at social gatherings. But the thing about like a creative space, be it musicians or comedy or whatever, everyone comes into it with the veneer of it being like a social gathering, but it's very much, you know, show business, not show friends. There's that social aspect is part of the work. And I think some people, not dissimilar to Tesla and how he was like, I'm just being like a mad creative cunt. Hey, what about this idea? And they're like, and then writing it down, and then 3 weeks later, some fucking Chinese lads that are making it. Like you don't show your shit anymore, and keep your arm around your copybook and make sure no one's kind of cogging off you. And there's a thing in that kind of creative space where if you create it and you don't act on it. Do you ever see the lads that like talk stuff out and then they talk it out? And there's fellas who you know, they'll talk it out and then they'll never do it. And you go, well, he's never going to do that. So he ain't fucking going to do that. I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Like there are lads that nearly burn themselves out like idea wanking.
Yeah.
And they never actually fuck the idea. They just like pull their pudding over it, like, and never take it to the end.
They fluff the idea, but they don't go
exactly.
balls
Well, there
deep.
is like you know, it's beyond my station, but there is something psychologically, the sort of dopamine hit of the excitement of talking about a thing, you know, and the you know, the payoff for actually doing it is only like 10% more than
it's
the
way
excitement
more work.
of like the initial. You know, you ever have a good idea and you're like, fucking, that's class, and then you wake up the next morning like you were, you know, in some sort of mania the night before, and you're like, yeah, I'm not really going to do that.
Yeah.
You know, that's crazy. Because it was exciting enough. It was enough of a reward at the time to think of it.
I tend to do it
and not
then
follow through.
I end up doing it on the podcast, and then hundreds of thousands of people listen to it and then expect me to execute it. And then I'm like, oh yeah, no, that was what I call it now is hoping out loud.
Yeah.
It's what I do. It's like I have a plan to do this. I have a list and it's all written down. And these are things I fully intend to do ... at some stage. And then people are like, when's that series on World War One and the secret the secret technologies of World War Two? Like, when is that Vietnam series coming out? And I'm like,
Sometimes it's good to kind of say these things out loud, because then you are like, well, I got to do it now.
You're almost committed. That's the way you operate. But
yeah,
it's
but I've
very
done that
disappointing
before.
for other people.
Yeah, I've said I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, and I do X reasonably well, and then I don't follow up with Y and Z.
Yeah.
So now I'm just kind of like, I'm just not going to say I'm going to do anything. I'm just going to do it and then put it out there.
Yeah.
Because I do feel, I do feel this kind of pressure of, oh, I have to do this now because I said I was going to do it, and I'm going to let people down if I don't do it. But at the end of the day, I don't think anyone really gives a shit, like, you know.
Most of the time,
you know
no.
what I mean? It's like,
But it's called
got their own shit.
It's called
to be dealing with.
externalizing intention. So like you're basically letting other people do the work of your own subconscious, which you should learn how to strengthen, instead of using the falling back on the fairly toxic promotional and encouragement powers of shame and guilt and those negative emotions to get you over the line. You're using what you're comfortable with. If you're in a shame and guilt type of place, you're going, I'm planning on doing this and this and this, and I'm telling you now, and if I don't do it, you make me feel like shit until I do. And that's kind of where a lot of people who can't get stuff done are in, because they're already giving themselves shame and guilt. So they externalize it, make other people do the work.
You're putting the power in other people's hands.
But you're also putting the onus on them to do it. Like you're doubly not taking responsibility for the things you don't do, because you're going like, well, you didn't make me feel guilty enough to make me do it, so it's your fault. And you're like, you're being a cunt now, just do it, will you?
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
So it's a really, like, it's a doubly toxic way of going on, and I'm really trying not to do it anymore. To be like, if I don't do it for myself quietly, if I don't quietly succeed on my own, there's no point in, like, you know, tickling everybody's balls and saying, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. Because then you end up being the guy who fucking talks it all out and never does it.
You're just a ball teaser. And no one likes that.
Ball teaser. Ball teaser. He's a man with two different coloured eyes. So without getting too fucking, sentimental about all of that, I'm just saying, it's fucking, creativity is not one of these things that people should take for granted. I think that a lot of people get taken advantage of, and we can see, with the likes of your Winehouses, your Hendrixes, even now your Malones.
Yeah.
Pre and post.
Was it Molly?
Pre-Malone.
Yeah, pre-Malone was
she had to pay rent on that wheelbarrow.
Yeah. Right, she had a lot of road
big
frontage.
Wheelbarrow had her under a
Big barrows.
under a big barrel.
Big cockles. Big cockle and big muscle.
Fucking destroyed.
Yeah. The cockle fellas.
Johnny Cockle was her lawyer. They changed the family name.
These guys were taken advantage of. You see the likes of your Orlando Browns coming out going, look it, I got molested by various, famous people. All this P. Diddy stuff that's coming out saying that he fucking took advantage of Bieber. And then you have your Weinsteins, you have your Cosbys, you have your, these people who are like, I'll come and take this creative thing and I'll... manipulate it, use it for my own ends, and it turns out to be that the creative thing is not the reason for it at all. That the actual creative result of someone's art and effort and mind is only a byproduct of the machine that makes it. So it's just so weird that, like, that same thing has been happening in many, we'll talk as we go along, many different industries, like the petroleum industry, the car industry, the space race, even the Manhattan Project boys were like, hey, we're making a bomb. Oh, yeah? What are we going to do with the bomb? We're going to fucking blow up the Nazis. And they're like, okay, come on in. War's over. Oh, fuck. Should we have this bomb? What are we going to do with it? Have you heard of the Japanese? Like, it's like, we've made it now. We can't not drop it on somebody. And it just seemed to be like a byproduct of the ethos of its creation,
Have you heard of the Japanese is the last line in the Oppenheimer movie? Teasing a sequel that will never come. Oppenheimer 2, Electric Boogaloo.
I saw a great sketch about Oppenheimer where the guy was like, hey, what'd you do with that bomb I made? He goes, we dropped it. He's like, what?
But so like Tesla's creations ended up being a labour of love for him, and then just being a commodity for all the people who could actually make them into the things that Tesla couldn't do on his own.
Yeah.
I feel like that's all business though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's always
The money man.
Not always
some
invention,
vulture
though. 'Cause
hanging over the top, you know.
Isn't the guy who invented penicillin gave the patent away for free? Because he just wanted people to be able to live without having to pay for everything they have.
When was the last
In
time you
order
got
to
free antibiotics?
From the government.
Yeah, but you know what I mean?
In my
It's
veins.
not. Yeah. I've
And my booster.
an old loaf of bread at home on the counter. Make it, it's fucking paying for itself. Penicillin wise. It's like green gold. No, I just mean like there's all these altruistic people who are trying to like make the world a better place, but
then commerce comes in and
At
profit
some point.
margins. Yeah.
at some point.
It's just all business, isn't it? You know, even in
Yeah.
the stand-up world, it's like a lot of the people doing well from that aren't comedians and don't really know anything about it, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of takes away from the original creation, because it ends up then having to, like, the thing that's being created, be it, you know, an electric motor or a joke or a set of jokes or a movie or an idea, it ends up having to change itself to fit into a mold or fit through a hole in something that it wasn't made to go through in order to pass through to the part where it can be something.
Yeah.
And I think we're all like that as people as well, that we end up changing the shape of ourselves to move through the world, and it may be against our will, but at least we're moving forward, or else you just stop still and be your own shape, you know?
Yeah.
I am certainly my own shape.
Me too. Like an upside down light bulb.
Like a toffee apple.
Yeah. Like a proud pigeon.
Just built like a genie.
So look at that's not pontificating. A lot of that might go to Patreon, but I've been thinking about that over the last week and a half, and I've been reading about this cunt, and I do have a lot of affiliation. You'll see him there behind me, folks, on the video. He has Pride of Place behind me, and I do have a lot of affinity to young Nick.
Amazon Health AI presents Painful Thoughts.
Why did I search the internet for answers to my cold sore problem? Now I'm stuck down a rabbit hole filled with images of alarmingly graphic sores in various stages of ooze. I can clear my search history, but I can never unsee that.
Don't go down the rabbit hole. Amazon Health AI gets you the right care fast. Healthcare just got less painful.
So look, we'll get into it. Thanks for your chats, boys. It's heartfelt, and maybe that's just the fucking angina from the oil of the pizza. So young Nikola Tesla, considered one of the world's greatest geniuses and known as the modern Prometheus, but just to his close friends. Nikola Tesla was a man of mystery, intrigue, innovation, mustache and vision, the likes of which the world hasn't seen since Leonardo da Vinci. Or
Full beard.
DiCaprio. Yeah, full beard.
Full beard Da Vinci. As he was
Full
known.
beard, loads of foreskin, apparently. Da Vinci had a lot of...
Too much.
He had a lot of... He's 5 skin. He
Like
was...
Jesus,
he
yeah.
had big, small dick, loads of skin. Tesla was considered, from the modern day viewpoint, a mind a century ahead of his time. In Tesla's own words, I'm not going to do the accent because I don't know what it is.
Go on.
Because there's no recordings of him
Croatian.
speaking. Yeah.
But raised in what is now the Czech Republic.
It'll end up being Polish. Sorry, Croatia.
The difficult days, Kooky. No.
Nice task.
Good electricity.
The difficult task of the inventor, who is often misunderstood and unrewarded, is to complete mastery of mind over the material world and harness the forces of nature to human needs. Like, it's a fucking conundrum, man. To be unrewarded for like doing something as audacious as harnessing the power of nature and then being like, and what? How do we make money off this? What's the SP here? Like, it's a noble cause. But why would anyone seek to destroy that altruistic pursuit? I wonder why. Money, probably. Tesla was considered from a very young age to be gifted, and as he grew in age and in skill, he became known as a tireless worker and a prolific creator. Tesla said, "I'm credited with being one of the hardest workers. If thought is the equivalent of labour, for I have devoted it almost all of my waking hours. But if work is interpreted to be a definite performance in a specified time according to a rigid rule, then I may be the worst of idlers." And I could fit myself into that description. I'm fucking, breaking blocks inside my mind. But they just look like that most of the time.
They come in, they're like, "Nick, are you doing any work?" And he's like, "I'm flat out. I'm flat out, man.
Can't you see me thinking?"
We all have keyboards and screens now to sit in front of and look like we're doing stuff. The virtual world of
Like,
work.
my back's broke over here.
My wife's always giving out to me, and I'm like, I'm in my thinking hammock. Don't disturb me while I'm in the hammock.
When the light is on, don't come in. Yeah.
You're making snoring noises. No, those are my deep thought noises.
It's a breathing exercise.
Yes.
I've got an app going here.
I don't get it. You're not a genius.
They're meditation ululations. It's
Exactly.
It's a Tony Robbins technique.
In for 3, out for 6.
So he was what's known as a Serb Croat, which is the same as it's like a battered or breadcrumb Croat. It's a different flavor.
Yeah.
As opposed to like original. It's like spicier plain.
Like cherry cola.
Yeah. Lemon, or fucking, what is it? Lemon, and Fanta, lemon, or Club Lemon.
Oh.
Which kind of Croat do you want? Tesla was born in 1856 in a small Serbian village called Smiljan. I'm going to say it like that. Smiljan, in present-day Croatia, and was the son of an Orthodox priest. Tesla, who was allegedly born during a lightning storm, and his mother said, "He'll be a child of light," was the fourth of 5 children, and by his own account, wasn't the most gifted of all of his siblings. He had a brother called Dane, who went on to be a very successful comedian, but got caught in a joke-stealing scandal by Louis C.K. and never really recovered. And then he was killed in a horse riding accident when Tesla was only 5 years old.
Good.
And Tesla says that this is the reason he grew up with very little confidence in himself.
That's like
at least about horse riding.
That's like a scene in the first 10 minutes of the Tesla movie.
Yeah.
The tragedy at the beginning in the biopic.
That made him want to be
He's on like a factory floor, and they're like, "How many horsepower does this generate?" He's just like, horse. And then
No!
That was
Nikola,
his-
you have to be twice the genius now because Dane is dead.
That was his hunt for horsepower. That's what it was. He was trying to fix
get
that.
them back.
His dad is Dracula.
Started publicly electrocuting the horses. Nothing to do with an experiment. Just pure revenge.
He's, apparently his little brother or his big brother was way more of a genius than he was. Now I don't know how you could measure that, but
Yeah,
maybe it was just
he
romanticising.
7 or 8 when he died or something.
Yeah,
I
how
don't
could you?
think so.
Yeah.
The guy can't even drive a horse.
Yeah,
I was going to say, not a genius when it comes to horses, but
motherfucker can't even walk a flight of steps. So how would you expect to?
get out of here, Kevin Hart. What are you still doing here? Following Colin around. Go
I owe
on.
you money, motherfucker.
So yeah, Tesla's dad obviously gave him the hard one after Dane took the old fucking Tory tumble, and Tesla ended up being very well educated. He was forced to be, according to his diaries, which I read this week and are fairly boring. He was multilingual, known as a polyglot. He studied at all sorts of different schools and gymnasiums, which were the likes of a junior high or a finishing school around the area that he was born, like around that Serb Croat,
Okay, so he wasn't just
Yugoslavian.
dunking hoops.
Yeah. Above the rim. And his dad moved from parish to parish as he was kind of changed around the way priests do when they do bold things. Tesla's dad was a...
And he was moved from parish to parish for good reasons, right?
For good reasons,
Yeah,
yeah. No, but I just mean like whenever you hear of a priest being moved, it's probably for that.
It's the parish's fault.
Yeah.
They'll find the right parish.
Damn sexy kids. So Tesla's dad was a stern religious man, and according to Tesla, had intended young Nicky to have a clerical profession. Was going to force him into the family collar business. Tesla was oppressed, as he declared personally, by this idea from his dad, who reminded him at every opportunity, "You're going to be a priest, Nicky." And he longed to be an engineer after being enamoured with physics and mathematics from a fairly inspiring teacher in one of the gymnasiums that he attended. There's a story of I don't know how true this is, it's the romantic version of this story that was in a couple of different books, and also in the, what would you say, utterly scutterly Tesla movie starring Ethan Hawke from 2020.
Oh, God.
Which,
What?
yeah, there's an Ethan Hawke movie from 2020.
He plays Tesla.
He plays Tesla, and Eve Hewson,
Mm.
who's in that famous one, the Bad Sisters.
Yeah.
Bono's daughter.
She's good.
She is good, but she's not great in this now. 'Cause she acts as she acts as JP Morgan's daughter and some kind of narrator. But I remember watching it a few days ago, and I was like, and at one point it was really late at night, and I kind of half dozed off, and I woke up, and Ethan Hawke is like singing, "You're never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down" in the movie.
What?
Maybe not that song, but he's singing something.
Rick Astley.
He's singing some
Like a modern song.
Yeah, I'll try to discover. Like, and he's trying to sing it. He's singing. There's a musical number at the end and he sings the whole song just with a microphone down the lens. It's very weird. And Kyle MacLachlan pulls out an iPhone at one point, and then you're invested in this like 4-minute scene where the boys are like smashing each other with ice creams, and then the next thing, Eve Hewson comes in and goes, "But that didn't really happen in history. But we have to make something interesting with this conversation because it's an important conversation. But it's not really like entertaining to see on a cinema screen. But we have to show it in the movie for context of the relationship between the two of them." And she said it's like show don't tell don't show or whatever. Very very weird scene where the boys are like smashing ice creams into each other's face.
Like that
Terrible.
sounds like something you do in rehearsals for the movie and not.
It sounds like
Put
something
it
you
in the
do.
actual movie.
It sounds like something you do in a YouTube sketch that you film but you never put online because it's too shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds insane.
Yeah, it really like, and it was a full like cinema release, Tesla 2020 with Ethan Hawke. Not great,
Wow.
but the one of the stories at the start of it was one of these like, origin stories where Tesla's a 3-year-old boy and he's smoothing his cat,
Yeah.
and that's not a euphemism. And he sees the dancing static electric beams coming from his fingers as he just he must
Still
have been
not a euphemism.
he must have been absolutely hammering the cat out of it to be able to get static electricity off its fur, because like
rubbing the shit out of it.
fucking
love you.
Yeah,
Again, a great scene for a biopic.
trilling the cat
Yeah.
out of it, just like a fucking over enthusiastic lesbian. And apparently he got electric shocks from its fur, and then as a 3-year-old he looked up and went, "I've invented electricity," as the story goes.
The cat just fucking just takes off.
He says in his
The
diary,
cat invented it. The cat comes back and sues him.
invented a race car. But he said in his diary for 80 years that this moment he remembers vividly as a child as being the inception moment of him like wanting to deal and work with electricity. So, I mean,
That's like my inception
something.
moment is probably watching The Jerk when I was a kid.
you're like, I want to work with cans.
And be like, what the hell who is this person? And why is he being so silly? Why is he calling his dog shithead? Yeah. That was put that in my diary. That would be.
Mine was probably Lloyd Christmas in Dumb and Dumber, or Robin Williams and Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh, yeah.
What was your one called?
I don't know. I was just playing sports.
Your inception
You're a sports
moment.
guy?
My inception moment.
Your comedy inception moment.
I think actually I watched Human Traffic,
Oh yeah.
and the bit where he sits down and watches Bill Hicks.
Oh,
And it was
the drug bit.
It was the
yeah.
first time I'd ever seen like a cool comedian, and I was
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, I'll take some of that.
It's a fucking amazing bit. I always say that to comedians who are like, "Oh, they complain, I've only got 5 minutes."
Yeah.
It's like, watch Bill Hicks' drug bit. It's like 4.5 minutes or something, and it's like, it feels like a whole hour.
Yeah.
You know, material wise and quality wise, it's
like anytime you go, I've only got
amazing.
7 minutes.
Yeah.
What could I possibly do in 7 minutes?
A lot.
Yeah.
A fucking bunch. You know,
Or you can start a
electrocute cat.
podcast and do it in 7 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really drag it out.
I've been taking a piss every 7 minutes.
yeah. Heavy amounts of editing here.
We've got buckets in front of us.
That's that Bill Hicks bit about like we're all matter slow to a dull vibration, and here's Tom with the weather. Is that bit?
Yeah. That's
great bit.
that's how it ends.
A great bit.
Yeah.
Ed, tell us about Nikola Tesla's beautiful mind.
A beautiful mind. A mind you would want to have sex with. Someone says to him 20 minutes into the biopic. While this podcast is going on, I'm going to be simultaneously writing the biopic.
I think there's definitely a fucking...
The good one.
A good one, like a mini series that actually takes all the relationships that he had in his life.
Oh, yeah.
All of that, like a proper doing, because he's
like
only
an
been
8-episode limited series.
Yes.
Would be really fucking good.
Really fucking good. Like the way they did...
You're giving me more work to do now in my brain as
Let's write
this
it.
podcast
Let's
goes
write
on.
it.
We'll
We
write
get to
it.
go to Croatia on holidays. It'd be great.
Yeah, on a recce. By his mid-teens, Tesla was immensely well-read, a polyglot, as you said, which is
He likes
just
to
somebody
eat parrots.
just like a sponge.
Yeah.
You eat parrots and you gain their powers of mimicry and flight and language skills.
And cracker satiation.
And able to do impossible calculations in his head, such as how many crackers would Polly actually need
To be a good boy.
Yeah. And also calculus, which is actual mathematics. But even with these talents, young Nikola was bound by the duty of family to continue either military work or clergy work.
Yeah.
He was going to be a priest with a gun. He fell ill at age 14.
Pray or die.
Do you want to fight humans or demons?
Can I do both? Nikola Tesla is... I feel like a sequel to that fucking Russell Crowe movie that's out at the moment.
The Pope's Exorcist.
Pope's
It's fucking brilliant, man.
I can't...
It's brilliant.
I know, because I saw the trailer for him. I was like, this looks perfectly on the edge of shit and amazing.
Oh, it's exactly that. And you know
you've
what?
seen it,
Russell
yeah.
Crowe is a whopper, and he knows exactly what he is in it. He's like,
Yeah.
I'm
he's-
having the crack. He does the Italian accent and everything. Like, it's awful.
Yeah. I'm going to do all the exorcism in the world, and then I'm going to eat the pasta. Let me at the demon and let me at him. Mamma mia.
That's exactly what it's like. He took the Italian accent that fucking Chris, what's his face, was supposed to do for Mario.
Yeah.
And he put it into the fucking Exorcist.
It's a me, the Pope's an exorcist. do.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
So after
Demon. Christ.
after he didn't do either of those things, when he was 14, he fell ill and was confined to bed as the physicians had given up on him.
Yeah, he had some kind of degenerative disease. I would maintain that he discovered wanking and he just faked his illness so he could just stay in and pull himself asunder. But
He was pulling the guts off himself and had to lie down for a while.
that was where he caused the static. It wasn't the cat at all.
Yeah, it was the friction. And he rubbed his head afterwards and went, ow. He spent his time resting and learning and wanking and recovering, and was then sent to Karlstad to get ready for seminary and the priesthood. Nikola returned from the school to an epidemic of cholera in Gospic, where his family were. Just can't cut a break.
Yeah.
He desperately wanted to throw off the shackles of familial obligation to a father who was very well respected, man, and a mother whose family line was one of the oldest and most revered in the country, from eastern Serbia near Montenegro.
You have to say that one careful now.
Montenegro,
Yeah.
because they always
Hey-o.
give 12 dues in the Eurovision to England. They were a long line of inventors, that's why they're controversial, and high thinkers, and Tesla's eidetic memory and ability to visualize machinery and do complicated mental math is said to come from this genetic pool.
Eidetic memory is vividly visual. It's somewhat photographic, but it's more vividly visual. So if he sees plans or he sees how something is made, you can explode it in your mind to its component parts and be able to just look at something and go, I know how it works now, and be able to recreate it as you walk away.
Or if he sees a crime happening, he's a great witness for the police.
Or like in Sherlock, if someone's going to hit him, he's like, right, I'm going to pose, I'm going to hit him in the ribs, I'm going to hit him in the eye. I'm going to pull his teeth.
You can see it all.
Tweak his nipples.
Guys in the Matrix.
Yeah.
I'll do it all in slow-mo, like I'm underwater.
Great set of movies then. The Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies.
They're good crack. Yeah. I think they're eventually going to make another one. I'm not too sure.
So.
So when Tesla caught cholera, his father wished him to get well, and Tesla made a deal that he would improve if he had hope to study engineering.
What a sly cunt. Tricking his dad, huh?
Yeah. So his father relented and secured him a scholarship from the... And this is some word here.
You can do it, man. First time, and there's a bonus in it for you if you can get it first time.
Okay.
You got to do it like normal fast.
Okay. His father relented and secured him a scholarship from the Glenwan Verwalz Behort in Graz in Austria.
Geddes, you want to give it a go?
Grenzland Verwaltungsbord?
Almost.
I think,
almost.
My mistake was not doing the Austrian accent. That really does help.
I'm going to give it a go. I only did it inside me.
North or south?
Grenzlands Verhaltenbehörde.
Gesundheit.
Grenzlands Verhaltenbehörde. Get out for your dinner.
Because that was at a time when the longer the name, the better the university. So the supercalifragilisticexpialidocious school was all full. So
this is right when they invented like postcodes.
yeah.
You're like, fuck that.
Just say Austria 12. And they'll know where the university is.
In Graz in Austria.
When it's time to scale your business, it's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to grow the way you want. Like, all the way. Stack more sales with the best converting checkout on the planet. Track your cha-chings from every channel, right in one spot. And turn real-time reporting into big-time opportunities. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
It's your league to dominate in EA Sports Madden NFL 27. Powered by the all-new Persona engine, you can build your franchise the way you want. And to really live your entire football journey, get the MVP Bundle. It comes with access to College Football 27, Madden NFL 27, plus deluxe edition rewards in both games. From campus legend to NFL superstar, make your rise with the MVP Bundle. Learn more at EA.com. Rated E for everyone with mild lyrics, user interact, and in-game purchases includes random items.
But like many a genius before him,
yes,
he is a college dropout, just like Kanye West. You would think that a scholarship at a prestigious university would be enough, but Tesla still felt under the yoke of his father and was bored with the applications of the course, so he stopped attending lectures, and in 1878 he left Graz and moved to Maribor to begin working as a draftsman.
Yep, he wasn't into chess.
No. 2 years later, he moved to Prague to continue studies at Karl Ferdinand University and then moved to Budapest, where he was employed by the Continental Edison Company installing telephone exchanges.
The Wichita line man.
The company moved him to Paris and Strasbourg, and his exemplary work caught the eye of the head of operations for Edison in Europe, Charles Batchelor, who ironically was married 7 times. No, who headhunted Tesla to work for Edison in the US.
And went on to become a bean magnate. Yeah. So Tesla was so good at doing this work.
Yeah.
He was so efficient. He was so well able to see issues before they arose. This is a very, truncated version of a very long pre-Edison history of Tesla. How he was able to kind of cut his teeth in the engineering world. Only as a student in these different schools was he exposed to this like physics and mathematics. But it was so simple for him that he was like finding new ways to do things, and being able to do stuff mentally obviously meant he had a massive advantage over the other people working there. So when lads were making calculations and trying to think, writing stuff out like Tesla was just doing it.
Yeah.
And
he was like the Doogie Howser
exactly
of his generation.
Yeah, like a kind of a how do you do it, Mr. Holmes? Like he was just able.
Yeah.
And he just got promoted, and eventually they saw him as the prodigy that he was, and said, "Listen, you have to meet Mr. Edison. Like, he got to the top level of the Paris exchange, which was like the main European exchange at the time. Not that it was on any more money. They were just like, it's the thing in modern, and I say modern is in the last 100 years, since the Industrial Revolution. It seems the more work you show that you're willing to be able to do, the more work you're given, and not necessarily the more money. It's a very, I guess, dispassionate and futile effort. More work means more work. So we talked about our current war. Colin, can you
Sultanas versus raisins.
Sultanas versus raisins.
Yeah.
And the many lives lost in the scone wars.
Yes.
Choose your dried fruit wisely, or face the consequences. Cream or jam?
Scone or scone? Choose wisely.
Put those flowers in that receptacle over there. How would you pronounce it? The vase walls. It's vase, I tell you. Brother against brother. Tulips trampled. Oh, a sad time.
Where are you keeping your bonds? Are they in the attic or the basement?
It's like that opening scene from Inglourious Bastards, except he's got a whole load of scones underneath the floorboards.
They're sniffing the floorboards.
It's like Kipling's List. It's just like,
what would be great with this milk would be some scones right now.
I'm going to save the apple pies, going to save the fruit roll-ups and the maple pecan plats.
My favourites.
Yeah, big time. You can take the croissants.
Those filthy croissants.
That's how they knew the croissants. They had the ends cut off them. That's how they were able to tell. So yeah, tell us, Colin, about the War of the Currents and how Tesla got introduced to the bowel cunt Tommy Edison.
Edison and the War of the Currents. So in 1884, Tesla was in New York and working for Edison, but it would prove to be a battle of wills and of intellects and of egos. In what became known as the War of the Currents, Edison was known as the Wizard of Menlo Park. Cute.
Yeah.
Where he had his famous research lab in New Jersey.
He was also known as a notorious cunt as well, by the way.
Yeah, that was his rap name.
Yeah.
This was like Silicon Valley incubator of sorts, where Edison would claim to develop, but really poach and undermine the greatest minds of his time. Edison was, by all accounts, an entire cunt, the words of Gordon Rutherford, not me.
Fully.
A shrewd and unscrupulous businessman, Edison took no hesitation to monetize and commodify ideas and inventions of those in his employ. And if you discovered it in Menlo Park, it was his.
He was kind of like the P. Diddy of the time.
Yeah.
The Bad Boy Records of...
Can you see that from the other side, though? If you
century.
Created this big facility where you could offer people opportunities.
Well, I mean, that's why I said it's like a Silicon Valley incubator. Like, there's loads of lads who go, look, you were here, we were giving you the facilities to do this thing.
Yeah.
And you come up with that idea here. More than likely, they come up with that idea elsewhere, but they just hadn't got the capital to be able to realize it.
Yeah,
and these guys took advantage of their early adoption of maybe like a location or, somewhere that's in proximity of like the Silicon Valley operations, where they just got in earlier, they had enough money to get a place, and it was just a business acquisition rather than a creative endeavor.
Yeah.
It was more of I was here first, so I get it all, or at least get a slice of everything that comes after me. And it's a really unmeritorious system, but it seems to be the way that a lot of things are done.
Is there an element of those guys just kind of going like, well, go and do it yourself then?
Yeah.
See how you get on.
I think
that sort of vibe.
For a time in Menlo Park, as far as I read, that there was a lot of people that gave everything, and Edison was kind of an arse kiss to the lads who would do well, but like I said before, the more work you did, the more work you got.
Yeah.
And it turns out that a few boys were holding back the really good ideas, like Tesla eventually did. But at the start, everybody was giving everything they had because there was this kind of fake, socialistic attitude towards the betterment of mankind and blah, 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 blah. But when they were only getting paid like £15 a week and Edison was going around with a fucking solid gold cock ring, everyone was like, hang on a minute, this doesn't seem...
Where is
I
pants?
invented that.
Yeah.
That's my cock ring.
When he's getting awards and he's getting...
Scratch my name on the inside.
When he's getting awards and he's getting like, presidential fucking medals and he's getting like national recognition.
He's taking the credit for it.
He's taking the credit
He's
for
the
people's
Steve Jobs
exactly.
of his day in a way.
Exactly.
You could say.
I think it's mad funny that Steve Jobs ended up with pancreatic cancer, and the pancreas is the thing that, controls sugar in the body. But the whole time he was like a fruitarian and would eat fruit, which is like fructose and loads of sugar. So he took loads of sugar in and his pancreas just blew out. It was just a very weird... It'd be something that I wouldn't think a fella like that would die from, like something that was just like, would nobody tell him not to do that? That's a weird aside.
Were they definitely related?
I mean...
how much fruit was he eating? Was he like a chimp? Just fucking...
He's a fruitarian. That was his diet, yeah. I don't think he...
Yeah, there's a lot of sugar in fruit.
A lot of sugar.
That's why I avoid it.
Everything in moderation.
Including
not
moderation.
a lot of sugar in a breakfast roll.
Unless you get sprinkles some icing sugar on top.
Cut through the brown sauce.
Give me the diabetes special. Hold the toes.
Butter on mayonnaise. Did you say R?
Or on.
Honey or mayonnaise?
Edison was kind of this fucking, situationally and systematically approved gatekeeper for all of this, and between that and General Electric, we're already in this like vertically integrated system of nationalized capitalism where everything was moving up the ways. And we've already done an episode on JP Morgan, we've already done an episode on peak oil, we've already done an episode on marijuana, which wasn't really on marijuana, it was about the petroleum industry. We've already done an episode on
was it? I can't remember.
The bank.
I got too stoned for that.
You got really stoned. It was great, man. But it was basically about like decapitating the marijuana industry and the potential for use of like hemp for producing all of these household things, because it would undermine the petroleum industry, the plastics industry, and all that stuff. It was basically like a manufactured artificial monopoly by, instead of having the best product and all others failing in its wake, it undermined and subjugated the people who were operating in these other fields and these other alternatives, not dissimilar to, what happened with the medical field in the last 2-3 years, where certain companies ended up saying, right, well, ours is government ratified and ours, and it was a race to FDA approval, and Johnson Johnson lost the race and they had to bow out, and then fucking some shit happened with fucking Moderna and they had to bow out, and Pfizer became the winner, and the blah blah blah. And like it's all about, it's not about meritocracy, it's about bureaucracy. And Edison was a bureaucrat and not an inventor. And yet his name is on fucking the patents of all of these very, very important 20th century inventions, And this is the start of it. Menlo Park is the fucking spot where it all kind of was born.
Will I crack on here?
Please.
Edison was already renowned engineer and inventor in the US when Tesla landed in. A new technology like the phonograph, by God, motion pictures and the light bulb were getting developed. Tesla was leagues ahead of Edison in his capabilities, though. His mental computing power and his ingenuity far outweighed Edison's. But the older, tougher Yankee business mogul knew how to fuck you up.
Yeah.
The war of currents that these men undertook was an ideological disagreement, a fundamental opposition that led them in different directions and for different reasons, but for the same goal, to provide power over long distances.
Yeah, and there was a whole, we talked about it in the older version, and it's kind of a well-known story now, but when we did the original episode, it kind of wasn't that well-known. There's even still an old Pate newsreel video or film about it, where in order to undermine Tesla, Edison used his alternating current to electrify an elephant to death in a public park. Do you know that?
What was it called? Topsy?
Actually, I had heard about that, yeah.
And he just
Second most famous elephant of all time.
what's the first one? Dumbo.
Dumbo, probably. If I had to guess.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to say Lizzo.
There's that
Come on,
there's that
man.
painting. Hey,
What?
That-
She's in trouble apparently.
that painting elephant, whose name I can't remember, so obviously not as famous. What's Liz in trouble for?
Because she forced all of her dancers in Amsterdam to eat bananas that were in the vaginas of sex performers.
Oh.
And she's also like very sexually inappropriate with her staff, and she
Whatever happened to good crack, you know?
Liz has a lot of it. She's loads of different kind of all up her back and on her hips and her arse, and
I know. I think that's just a sign of she's successful. People are trying to tear her down
well, look at that's what they say.
because that always happens.
As soon as you get successful,
Yeah.
you make everybody underneath you eat pussy bananas.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that stories are going to come out about me when I get successful.
Lizzo, hit me up.
What do you think that banana on the table
I
is
love,
for?
I love bananas and pussy.
And you
so
smelled that, yeah?
put those two
It
things
smells from
together.
here.
I saw the stitching on the side. You're trying to make it seem like an unsullied banana.
Kind of smells like Domestos and Scampi fries. But yeah, it
My
turned
favourite Yankee Candles scent.
Gwyneth Paltrow. Yeah, it like he fucking ended up hooking up the elephant to a plug socket and fried him
Yeah.
in front of everybody, and it was kind of seen as by some people as like off-air news, and oh yeah, that's terrible, isn't it? And other people were like, what the fuck? And Edison was just like, it's a great idea, which just shows you the type of fucking crazy depravity the cunt was operating under. Like,
Yeah, because I mean, he could have electrocuted any number of things that weren't alive.
yeah,
You know what I mean? He
or
could
like
have,
a dog,
He could
or
have,
Fried an egg or
I
something.
was going to
you
say
know?
he could have fried some food, or
but he
Why
wanted
did he
something
have to
that
kill
was
something?
he wanted something that was huge. There was all these types of excuses, like from AC current, that the current was low but the voltage was high,
Yeah,
so it wouldn't damage you if it did hit you.
Do you
But
think when he was done, he was trying to like get it back in the van, and he was like, I didn't think this far ahead what to do with you know.
maybe he was trying to get a mouse, but he ordered it online on Wish.com, and it was like, this is way bigger than what I thought the picture was.
Yeah,
he's
he's like,
like,
I've
oh,
only ever seen a
shit.
picture of an elephant.
Yeah,
Is that what an elephant looks like?
or maybe he thought it was just a big mouse.
Maybe he picked up
He was like, I better electrocute this giant mouse.
maybe he picked up a vagrant elephant who had packed up her bags and made her way to the circus, and he just picked her up on the side of the road and
It's kind of
convinced her he was going to get her into show business. And
vulnerable elephants that have no family, no ties. They
Yeah.
usually get murdered by serial killers.
the
Or
elephant casting
electrocuted
couch.
in parks.
yeah. It's tales all his time. You know,
Can't let another elephant die on my watch.
he came up to the elephant with his arm in a cast and a giant truck with a cage in the back of it. It's just like, can you help me load something in here?
It's in the movie. That scene electrocuting a CGI elephant for obvious reasons. It's in the movie.
It puts the lotion on its skin, or else it uses its nose again.
We could have like a, you know, like in Lord of the Rings when they had that giant elephant or
Yeah.
elephant or whatever, Oliphant, Timothy Oliphant, dead on the battlefield. So after, you know, CGI it dying, but then afterwards they're like, people are leaning taking pictures on the dead elephant. It's like a big prosthetic thing. Yeah, Peter Jackson has expressed an interest in Tesla.
An option for that script.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tesla powered.
What did you say, Colin?
Fucking hates
the
elephants.
elephant's name was Dottie, or was it?
Topsy or something?
Topsy, yeah.
Topsy.
There's a film, you can go on YouTube and watch it. It's like 30 seconds long, but it's just a...
Jesus.
Yeah, it's pretty mental.
Rough.
But like, imagine Edison did that and everyone went, yeah, fair play, I'm not using that.
Yeah,
Like, how could you do, you know what I mean?
I think there was probably not as much respect for the sanctity of animals' lives back then, you know.
Yeah, there was
Because
no
even
such
like
thing
zoos, they used to have elephant rides and the monkeys eating peanut butter, pretending they were talking.
Yeah.
Eventually selling tea.
They were
Showing
forced to
age,
sell
yeah.
tea. Yes. You got to commodify these talking monkeys.
Drink
But
your
yeah.
tea or Edison will fucking electrocute you. All right, yeah, I'll have my tea, drinking chip. The alternative is not good.
Well,
This episode is brought to you by Starbucks.
That is fire! Whoa, that's good. This might be the drink of the summer. Okay, I like this one too. I'm rocking with it. Okay.
Try it for yourself. Starbucks Refreshers Concentrates are coming home. Find them in the coffee aisle and make it yours.
Tesla met Edison at the Edison Works in 1884, and an anecdotal conversation that was portrayed fairly weakly in the 2020 movie claims that Edison thought Tesla was from Transylvania and ate human flesh.
He thought he was Dracula.
Yeah, basically. That was the joke he made to him. It's like, oh, you're from Transylvania, are you?
That's like someone calling me a biffo. Or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
They're like,
Fuck
oh,
off.
what do you like? Ham sandwiches? Or something? It's like, what's the awfully quintessentiality? What is it?
What do you like? Bog burgers.
Yeah.
Do you eat turf burgers?
Yeah. Have you ever bought hash and bought turf and thought it was hash?
Yeah. Or an Oxo cube.
I haven't been caught with the Oxo
Got
cube.
out of date.
If I saw a turf burger on a menu, I'd be like,
There must be something in
I'll
it.
give it a go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
battered
Turf and
Mars
turf.
bar or something. A surfboard and some peat briquettes. Yeah.
No, it'll take you 6 to 12 months to pass that through your colon. But it's going to be an enjoyable 6 to 12 months.
Well, despite these borderline xenophobic and short-sighted observations, Tesla respected Edison immensely and toiled hard for him daily because he thought, I guess, we're working for the betterment of humanity here.
Yeah.
Tesla was one of those. He was one of those lads that was working under the supposition that they were working together for the greater good, and he began to diligently redesign the dynamos that Edison was using for his DC motors. Like, he went straight in and said, I can do better here. What's this for? Taking shit apart with his mind, you know? And arc lighting was the source people were using at the time for lighting their homes, lighting the street lamps, any kind of public place. It was all about arc lighting. So it's like, do you know the way bulbs are now with a filament? So this is like a pre-filament bulb where you were relying on a spark between two nodes, and it would reflect then off of a kind of a dome and light the bulb. But it was dangerous because to turn up the voltage, or if there was a variation in the voltage from the source, it would overload the nodes and the bulb would blow up. So you see those older bulbs or stuff in movies like popping and shit like that. They're arc lighting bulbs. So do you know the way you have your bulbs here? You have the IKEA screw-in ones, and they're called Edison bulbs because they have the screwy, and there's a different mechanism inside of those than there is in the bayonet bulbs. They connect differently, so there's a one connection rather than a positive and a negative. It's a one circuit inside the Edison bulb rather than a positive negative charge from the socket from a bayonet bulb. So this arc lighting was a one connection that made a full circuit, and when you turn on the electricity, it would jump across and the light would illuminate a canopy inside the bulb. But yeah, Tesla saw them and went, we can do better than that. It was the arc lighting often led to explosions and fires and this kind of shit. So Tesla upgraded Edison's dynamos, replacing the long magnets that were, and now to explain the dynamos is a little bit difficult, but the long magnets in the DC dynamos, they needed a lot of power to turn. So they were on basically a big circular pivot, and the more that they would turn, the more that they would charge. So Tesla said, if we make those magnets smaller and have them interlink, so if you think of like, you know those Chinook helicopters?
Yeah.
Where they have like two sets of blades, one at the front and one at the back. So instead of having like blades that would need to be massively huge and spin at an unrealistically strong amount to lift that whole helicopter, they put two smaller ones, and when the blades turn, they like interlink and they never touch each other. and one on either end, and it creates the same amount of lift from two smaller interlinking sets of turning turbines
rather than one
giant one.
Yeah.
So like Tesla came in and went, we can make that more efficient. It also means that there was less input needed to get less output. So you needed to put less power into turning them to get more turn.
Yeah.
So, and this was the beginning of something that Tesla developed on into his AC power dynamos, which were like even more energy efficient.
Yeah.
So he basically just went in, and the first thing he did was like, I could do better than that, and just went and changed all these things. It saved Edison on iron, it increased the efficiency, and it tripled the output of the original DC dynamos. So like Edison was like, bang, bang, let's go. Like delighted, do you know? And something so simple in Tesla's mind.
His little branding,
but yeah,
iron ready, mine.
Yeah, but that's what he did. He just went, yeah, that's mine. You made it in my house, so it's fucking my shit.
Claiming it.
And he made millions and millions on selling those dynamos then on to other people, power stations and businesses and stuff like that. Tesla had already had the idea for the AC power, but after watching only a very short time of Edison dealing with his employees and the kind of treatment he was giving people, he decided not to share it with anybody in New York, as its mere suggestion in Paris. When he tried to tell somebody over there, I have this great idea, they were like, what do you want? Come here. They were completely indifferent. They were like, what the fuck are you trying to do? Just do your job. Until
stay in your lane.
Until Bachelor came and saw him and went, okay, you're going to meet Tommy. It just seems...
I'll bring you in the back. It's me, Tommy.
We go from rags to riches. Like it just seemed when they found Carbone in the meat locker, it just seemed like Tesla was kind of wasted there, and Edison kind of took advantage of him. His ability to work really hard, but also his willingness to work really hard, got him just more and more work, basically. And his ingenuity and his inventiveness was obviously commodified and taken advantage of. But there was one particular deal that soured Tesla's milk. He really didn't like it, and it caused him to hand in his pink slip to Edison. Ed, can you tell us about
Which he had just invented the previous day.
Yeah.
He just never stopped.
I would just like to know, has there been a company where one of the engineers who just works for the company has made something and got the credit for it? Because I'd imagine just across the board, an employee in a business who isn't the boss, has that ever happened where they do actually get credit? Like,
yeah.
You know, is there somebody working for like...
someone comes in to work in a think tank environment.
Or even like in an engineering sort of world.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you worked for a big company and you're like, kind of invented this thing, and they're like, the salmon valve, do they refer to it as that for the rest of the time, or do they just go, we just...
I don't know what that is, but I like the name.
No, you don't want to know. It keeps bananas out of your sphincter.
I think,
you know what I mean? Has there been a happy ending
Apple,
in that sort of...
Yeah. Wozniak for Apple ended up making systems and stuff like that where...
And getting credit for it.
And taking that on then to other companies. And
I guess it depends on your deal, and I suppose because of things like this, and historically people stealing, because it's more, you hear more about people stealing ideas from people, and those people trying to fight for recognition and money, I guess.
Well, all these motherfuckers were fighting over patents the whole time because nothing was invented yet. This is the fucking 1870s. Like there was nothing made, so every new thing was actually the first time this had existed in the world. So they were all like racing to the patent office. Now it's just different flavors and variations of things that already exist, like Threads for Meta.
Yeah.
Is just like Twitter for Facebook.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah.
Instagram took on all the stuff from TikTok and from Snapchat and from Twitter and from blah, blah, blah. Do you know? Like they couldn't put a Twitter into Instagram because they ruined the brand, so they just made their own one. And, eventually it'll be like in Demolition Man where they have the fast food wars where Taco Bell wins out over everybody or whatever, it's the only fast food that remains. Like, I guess you can have, there's some guys that come up with the idea, or they have like an idea that's so good and they have a good deal. But if you're under an employee of a big company, and you come with an idea, they're just going to subsume that into the larger corporation, which then kind of promotes people not to come with good ideas. They'll go in, learn the business, look around, have a good idea, quit, and then make it on their own.
Yeah, if you did that and you had a patent on something, they'd probably just go, how does $10 million sound?
Yeah, and then they buy them out.
Like,
but then it becomes a like that, we were talking about that Silicon Valley symptom of you have a great idea from working inside of a system or a company that you know works. You have the idea, you quit, you go into an incubator because you can't afford to make the thing on your own. You need server space, you need fucking, like all of this infrastructural help that costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
You develop the app, you get on some developers, you get on some kind of marketers, you do your your TechCrunch fucking promotion and the whole thing, and you get a valuation, and then it becomes a rival for an already existing multi-billion-dollar company. Like Google just went around and bought all its competitors and subsumed them all as services into Google, like calendar apps and fucking to-do list apps and all sorts of GPS stuff, and so Google became the everything company, but they didn't do anything really, really well, and then they started getting taken over in certain aspects. Like, do you remember fucking Google Plus? And it was like a Facebook for a while, and then they just went, fuck it.
Yeah.
Like, they don't stick at anything.
Yeah.
So, like, I couldn't name you anybody in Google apart from, like, Sergey Brin or something like that who was able to innovate something that was irreplaceable. Who came up with Google Docs? I don't know. Some cunt who used Microsoft Word.
Yeah.
Like, it's all of these kind of things. So, like, when you're in the company, you're kind of at the mercy of the company's policy.
Yeah,
I think at this point in time in human history and in innovation and industry and engineering, like, nothing was invented yet. So you were actually coming up with new ideas. You were actually coming up with something that had never been invented before.
Yeah.
And Tesla was really, really good at going, come here, I'm using the secrets of the natural world and the universe that came to me in visual dream, waking hallucinations. And the lads were going, yeah. That's mine now. Do you know?
Yeah.
He wasn't just a fella who went like, move it a bit to the right, a little bit more.
Yeah.
That's it. Do you know? He was a real innovator, so it seemed like, I don't know, Edison just took it all, which is why now people don't come with new things to their boss. It kind of kills creativity a bit.
Yeah, or else they'll go, I'll get out of this because, I think maybe if you're working for a company, you're under contract, whatever you invent or come up with, it automatically is owned by the company.
Yeah.
And you might get a
It's the
payoff
most
or
employment
something.
contracts. Yeah.
But maybe they'll just go, oh my God, I'll set up my own company and, patent this, and so I can get all the profits from it. But I don't know if that happens.
Even sometimes there was a spate of lads in Silicon Valley that they were making services and making apps that had no intention of being released as a publicly used service. They were just made to a certain standard that they would be potentially bought by a rival, so they had to be bought by the company that was actually the...
Yeah, it's like pilot season.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You just fucking buy it so that you don't make it.
Exactly.
It's like
shelf and shit.
Yeah.
And there was lads then going out and going, I'm sure there's lads in Silicon Valley you could put your finger on, fellas who have made hundreds of millions of dollars and have never ever released an app. They're just really good at bringing it to the level where they get bought out.
Yeah, where it's like
And then
a bit of a threat. And
Bit of
like,
a threat, and
thanks.
they gladly let it go for the amount that they get bought out for. It's a shit way to be now.
But again,
'cause
that's
it
just
means-
developing.
Yeah.
It's not really like inventing, just pulling it out of your arse,
Yeah.
a radio or something, like
Uber and Lyft.
Yeah.
Deliveroo and fucking...
All of the other ones.
All of the other ones. But like Deliveroo was first, and then Uber Eats went like, well, we've gone around doing nothing, so there's all these little tweaks and improvements. But Tesla was coming in with real new shit that no one had ever thought of ever before. That he was getting beamed into his head by the fucking universe. So, sorry, Ed, tell us about the rest of the deal gone bad.
So there was also the matter of the 50 grand that Edison promised as a bounty for the creation of an arc lighting rig that would be large enough to light a street lamp or kill an elephant. Tesla was assigned the challenge, but got caught up in the politics and broken promises of Edison. Companies who were dealing in arc lights were moving to incandescent bulbs, but they couldn't find any that were big enough to light bigger areas. So Tesla was tasked with creating a safe system of arc illumination, which he did, but on presentation of it to Edison, found out that Edison had scrapped the project in the meantime, as the incandescent bulb company had invented a bulb bright enough for street lamps, making Tesla's work now obsolete. Tesla requested his $50,000, but was told that he, quote, didn't have the American sense of humor yet. That's probably not how Edison talks. And due to his salary, I'm Edison. Yeehaw! And due to his salary remaining the same as it was when he first joined the Edison Group, he then resigned, which is fair enough. I once worked for Boston Scientific, and I got a slight wage increase every 6 months just for physically staying in the job. I wasn't a fucking genius, so that's fair enough. In the years after Tesla left, he reflected on his relationship with Edison, and his opinion was summed up by this quote: "What a cunt." No, here's the actual quote.
It's like Noel Gallagher, like, Edison, he's a fork in a world of soup.
He's a fucking wanker.
That's what he said about Noel said about Liam Gallagher, you know.
Oh, yeah.
He said he's a fork in a world of soup.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful quote. You could say Tesla was a spoon in a world of forks. But Tesla's opinion of Edison was summed up in this quote: "If he had a needle to find in a haystack, he would not stop to reason where it was most likely to be, but would proceed at once with the feverish diligence of a bee to examine straw after straw until he found the object of his search. I was almost a sorry witness of his doings, knowing just a little theory and calculation would have saved him 90% of the labour. Trusting himself entirely to his inventor's instinct and practical American sense, the truly prodigious amount of his actual accomplishments is little short of a miracle."
That is some insult. That's
Burn!
Roasted.
That is a fucking burn.
19th century roast.
Yeah. Very, very...
That's engineer talk for thick continent.
yeah. That's it.
Yeah. What do you think? Tesla really had a...
I can relate to Edison. I'm very much
Yeah.
jump in and, destroy the place without actually thinking about it first.
Yeah. Same, actually, yeah.
That is an absolute... I mean, there's not much meat left on the bones with that
Yeah.
insult.
And I mean, like, if he's not getting any kind of salary increase or anything, really, for his hard work, then yeah, I mean, of course you're going to feel I mean, like I said, I've been in jobs where pretty much AI would probably take it over yesterday.
Yeah.
But I was physically there doing the job and got rewarded for, there seems to be no loyalty, no appreciation. Edison doesn't come across very well at all.
More so, it was the kind of the boisterous or maybe overzealous promise of to any man who can invent me this thing that I need right now, £50,000 will adorn his pocketbook or whatever. And then Tesla was like, yeah, oh, okay, like
did it.
There's a bit of neuro spiciness off him with the fucking literal thinking and the whole kind of like, okay, I'll do that then. And then he goes, here's the bulb, and it's like, what? I said that after too many sherries, Tesla.
Yeah.
You haven't got the American sense of humor yet. But I'd say if he had to come to him 6 weeks beforehand, before the other crowd had done it, he may have had to give him the fucking spondoolies, like,
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It just seems that...
Is he like, when a guy starts on a building site and they're like, nip off to the shop and get me,
Sky hooks.
Yeah. And he actually comes back with a sky hook and he's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Skirting board ladder and tartan paint.
Actual tartan paint. Like, Tesla actually went and did it and he's like,
where did you get this glass hammer?
This crazy Croat. The fuck is a sky hook?
Yeah, he basically went like and invented something that became functionally and technologically obsolete, but like had never been invented up until that point.
Yeah.
And they went, okay, I'll do it then. Like, he completed the impossible. And 50 grand is something like, 800,000 in today's dollars. And Edison had the money.
Yeah.
So Tesla was like, well, sure, that means that I could do this. And I could fucking bounce and do a whole lot of my own shit. It'd be class. Like, and he just stiffed him on the deal.
Yeah.
If he was alive now, would he be just like a guy from JML or whatever? Which is fucking, it's clever, but I mean, I can't just set it on the shelf instead of.
Are your light bulbs exploding and burning down elephants? Not anymore. Dude, JML.
You need this, a candle.
Here's Nikola Tesla.
You just see a guy standing
in his
beside
wax factory.
Standing beside like a smoking elephant going like...
The wife's like, not again.
It's got that like...
the red lines.
The red...
Pilot dead elephants in the garden.
We got to make this sketch. Where can we get some elephants? That's all I want to know.
AI, CGI.
But yeah, I mean, Edison could have kept him on board and kept him sweet.
Yeah, even giving him something nominal, like a fucking wage increase, instead of like fucking him up the arse on a 50 grand paycheck and then not even giving him the fuck. Like
I invented this fucking thing. What do I need Edison for?
Tesla made it from nothing. Yeah. So like it was only a side project, and he wasn't even giving him his good stuff. So like it was just, I think Edison was afraid of Tesla and wanted to put him in his spot. Yeah. Just being like, fuck you, think I'm Thomas Edison, and Tesla was like, You're the lad. You're the lad who, you're all fur coat and no knickers, like bluster and fucking loads of work that you don't really have to do just to be looking busy because you actually can't do anything. And once you realise that, the respect's gone out the window, and you're kind of like, I thought you were fucking class, but you're actually just like
an agent.
Yeah, walking around looking over people's shoulders, saying, "Well done, this is great." Can we just what about those GPS reports, like that kind of shit? Unfortunately. But a lot of people still revere Edison. A lot of people still think that he's the fucking king shit of fuck mountain in America, and he has a lot of...
well, it's a very American sensibility that he has,
Yeah.
In a way. Not to diss America, but...
Technological colonialism.
Have you seen America lately?
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. So with the philosophizing about business practices and fucking art versus money. Money! Father! Out of the way, we get down to the time when Tesla's handing in his fucking
pink slip,
his P45, and
the equivalent thereof.
He invented the P45 for that specific purpose, and he said, no more. I don't want to be taken advantage of. You owe me 50 grand, you cunt. And Edison is like, yeah, good joke. Which to me seems like an incredible advantage-taking opportunity of a man who, in your employ, was given an order and then wasn't paid for his remit. But while Marty and Doc Brown were wrestling with Biff Tannen over a matter of $80,
Great Scott!
Marty, there's a Serb Croat in New York.
It's a shame. Yeah, why didn't Doc get Tesla to help get Marty back to the past?
It's a fucking missed opportunity, man.
Back to the past. Forgot they were in the past.
The lesser known sequel.
It's still in the past. The 80s is still in the past. There, I'm correct. I'm not an idiot. Sorry.
I remember when in 2015 the date came and went, and then it was like,
no one cared.
Almost. So yeah, when Marty and Doc were wrestling with Biff Tannen, Tesla was in New Jersey, setting up the Tesla Electric Light Company over here in 1885, where they were providing street lamps to the cities of New Jersey. So they set up the Tesla Electric Light Company, a separate company, as opposed to the Edison Electric Company, which eventually would be subsumed into General Electric and become the titan of industry that it is today and has been for about 100 years. But Edison still had this partial hold over Tesla and the creations that he devised in Menlo Park. And Edison's patent attorney, Lemuel Serrell, who was able to grant patents to Tesla as he developed on the original ideas. So Tesla would take an idea he had in Menlo Park 10 years before, or 8 years before, and say, I've changed it such and such thusly. And I guess Edison still had that kind of like ideological hold over him where he had to come and kind of ask for permission, where regular patent law would be like, well, I've added to it and added this separate part. There's one part in all the documentaries and all the movies that's specifically stipulated at this point where Tesla would come up with a very complicated device that had a lot of moving parts, and because of the way patent law was made at the time, they couldn't just like patent the whole thing as one invention, that they had to break it up into like 7 or 10 or 15 different component parts and patent each one of them and then put it together in the combined end result. Now, to me, looking at it like critically, that seems like they're breaking it down into the component parts so that the end result, which is the actual functional machine, couldn't be patented, which meant that the result from putting all of these components together was free reign. Like you could have, it was like public domain on the motor. Yeah. So say, for example, like Tesla wanted to patent the motor, and Edison and his boyos were like, well, we'd like to make a motor too, and if he's the only one that's allowed to make it because the patent, like, we have to fucking... So they patented all the components and then just found alternatives to those components to make the same idea. And the whole thing is, the value in it was the idea of putting those things together, which were just variations of other versions of them. It seems like a really sneaky way around, like, copying other people's ideas, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like taking the premise of all the different jokes and just changing the names, or taking the fucking... Right, it's got 4 wheels and a seat, like, and it's electric, so, but like Tesla you can't have another Tesla car. It's the specifics of it, the brand, the use case, and
the packaging,
and the faith in the brand and who makes it and stuff like that. So Edison obviously was using the ideas of Tesla but trading on the name of Edison. I thought it was really sneaky. I just thought, that's how these cunts were doing business. So Lemuel Serrell basically had Tesla under the thumb, and these patents that he amended were then used as leverage to be able to get shares in the Tesla Lighting Company from his partners B.A. Vail and Robert Lane. So this venture, the Tesla Electric Lighting Company, became so successful that Vail and Lane didn't need Tesla anymore, and they had his patents because he had amended them with Serrell, and Edison owned them. And Tesla had come along and said, right, well, you get all of these things together and you put them together and you make this machine. And they're like, cool, fuck off. So, because he had no intellectual property rights over the final product because they made him patent them individually. So they let him go away from the company, fucked him out, and with nothing, only a bunch of shares. So he held all these shares in a company that could have been dissolved at any moment. He couldn't sell them on really because the company hadn't taken off yet. But the boys knew the value in the invention. So he basically did a whole bunch of other work now. So he's gone from out of the frying pan into the fire, out of Edison's pocket into the pocket of these two cunts who basically milked him again for something that he had invented, diddled him out of it through shenanigans in patent law, and then fucked him out of his own company. And kept the Tesla name, which was already synonymous with ingenuity and creativity and all this stuff, even though he was still Edison's, like, whipping boy or whatever. Like, it's double cuntishness. And these Vail and Lane never get called out in any of these podcasts. I've never heard of them. But these are from Tesla's own letters and from some of the Tesla biographies I was reading. Bad cunts, like, aren't they?
Just big dogged at every stage.
Mm-hmm. And he was just like, I just want to make this thing. And you guys are starting out money. He's starting out the painting. So can I just make it? Like, he didn't care about any of the business or paperwork. He just wanted to make the fucking thing. So now he was without his own inventions or the ability to replicate or recreate them. He was on his arse money-wise. And he was at his lowest, both financially and, like, intellectually, creatively, spiritually, obviously, self-confidence-wise, self-esteem-wise. And in order to make ends meet, Nikola Tesla, famed inventor and notorious genius, had to end up going fucking digging ditches for $2 a day, a 12th of what he was being paid as an engineer. So for the whole of 1986 and most of 1987, for the whole of 1886, Welcome to my life. It's 86. For all of 1886 and some of 1887, he hadn't got a pot to piss in because he was getting paid $2 to dig ditches, man.
You think he would have invented one?
Yeah, invented a ditch digging machine. Well,
the Tesla piss pot.
It fills itself with piss.
Finally, I have something.
It draws the piss from within you.
So it turns out he didn't like all the ditch digging and the mindful physical work didn't go to waste. Colin, maybe you can tell us how the digging ditches went.
Oh yeah, our Nick wasn't totally defeated. He used his big brain time digging ditches to devise a way to be able to power a power station burning coal in a much safer and efficient way using the thermomagnetic motor. He brought these ideas to his foreman, who just by chance knew the superintendent of Western Union, because that's where they were digging ditches for cables to connect to the head office to the stock exchange. Yeah. Imagine the luck. The chances. Alfred Brown had heard of Tesla and his ingenuity and took the AC and the thermoelectric motor idea and ran with it, specifically to a wealthy lawyer called Charles Peck in New Jersey, and they demonstrated the AC device to him in 1887. A new version of the Tesla Electric Company was founded, with Tesla getting a third of all the money that the company generated. So that turned out nice.
Yeah, I mean, going from digging ditches for a year with the head down, he ended up coming up with this new idea, and it just took a little bit of fucking, brain space and away from a bunch of cunts who are robbing you. He did the very famous, what's known as the Columbus egg trick. So Christopher Columbus got an egg and he was able to make it float in water, and did like a magic trick for the natives by just cracking the bottom of it just before you put it in the water, and when you put it in, it floats upright. And it was like, oh, a magic thing. So Tesla thought it'd be a great idea, and kind of in a, I guess, like looking down on the people who he was selling it to kind of way, like they were like ignorant natives who knew nothing of physics. And he made this AC motor, and he made a gold coloured egg that was made out of titanium and iron, and he put it into the magnetic motor, the AC motor that was running one way, and then he was able to change it, the alternating current, to change the polarity and turn it the other way. And he puts the egg into the middle of this plate, and all the plates are interlinked, and he turns it on, and it goes, and we'll talk about how that particular thing works later on, but it's basically like a cross of opposite polarities, and it's going around, like when it's weakest on one side, it's strongest on the other, so it's like going around in a circle. And it basically took the egg, which was magnetized north to south, and it made it stand up on its tip. And he did that in the office for your man Peck, and he was like, "God damn, by George, he's
how much money do you want?
He's performing magic right in front of us. How much money? Yeah, and he
give me that shovel."
He blew his mind, like, and he was like, "Yeah, we got to fucking do this, man. This test guy's a genius."
Suffering from dry, tired, irritated eyes? Don't let dry eyes win. Use Sustain Pro. It hydrates, restores, and protects dry eyes for up to 12 hours. Sustain Pro. Triple action dry eye relief.
This episode is brought to you by Orgain. Orgain Creatine Monohydrate helps improve muscle size, strength, and power when combined with a regular exercise and weight training routine. It supports brain health, and it's certified with informed choice, so you can compete with confidence. Studies show that creatine may support brain health in vegetarians and aging individuals. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
So he's in better company now.
Yeah.
Italian-American Anthony Zighetti. Close?
Yeah, that's how babies say spaghetti. I think about it. Spaghetti. Can I have ball spaghetti?
Well, my man Zighetti was appointed by the company as Tesla's assistant, and they swiftly developed the first pyromagnetic motor, which Tesla thought was class. Actual quote. But it didn't get the patent application through.
Yeah, they made this
class, man.
It's pyro's fucking class. Did you see that egg? I made that egg float on the top of itself. Did you ever seen that before? Yart.
So they couldn't get the patent application through, so they all went back to AC and the motor Tesla was working on in Paris and Strasbourg, where he was dutifully ignored by Edison's men. Tesla redeveloped it, and instead of one coil, used 4 out of phase, and when one was at max positive, the other was max negative, and the rotating electrical field was produced.
So like an induction oven or an induction plate, you basically have like 2 opposing forces, and the vacuum of energy in between the two causes a heat, or in this case a charge.
Yeah.
And if you have like 4 circles and say 4 magnets, did you ever see that thing where they get a super frozen piece of metal and they put it on like they make a superconductor out of magnets and they go like that? So imagine that, but just without having to freeze the thing, and the thing that's going around it is a charged item, like a charged particle or a charged piece of metal. So like they're turning it on, and as they turn the next one on, they turn the one before it off. So you're just basically pushing it around the track by turning on the ring that's it's closest to.
Yeah.
So it pulls it in on one side and pushes it out the other side, and then as it turns off, the next part turns on and pulls it into that section, and so it's just going being pulled in and pushed out of a bunch of different circles, and then you can change the polarity of those to spin it around.
That's
the
how
other
I
way.
think they're moving those UFOs around, isn't it?
Yeah, that's basically it's Tesla technology. But he invented that shit by going, right, I have a great idea for one of these things. What happens if you put 4 of them? What happens if you put 16 of them together? What happens if you put 108 of them together? You're able to make stuff like what they have in Japan, which is the maglev train, which can go at 300 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
But it feels like you're just like floating on nothing, because it's just that system of like turning one on and turning the other off and pushing it forward, and it's frictionless, so you're not dealing with any of those kind of factors. Like, it's fucking this 120 years doing this for nothing. Like,
so this technology, it was enough to spin a rotor, which was famously a shoe polished tin balanced on a pin.
Yeah, that's what
science.
That's what he put on the desk, and your man's like, "What's this?"
From this, Tesla and they produced 2 full-scale motors, and in 1888, their patent was granted, and Tesla had created a groundbreaking new type of motor technology that would revolutionize engineering.
Yeah. New motor was created, Celtic Football Club, and fucking, what's that beer? 1888 was a big year.
Oh, Stella Artois.
Stella Artois, Celtic, and the biphase rotary motor.
That's when humanity peaked.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a big year, man. I don't know why I know that about
That'd be the great product placement in the Tesla movie that I'm writing, where he's like, "Oh, what an invention. Oh, I'm thirsty. Let me have a drink of this. Labeled to the front. What is that? Stella Artois. That's nice.
If I had a wife, I'd punch her."
If I wasn't afraid to touch people with my hands, I'd slap a cunt. Let me take off these gloves. I'd slap the Huns around the park.
And that was the origin of the phrase, "the gloves are off."
Yeah.
He's just inventing. He just can't stop inventing. The man sneezes and he invents the tissue.
He's prolific.
Prolific inventor.
So yeah, this section deals with one of, I feel like, the great loves of Tesla's life. A man who had faith when no other person had faith in him, who had money when no other person had money in him, but who also didn't go all the way, didn't have the vision, the foresight that Tesla had, but got him, Jesus, as nearly far to fucking greatness as he possibly could. And to be honest, as much as we're bigging up Tesla in this one, he kind of fucked him financially. We're talking about the infamous Westinghouse.
Westinghouse in the House.
Westinghouse in the House is this section, and it's a Jesus, man. It's a story. It's like those rock and roll tales, that Almost Famous, where it's like, man, we fucking trusted you, man. Here we are, telling secrets to the one guy you don't tell secrets to. Like, it's fucking Westinghouse. Like, gave him all the money and said, "Now, Tesla, don't fucking don't fuck me on this. He's like, I promise I won't. I gave him a bunch of money to do this one project, and he just totally did it on something else. He's just like, nah, I'm not bothered. I'm going to do something else. Like, you fucking bastard. But it was a tumultuous but very rewarding relationship with some lumps and bumps. Maybe, Ed, you could tell us a little bit about Westinghouse In The House.
Yes. In the 1880s, electric light was the new rock and roll, as rock and roll wouldn't be invented until the 1950s. And with Edison holding court and developing and propagandizing DC as the way forward, not Washington DC now, direct current, with his bulb technology, Tesla and AC, again, not the band, needed a champion with deep pockets. So in 1884, George Westinghouse took an interest in this emerging technology and had championed a few inventors before Tesla, but saw the market was becoming crowded with incandescent light and DC current. The problem with DC is that there needs to be a system or relays or smaller power stations placed closer together and closer to the areas, homes and businesses that they served. So think SimCity and run that fucking wire everywhere back in the day.
Do you remember? You had to ruin fucking residential areas to run wire through.
So this was the only way for it to be profitable, but it was also only available to people in cities and built-up areas, and there was a market Westinghouse identified that could be served by Tesla's technology.
Again, not completely fucking altruistic. There was obviously a business element to it, but at least Westinghouse wasn't a complete cunt who was, out to poach Tesla's ideas. He was working with them. There was that element of, the greater good. Let's create something new and
something that people
risky.
need.
Exactly.
Necessity is the mother of invention and also profit. As it turns out, invention is the mother of profit. So the technology behind AC meant that the voltage could be stepped up and serve a wider area, and with the invention of meters to measure usage per customer, and the monopoly on the tech after Edison had propagandized everyone away from AC, Westinghouse went on a sales campaign, and by 1888 had sold more AC power stations to remote areas than all the other DC companies combined.
Check that out now.
Pretty fucking...
That's a fucking feat in itself, right? That Westinghouse was able to go, right, this DC current, they're charged by the motor's horsepower. Like, so they were still measuring it, not in units, not in kilowatts, not in, milliwatt hours. They weren't able to measure it accurately. So you were basically going, how long have you got it turned on for? And they were just giving everyone the same amount of current, whether you used it to its full or not. It's like a water pipe that's always turned on, but you only turn on the house tap every so often to get it out. Like, it's a fucking waste of electricity. It's a waste of money to create the charge to send. It's a waste of everything. So Tesla invented the fucking electric meter to be able to meter his AC power and be able to turn it up and down as needed. And then he was also able to, Westinghouse was also able to lean back on the bad propaganda that Edison had put out by electrifying an elephant to death and go, come here, do you know that Edison had? Yeah. Do you know the way he killed an elephant with this AC current? He's like, yeah. That means it's strong enough to kill an elephant, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And we know that it's not dangerous, and I can show you this. And people who were rational, who were able to listen, and let's face it, like, you're not going to be selling this shit to somebody who didn't want it.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like, the people who were loyal to Edison weren't going to buy this anyway, whether it worked or not. So you were looking for people who had been pissed off with Edison already, who were fed up with these charges, who were fed up with this technology. And he fucking sold more than everybody else combined in the space of a year and a bit. Like,
it's a great montage sequence in the movie.
All the handshakes coming in and deals being done, and
newspapers spinning. Man sells well.
Posters of Edison just torn in half.
Dartboard. Motivation.
He invented darts to be able to throw them with pictures of Edison.
Yeah, that's the origin of darts. This was under the development of the technology of a William Stanley Jr., who was no Tesla, but after the presentation at Columbia University from Tesla, the boys who robbed him of his patents were up for selling them and making a quick buck. None of them knew, however, that Westinghouse was sitting on an unrealized gold mine and agreed to buy them. But he needed Tesla to make the whole thing really work.
Yeah. So Tesla's doing his own PR about AC current, and he's showing like the efficiency, this new phase power, 3-phase power, showing how it can be stepped up and stepped down. It travels over long distances. All of these, marketable and really like super functional and cost-effective ways of being able to transfer electricity as opposed to Edison's DC. And there's a whole element now here where we're not going to go too deep into it because at the time of the original Tesla episode, I decided to go into it and talk about JP Morgan. But now we've done a whole JP Morgan episode where I talked about this at length. But to summarize, JP Morgan did a thing in 1873 in the panic, and there's another panic in 1893 in the market, right? So in the late 19th century in America, there was no consolidated currency, right? So there was no like US dollar as such. There was loads of different state dollars. There was loads of different independent banks, and they made these promissory notes. So there's loads of different types. You've heard of like greenbacks and stuff like that. So there's loads of different types of American currency, right? Spondulics, shekels,
bones.
Yeah, clams. Yeah, you pair with a few clams, see? There was no like set national currency. There was no federal centralized banking. And what would happen was these banks would go out of business, and then all their promissory notes would then become useless because there was things like a run on the bank. So say, for example, do you ever watch It's a Wonderful Life? And when he's like, now calm down, everybody. Hey, you, Chauncey, remember when you're looking for money for me, for your child's... you wanted a trampoline on the Back to Work scheme, remember? Or whatever it was. I can't remember the exact script, but he was like... hey, you wanted to get a ride on lawnmower, tax-free, huh? Remember that? And I lend you the money now. You take a step back now, Chauncey. Right? And he's making sure that everybody doesn't come and take all the cash out of the bank. Yeah. Because that means the bank will become insolvent and they go out of business. Because there's loads of notes. Like the promissory notes were written like, I owe you fucking $40. And that's a $40 note that you give to somebody else and blah, blah, blah. So JP Morgan played upon that volatility in the market, and there was a volatility in that went all the way up to the highest reaches of the government. And there was a point in the late 1880s, early 1890s, where the American government nearly went out of business because of this. They only had $60 million left in the whole government. And at one point in 1897, for the first time ever in history, the only time ever before or since, the whole of America, like the government had zero national debt. And it was because of a loan that JP Morgan gave to the government, who they eventually paid back. But at one point in the early 1890s, JP Morgan basically owned America, like the whole country, the whole government. They were so out of money that they were like, we need a billionaire to be able to give us money. And he was the only one that had it. But he speculated on all these businesses. He speculated on all of these stock market and commodity booms and busts. These started rumors to drive the value down on stuff. And in something called the Knickerbocker affair, he ended up making a false kind of a false bubble around copper. And he ended up cornering the market, basically owning all the copper in the United States. So everything that was made out of copper, all your heating systems, all your pipes, all the plumbing, all the electrical wiring, like all these motors and Tesla coils and all of these things that were being made to charge and store energy and transmit the power across the country, and all these new lights, all these filaments and bits and all the metals, all that stuff. Like JP Morgan owned all of it, top to bottom, right? So he and Edison were doing business, and Edison had this DC current, which, as we know, had to have power stations closer to the areas. If you wanted to go over longer distances, you had to have these like transformer relays where over about a 2-mile radius the power would go and then start to lose its current, and you'd need another station to go and ramp it back up to kick it on down the line. So basically Edison's built-in, what would you say, built-in like mistake or built-in fallacy in his system was financially beneficial for JP Morgan because it meant that they needed way more copper for all the fucking pipes. They needed way more copper and all the metals, the precious metals that he had a monopoly on over the country to make all these huge, big, thick fucking copper pipes to pump all this electricity down. So it was like, as we go along, then we find
it's a
out
bit like oil companies now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Making it
like those cars are silly.
Yeah.
You know.
What are you doing that for? It's because they're fucking running out of affordable oil to take out of the ground, and it's more affordable to farm lithium, so they're doing like battery powered cars. But it's the same amount of damage to the fucking environment, right? So like JP Morgan went, right, well, I want everyone to be using all this copper. Fuck wireless electricity. Fuck Tesla. And he ended up siding with Edison and doing this whole thing. So Westinghouse investing in this AC, like everyone was going DC, and AC was making it a lot easier and a lot cheaper because you didn't need as many wires, you didn't need all this insulation, you didn't need all this stuff. And JP Morgan had cornered this market. So there was a conspiracy against Tesla and his technology and Westinghouse and his support of Tesla to stop them from advancing this, because it was like, you're ruining the fucking scam, man.
Yeah.
Where Tesla, and by association Westinghouse, was using this like altruistic, we're going to help the world, we're going to reduce the costs, and it just shows you, like, at the highest levels of government, at the highest levels of industry, there is only money as a consideration.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's none of this, like, we're doing it for you and blah, 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 blah. You thought, like, oh, we're fucking taking a jab to save your neighbour, to save your granny. We're money. Do you know? Well, oh, come on, man. We're not going to eat beef like 2 days a week because we want to fucking save the planet. We're going to eat fucking cockroach fucking bars like in Snowpiercer or something. There's money. It's money. It's new. It's fresh meadow. It's new markets. It's like, what can we have control over? We don't have to deal with the fucking Saudis. We don't have to deal with the Ruskies. We don't have to deal with the fucking Chinese. What can we do on our own? We just change the fucking narrative, electrocute a few elephants, and tell some lies and make some money, man. Yeah.
I thought it was just one.
It starts with just one. Them elephants don't do what they're fucking told, man.
They're not critically endangered, but they are endangered. So yeah,
it's crazy that people don't see these fucking repeating patterns of purposeful fucking fallacious systems of organization. This built-in self-destruction. This what do you call it? What's that thing where you have the phones and they break?
Mission Impossible.
Planned obsolescence.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Planned obsolescence, like this purposeful self-destruction, this self-aging. Like, there's now European laws. You know, if you spend over like €1,000 or £1,000 or $1,000 on a piece of electronic equipment that's supposed to last for 5 years, despite whatever the warranty says.
Yeah.
So like, if you have an iPhone, you spent more than £1,000 on it, but they don't want you to fucking know that you can ring up the manufacturer, you can ring up Apple and go, under the power of the EU law, and they're like, have a phone, shut the fuck up, don't tell anybody. Because these things are being made to be obsolete after a certain period of time.
Yeah,
that's good to know, because my iPhone is acting up.
Yeah, ring them up, man, and be like,
The port is annoying. I have to stand it up and put pressure on the... Because remember I was down there the last time and it was like, I wouldn't charge, and
wouldn't charge my good charger.
It's the phone, not the charger.
I was thinking.
Isn't it funny with all that technology, and if you went on to YouTube for a tutorial on how to fix that, they're like, stick a wooden toothpick and jiggle it about till a sock comes out, basically. There's so much fluff in there.
Have you made sure there's not a rolled up hardened snot inside the charging port of your phone? Because that happens. But you know what I'm saying?
There
Like,
was a burnt bit of tusk in there.
An old beard dust bunny.
Who knows how I got it?
Toenail.
Nicola had my phone last, so I blame him.
There's a bit of Liga in there. I'm just saying, like, that's like a little anecdote that we had in the last episode that I went into very, very deep detail in the JP Morgan episode and the Knickerbocker thing and how the copper market was cornered and all this stuff. Like, there was planned obsolescence in that whole system.
Yeah.
That basically like scuppered wireless electricity before it started. It was never going to be a fucking runner, because how were you going to make money off it? And the only reason that Westinghouse and Tesla and Westinghouse made the meter to measure it is because that was the only way they were going to be able to get it over the line with these people. They needed a meter. Why without having a fucking meter, the lads were like, just open the tap and give it to them.
Yeah.
And they'll use it as is and we'll charge them loads. And then he made a meter and like, oh, you fucker, now we only have to charge them exactly what they use. Oh, so at every level, Tesla was like undermining these like gross capitalist, you know.
Because he wasn't thinking like a capitalist.
Exactly.
Yeah. He wasn't thinking
when things get like super efficient, there's no like materials even, you know, and nobody's paying for these like millions and millions of dollars of copper that they need. If you can just go boop and it fucking, you know.
But they're even talking about like taking gold and copper out of like all their electronics. And within the next 10 years.
Back then?
Now.
Now, yeah.
All of the fucking technologies that we use now all rely on copper for the bus, as it's called, like on these PCB boards that all the electronics are built on, and you have all your transistors and all this kind of stuff, where you won't need transistors, you won't need any of the stuff that makes the precious metals like your gallium and your zinc and all of this stuff. Do you know there's like 35% of all the precious metals that go into all the electronics we all use, including like phones and TV screens and all that stuff, comes from one place in one mine in China. So there's one place in the whole planet that was like, I don't know, a fucking asteroid from space that like banged into the ground that had all these metals in it. And that's the only place in the whole planet we can pull them shits out of. And once they're gone, it's like Power City.
Yeah.
Once they're gone, they're gone. And like,
it's a finite source.
Then there's no more phones. So they're getting all these old phones and pulling the copper and pulling the precious metals out and melting them down. So they're like, how are we going to get away from this? So in the next 10 years, we're going to be using quantum computing. So it means that they're going to be able to do processing calculations using light, not using silicon, which we do now, using light. And then we're transferring that using glass electronic lasers and beaming the data without using like the physical bus and having speeds that are like potentially infinite.
Yeah, well, get that into my house because I'm struggling in the countryside.
But like, this is inside your devices, so you know the way
in the device, outside the device, get it in my brain.
But that's the thing; it'll go into your brain, and then you'll be able to go up and have the thing shine in your eye, and it goes through into the chip because it'll be light through your retina into the chip at the back of your eye. That's showing up the stuff, the HUD or whatever.
I know Kung Fu.
And then you'll be able to know Kung Fu. Or they'll beam a movie and it'll take like 4 seconds to watch a whole movie. You won't get the experience of sitting and watching it, but in your mind, you'll be able to like experience it, you know?
And the AI and all that shit. And you just wake up one morning and go, I've seen every movie.
That's where the future's going, man. That's what people are designing now for 10 years' time. Like,
it's so weird.
It's fucked, isn't it?
Well, myself, my brother wrote a sketch.
And you'll still be hooking the dust out of you.
Yeah. We wrote a sketch ages ago, basically called the Japanese Brain Zapper, which was a device that you'd hook up to your head and it would like zap like 4 seasons of a show immediately into your brain in seconds, so you could, you know, catch up on be in the discussion about the latest Game of Thrones, but it just was like melting people's brains and stuff.
It's
not true.
It's a Black Mirror episode, and it's not far away from reality. Like, that stuff is in science fiction because it's almost about to be science fact.
That's why I think not this season of Black Mirror, the most recent one I haven't seen, but the previous season was so poor because it's like, well, all this shit has come to light.
We have actually half that shit now.
Yeah. So we can't really. It's harder and harder to satirize this stuff that is so close, because they're right in the bleeding edge of the truth and the reality.
There was like an old chart of like predictions, and I think it was like the BT something. I think it was done by BT.
Oh yeah,
and it was like, it might have been done like the 90s or something.
British Telecom.
Yes, and it was all these predictions for technology for like the next 20 or 30 years, and they were done in about 3 years.
Wow.
The thing was pointless after about 3 years. It was all like 1 gigabyte memory stick.
Never. Yeah. Jesus.
But I remember when a 1 gigabyte memory stick was like £500.
I worked in Curry's when you could get an SD card, and the first like 1 gigabyte card was £100.
Yeah, crazy.
For 1 gig.
And now you're like, that's half a good quality movie.
Yeah,
do you know? I have fucking 60 terabytes sitting under there. Like, Do you know? Yeah, there's
Thanks, Tesla.
There's a law. There's a law in computing that's now been used, for the first time in history, has been overridden for the first time ever.
What's that called?
Yeah, Moore's law.
Moore's law,
where like processing speed will double every 18 months forever, and it's been beaten for the last 3 years in much less time than 18 months, and like processing speed is going by so fast that would be at quantum computing at a commercial level within 10 years. They're talking about.
Yeah. Like, get it in my house.
Yeah. But remember years ago they used to have to offload a computer off a big truck, you know, and it's like wheeling, it's a whole room and there's like 9 women in white like nurses uniforms, like putting sheets of slotted paper into this thing going, I'm working the computer, see?
Yeah.
And it was a whole and now that thing is like in a Game Boy.
Yeah.
Do you know? That's what a quantum computer is now, but in 10 years' time it's going to be
even
like,
a solid state hard drive was a fucking big leap in my world.
Yeah,
It was like, you know, you used to have to transfer files overnight and you come back and you're like, oh shit, there's still 27 gig in that. And now you just go like 2 terabytes and it's like, boom, done.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Straight over.
But
anyway, that's the fucking crack with JP Morgan. He was an awful cunt and he scuppered the job in, but we're not going to talk too much more about him in this episode because we did a whole episode on him. So let's continue on with Westinghouse and his seemingly altruistic endeavors with Tesla there, Ed.
Yeah, so the deal that he struck was almost unbelievable from Westinghouse's point of view. $200,000 dues being asked for, and eventually a deal was struck on a commission basis where Tesla would be included in the deal, where Westinghouse paid $70,000 and a commission of $2.50 per horsepower. Sorry, not horsepower. Horsepower.
Avenging his brother's death there.
For each motor.
So the lads who owned it, that's where I was going with that. The lads who owned it, the patents was still Edison and by proxy JP Morgan.
Yeah.
And they were trying to milk Westinghouse for all of his money. So 200,000 at the time was around about $6.5 million, which was a serious amount of money. And especially in them days.
Yeah.
And they managed to negotiate them down. And Westinghouse was like arguing with your man Peck and your man Stellans to be like, this is fucking Tesla stuff, like can you finagle it? So they ended up negotiating on Tesla's behalf for $250 per horsepower, and everybody got a nice deal out of it.
Yeah, he guaranteed the lads $5,000 the first year, $10,000 the next year, and $15,000 per year for the 17 years the patent remained with Tesla. Now owning the lion's share of this profit, amassing to $315,000, which is approximately $10 million in today's money. Westinghouse would regret this commission-based deal later.
He would, because basically it was so successful that Tesla ended up being owed millions of dollars in those times, which ended up being hundreds of millions of dollars.
So you want horsepower?
Yeah,
I'll give you fucking horsepower.
He made a million volts, and he was the first lad to ever produce 5 million volts. Like this is like 100,000.
Forget
times.
how much he hates horses after the brother. Give you all the fucking horses you want.
He made more electricity than any man ever in history combined, like in the space of like a few months, like so effortlessly with this machine. Westinghouse was, if he had honoured the contract, basically was on his hole, and he had to come to Tesla with his cap in his hand and say, and we talked about this in the JP Morgan episode, so he had to come and say, come here, listen man, if I pay you what I owe you, it's over, we're fucked. Can you like not take this money off me, please? And Tesla's like, oh, go on then. And he ripped up the fucking contract and let him off with this crazy deal.
Yeah.
Because Tesla knew that your man didn't know, but Westinghouse had advocated against Edison and Morgan and Peck on his behalf and got a good deal. Instead of paying 200,000, they got it away with 50, and Westinghouse fronted the money. So he goes, you done me a solid, I'll do you a solid. Bish bash bosh. Forget about the horsepower clause. And let him off with like millions of dollars, basically. But like kept the ball rolling, kept the whole thing going. And then Tesla ended up betraying Westinghouse by going off and trying to make wireless electricity at Wardenclyffe, which is a whole different thing. But it's mad, like how it has to transpire. Like Tesla just wanted to make something, and all the boys were fucking scrabbling for a bit of money here, a bit of money there. Yeah.
Which is why he's remembered as an inventor and a genius and a businessman.
Yeah, but it's the businessmen that have their fucking names on all the buildings, and they weren't forgotten for 100 years. And they weren't fucking. They didn't die penniless on a loan, covered in pigeon shit.
Yeah, but I mean that's the story of the genius, you know.
Yeah.
Often that is the story of a genius, which is. It's going to be depressing end for my movie, but you know, at the same time, it's got an elephant being electrocuted, and I've got some scenes of Tesla
being played
hunting
by Cillian
horses.
Murphy.
Because I just imagine he hates horses, so yeah, he'll go hunting them on a private island that he buys or something, and everyone go, "This is factually incorrect," and it'll create a big scandal, which will only drive up box office receipts.
Man, I think a Tesla TV show wouldn't be too bad. We could do it.
Yeah,
we can definitely put together a treatment anyway.
There's enough story there
for sure. We've loads left.
Yeah,
let's keep going.
So Westinghouse was a champion for Tesla, and they won the contract for the World's Fair in 1893, which was to be the grand introduction of the power of Tesla's technology to the waiting world. First scene of the third act. Tesla was using this wireless AC tech to dazzle crowds of engineers and public alike, and went on a sort of a tour of his wares and displayed what would become television technology before John Logie Baird, neon lights and radar technology. He even presented wireless electricity technology in St. Louis, where he created a charge in the air and held two tubes which illuminated like lightsabers in his hands, to the amazement of the crowd, who then tried to burn him as a witch. He lit lamps and bulbs.
They couldn't get him though because he had the high ground.
Exactly. He lit lamps and bulbs of all types and sizes, even jokingly using Edison bulbs and mocking to the crowd that even they would work with his revolutionary new technology. Ooh, cheeky. These lamps were then reinvented by Tesla at the behest and funding of Westinghouse, so as to not infringe on Edison patents, and 250,000 of them, which is 250,000, were utilised in the illumination of Chicago at the World's Fair in 1893. Wow.
Like, that's some undertaking.
Yeah.
They basically lit up the whole World's Fair with wireless electricity.
Yeah.
That at the time was basically magic. Like,
yeah,
magic.
Think of that in 70mm IMAX. What a scene.
Are you listening, Christy?
That's in the trailer. With some fucking Hans Zimmer music behind it. Oh yeah.
I'm telling you. There's a whole thing then about the World's Fairs. I'm not going to go into too deeply now, but boys, did you ever hear of the tale of is the snooze hitting you hard, man?
What is a World's Fair?
How's your snooze? You were like, you look like you were fucking coming up really on poppers there. Yeah, it was
what is a World's Fair?
What do you mean?
What is a World's Fair?
What is that? Just everyone gets together and they're like,
it's like a kind
what
of
cool stuff have you got?
It's a it's like
tomorrow's world,
a tech fair. Yeah, it's like
before TV.
Look at all this stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
But there's a whole
it's like the Chelsea Flower Show, but with technology instead of pants.
Yeah. And at the time, it was like technology that was being built. It's not like, here's the 7th version of the same fucking camera that you bought. Like, it's not like what's that
like
called?
Futurists and scientists saying, here's what we think the future is going to be like. People are going to float in cars, living on the moon. Well, that's kind of how it was in some circles and in some circles, some things.
And in other places, there was recreations of like old civilization, like homages to old civilizations. Like they replicated like ancient Greece and ancient Rome, and had all these fountains and ginormous buildings and stuff. So
gay orgies,
vomitoriums and
tuck shops.
yeah.
Cigarette machines.
Tuck shops are just like you go in and someone just shoves your genitals in between your legs, tapes them to your arse,
and reads you a story. Yeah.
Ooh,
whether
a
you like
refreshing tuck shop.
Right, Bend over.
Look, I'm off to electrocute a baby elephant. That's all I can afford.
Can I get 2 from the top, 1 from the bottom, and a vowel, please, Carol?
Come on, but the meter's running.
It's a conspiracy theory. Well, it's a historical theory called Tartaria. You ever heard of this?
Tartaria?
Tartaria.
No.
Apparently, on ancient maps, there was this land where modern day Russia is now, and part of Scandinavia, all the way down to the Stans, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan. That's what this whole area, just west of China. And Tartaria was this very advanced kingdom that was basically put out of business. It was bred out, warred out. Like the Great Wall of China. I don't know if you know it. You heard of it?
Yeah.
It's a big wall.
Good wall, tremendous wall.
Great wall.
You can see the wall from space or from my house, from my penthouse apartment. And
in terms of bigness and greatness, it's pretty good.
You can find it in China.
China.
Apparently, the way that wall is constructed, the direction that it's facing is not keeping. It's supposed to be like to keep the Mongols out of China. It's supposed to be a defense wall, but it's actually facing the wrong way if that was its purpose. In fact, it's facing the other way. And apparently it was built by the Tartarians to keep the Chinese out.
Oh.
Right?
Can
like
a
the
wall face a certain way?
Yeah, well, the way that it's done geographically with all the fall-offs and all that stuff, that it would be no good. Like the low bit is on the wrong side, basically.
Yeah. The access.
Yes.
Ramp.
Yeah.
The wheelchair ramp.
There's loads of old world maps from the 15 and 1600s that have Tartaria written in that area. Do you know the way like Hibernia was Ireland and stuff?
Yeah. Tartaria.
So Tartaria was this ancient civilization that seems to have, and we're going to do an episode on it in season 10, that seems to have been basically deleted from modern history. And the reason it's been deleted is because there was a cabal of, globalists, people who wanted to take over the world, that destroyed this benevolent civilization around the same time as Atlantis, which makes it seem
mythical,
fantastical or mythical or unbelievable.
Like an Indiana Jones movie.
Exactly. Crystal skulls. But Tartaria was like a real place. There's been coins found. There's been, historical artifacts and stuff. And this civilization was very advanced, that they were thought to be like part of the original inhabitants of the earth. They have an ancient knowledge, and this ancient knowledge, not dissimilar to the Library of Alexandria and stuff, was taken, and parts of it were used and parts of it were kept secret, and the rest was all destroyed, right?
They were electrocuting woolly mammoths. But then they stopped because of the smell of burnt hair was just overwhelming.
Ooh, hey, get me them African elephants. Don't electrocute me. Or the Indian ones. Please, sir. Don't do that to me, okay? So yeah, Tartaria was this like very, advanced technological society, and they had their fingers in many political and jurisdictional pies all over the world, including America, which was populated and very advanced apparently before what we thought was the plantation of America by the English, and they took all the Indians and the blah blah blah. Like apparently there's there's been civilization in America for 250,000 years and stuff like that. That's all been buried, and the archaeology has all been brushed away. So it's like a fake history of the planet, right? So the world's fairs, now that we're talking about it, are a visible and photographed example of some of the actual cities in America, that these things were actual cities that were built. Now, when you look at like pictures of the World's Fairs, these are fucking huge architectural undertakings. They basically built giant cities. They recreated ancient Greece and Rome. They and we're talking about 10 stories high, huge, monolithic, ginormous buildings,
like a Cecil B. DeMille movie set, or something.
Something fucking crazy, What Dreams May Come, these fucking huge, hundreds of steps and giant, like the Colossus of Rhodes, like these 400 feet fucking statues that straddle a lake, in St. Louis or something like that, all huge fucking impossible buildings, you know, that were all filled with all these wonders that were brought from all over the world, like ancient Egypt and stuff, and ancient Rome, and like all of these ancient civilizations that were all being celebrated, and everyone came to marvel at all this new technology and stuff. Technology that at the time, like they had electric bikes, they had electric scooters. People were going around on like electric skateboards and like electrified fucking one wheel. Did you ever see those one wheel?
Yeah.
Remember in South Park and had to suck the dick and it fucked them up the arse and they went around. Like they had them as like operational vehicles and shit. They had like electric powered scooters that they would go to and from. Yeah. And all of this shit was
just going to have to Google the image while we talk here.
Yeah, do it, man. Like this shit is bananas, right? And the conspiracy goes, I'm going to talk about it in great detail on the Tartaria episode itself. The conspiracy goes that the World's Fairs were alleged to be temporarily constructed cities, huge buildings, like great homages to this ancient technology and ancient architecture and civilizations, when in reality, in fact, they were the real remnants of these cities and real remnants of these civilizations and technologies in the cities in America that were celebrated one last time, purported to be a temporary construction, and then deconstructed as if like the World's Fair is over. Now the World's Fair could go on for 2, 3, 4 years, but they deconstructed these buildings, broke them all down, disposed of everything, like got rid of it all, and then built the modern day cities on top of it.
Yeah.
So it was a great way to wipe away the civilization, and any pictures and any kind of stuff, any remnants of those World's Fair images was all like, well, that was the World's Fair. That was from when we recreated ancient Greece and Rome for the laugh, and then we took it apart. Now, I know it's pretty far-fetched. But like,
also seems if you want to hide the existence of something, probably not a good idea to put on a big show and invite everyone to look at it.
But it was a great excuse to
unless it's like a hiding in plain
soon.
sight argument, which I can see, but
But it was there, people saw it. But
like a double bluff.
Within 4 generations, we've all forgotten about it because it was like, what was that thing where there was like the big massive statues? That was the World's Fair. It was made out of papier-mâché. Was it though? Yeah, of course it was. Sure. Why would they take down a statue that big? They couldn't delete a civilization, could they? Come on, don't be a dope. But the thing is, like,
they've never done that before.
They've never like all these sort of conspiracy theories when you know, like the idea of them tricking you into thinking, you know, like, come over here, we just built this, enjoy it, and then it's actually existed for thousands of years, and then they're like, right, away home, and then they take it down. And basically the same sort of thing. There's loads of conspiracies where, you know, the government's tricked you into something, and I always think, like, do they not just have the power to do it? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
To take it down rather than show you.
Yeah, rather than fucking, you know, you could apply it to anything. Like, you know, the vaccine came in to control people. Like, can they not just control you? Or, you know.
But to have you do it willingly. Obviously, these cities were there and there was people living in them. So in order to have them deconstructed and taken down, they obviously promised the people at the time, like, see all this new technology that we've shown you? We're going to replace... Like, think about the fucking image of the future from the 50s or even from the 70s. We were going to be wearing fucking silver jumpsuits, flying in rockets to Mars for the crack at the week, for the long weekend. Everyone would have a robot made. The dog would be in a space shit suit. Do you know what I mean? You could, you know, fucking...
Sounds quite similar
get
to...
your dick sucked by a fucking machine.
Do you remember, like, the Beijing Olympics? Where they just, like, flattened the place to build, like, new... arenas and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, be handy if you didn't live here anymore. We just...
But the only people that affected, really, because I've never seen Beijing before or after, and I've never been there. Have you any?
No.
So the only people that would really affect is the people from Beijing.
Yeah.
And if you promise them, like, some good shit afterwards, they'd be like, yeah, okay, go on then. And then when it's gone and they're like, hey, you promised this, and it's like, I don't think you understand the American sense of humor.
Yeah.
At all.
Do you know I thought you were going to say, have you ever seen Beijing? Does it exist? Is it flat?
But that's I'm not going that far.
That's right. I thought you were
but like,
as well.
this is the thing, that there's an
I've
ancient,
never seen a Beijing.
An ancient civilization. And think about it, like, within this timeline, right? This is 1893, 1894 for the Chicago World's Fair. Within 10 years, JP Morgan and the the monster at Jekyll Island, which is the place where the Federal Reserve was conceived and the IRS was created and the modern America that we know today was incepted. Within 10 years, all that shit was ready to rock. We had a consolidated bank. We had billionaires, oligarchs running the country. And within 10 years after that, we were in a fucking global world war. And within 10 years after that, you were talking about the first billionaires had monopolies on oil. They had monopolies on all precious metals. They had monopolies on coal. They had monopoly. They were all just split up into these monopolies. And as soon as those people figured out, like, oh, fuck, these boys have monopolies on everything, they made laws to get those monopolies overturned. And within 2 years of those antitrust laws being made, we were in another world war. So, like, and then after that world war, there was the greatest period of growth and technological advancement of all time. And all of these ancient cities and all the European cities with all of this ancient knowledge, all of the fucking, most of Europe, most of France, Belgium, all of these countries were just fucking smashed to bits with bombs, and fucking all the cities, all the records of everything, like the history of all the stuff, all the paper records, like everything was gone. Like, what's the best way to wipe that shit out? Fucking war, burn it down. Like, we can't tell anything before 1922 here in Ireland because all of the records were burnt up. So, like, the best way to make people forget who they were is to fucking delete it, like. And then you don't pass it down only through songs and fucking songs and stories. Like, so it's easy to make people forget that shit. And then we were thinking about, like, ancient civilizations and fucking, you know, technology that's, you're finding shit that can't be explained all around the world archaeologically, finding like 20,000-year-old cities in fucking Turkey and Derinkuyu, and finding fucking, you know,
Göbekli
Tepe and finding fucking you know,
Hancock impression.
Finding ancient technologies within the pyramids that we're going to talk about near the end, like Tesla finding, like, using resonance to create electricity, and then we find out that there's a bunch of cunts going hum into the pyramids, and the pyramids are humming back. I was like, oh, this could have been a giant battery, using the technology that Tesla rediscovered in 1901. Like, so I do think that there is something to this, and that Tesla was made to be forgotten about. He had access somehow to this natural knowledge that was
lost or destroyed at one point.
I think dutifully and purposefully destroyed for the reasons I laid out with JP Morgan going, yo, how am I going to sell this copper if everybody has free shit? Like,
yeah.
Do you know, is Tartaria, does that seem far-fetched to you boys?
No.
That there's an ancient civilization 150 years ago that was deleted, like in Westworld. Remember when the man came down and the whole village was covered in sand? They're like, I remember there was something here, and he finds the steeple of the church, and he's like, fuck. Bernard is like,
everything I've watched in all of those ancient civilizations, I do. It's all plausible to just think that it was destroyed by something or somebody at some point.
Not even by accident, but like by colonialism or by imperialism.
Yeah, just
on purpose.
Like takeovers. Yeah, I mean,
if you
done it with the Mayans.
Yeah,
you know,
where did them shits go?
Yeah,
fucking Kaiser Sose.
Like if people are pushing like religions and stuff when they swoop into a country, why would they not push every other form of technology or whatever that they wanted these new people to pay for?
Yeah, like how many empires have risen?
You can move stones with noise. Fuck that. Do you want a digger? Do you want a lorry?
How are we going to sell diggers if we have all these humming cunts around the place? Yeah. I'm a digger millionaire, you know. But like, yeah, how many fucking, you know, how many empires rose and fell, all like for the last, like, say 4,000 years? You're talking about, like, you know, Gauls and Mongols and Tatars and Macedonians and Greeks and Romans and fucking all, like, and there's not a screed of the cunts left. There's only a few statues of fucking tits and no arms. Like, there's nothing left of the cunts.
Yeah.
So, like, Tartaria seems to be, if they were that powerful or whatever, that they were.
I think you need a map on the wall of Tartaria.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to do that episode because there's so much in it, like, that is really
Queen of
juicy.
The Tarts.
Yeah, it's really juicy. So, yeah, the World's Fair stuff, I feel, definitely put Tesla on a different level. where people were like, "Oh fuck, who did this shit?" Like a wireless, and he was out holding the fucking the tube lights, like, "Turn it on, Pascal, turn it on. Look at this," and people were like, "Wow, we get free electricity," blah blah blah.
And in that crowd was a very young George Lucas. He's older than you think. Like,
Dude, yeah.
I got an idea.
All I can picture is one of those tubes that just goes like, Tesla up there. You like that?
I think that it sounds like a cow having a fit.
Yeah, I love it.
Having a stroke. Bring
Bring
the cattle in, Dad. We need to electrocute them until they burn.
So Niagara Falls is the next chapter in Tesla's story, and after Tesla's theories on transmitting current over long distances was realized and was in demand over Edison, with the DC faults quite evident, the cost and the digging of ditches and stuff like that. Edison couldn't get DC to travel for more than 2 miles without transformers and a complex system of air compressed tubes and heavy and expensive cables made of copper from JP Morgan. Tesla had sent current 26 miles in the US with this wireless system. And the same technology had been used to send usable current 109 miles or 175 kilometers in Frankfurt in Germany. So the International Niagara Commission head, Lord Kelvin, offered a bounty of $20,000 to the best plan to harness the power of the falls for the creation of electricity. Now, very quickly, we did talk about it before, and it's going to be a spotlight episode because it's too complicated to lash into this thing with all of the political tither and hither. Westinghouse paid for, remember I said that Tesla gypped Westinghouse for a bunch of money. So basically, Tesla promised Westinghouse, "I'll build you this generator and we can, we do this whole thing." And he had a baby version of it on his lab in Colorado Springs, and then they ended up making a big tower of it called the Wardenclyffe Tower. I'll tell you about Niagara Falls, and I'll tell you about it in a minute then, because we go like this. So the Niagara Commission head, Lord Kelvin, promised 20 grand to the best plan to harness the power of the falls, and Kelvin had obviously fallen for the propaganda and was opposed to alternating current. So he was like an Edison believer at the time. Because of ignorance, really, and susceptibility to propaganda, but he saw it being demonstrated at the Columbia University, and he was now ready and willing to put this technology to use in Niagara. From 14 plans that were submitted using old tech like tubes, hydraulics, direct current, and one other unrealized alternating current prototype, Tesla was then finally chosen as the man for the job. And Westinghouse, who was his sugar daddy basically, was chosen to be the financier behind the project. So Tesla was in a serious financial rut at this stage, and the dissolution of that contract with Westinghouse over the
patents,
the mooch Hudson Aero per horsepower to keep the company afloat meant that he was financially destitute. So he's basically on his hole for he was on the pot noodles for lunch. He hadn't got a pot to piss in. And
he had to invent pot noodles, and he lost the patent for that as well.
Exactly. For Big Noodle was out to get him, man.
Every time you eat a pot noodle, Tesla's ancestors have to pay money.
You're costing me money. Beef and tomato.
Horse flavour.
Dang.
They're bringing it back from the 1890s.
So this construction mogul called Edward Dean Adams offered Tesla 100 grand. He came in and he said, "Listen, you're cash poor. Do you want 100 grand?" And he would, remember I said that he broke up the final inventions into loads of multi-patented.
Yeah.
So he basically came in and said, "Listen, I can just make this other thing." And there is rumour that the other unrealised AC patent was from Adams. But it was unnamed because they didn't go ahead with the contract, right?
Yeah.
So Adams, who was going to be awarded a shitload of money from the Niagara Commission, speculated and said, "Look let me buy it off you, Tesla. Give you 100 grand. You can walk away now, take the money or go for what's in the box.
The box.
And I'll take these 14 patents. But Tesla still would have to do the work. So basically, Adams thought he was getting the best of both worlds. And he said, any other inventions you come up with based on this technology as you go through this Niagara installation, I would own them as well. And you get $100,000 right now. So $100,000 was like $3 million in today's money, right? But Tesla, who was pretty fickle and kind of untrustworthy when it was coming to these deals, accepted without the intention of continuing on those type of devices anyway.
It's a continuing pattern of behavior.
But it is because he was so far ahead. Like,
I'm just going to do it,
that Adams came in and went, I particularly and specifically want to buy the patent on this particular and specific device for this particular and specific use case. And Tesla's like,
going, no, that's obsolete now. I've thought of something way better.
But he's like, well, I sell it to you, but I'm not going to be using that in this thing anyway because I've already thought of something better this morning. So he took the money and then just left your man with a fucking duck egg. Like, it's, I don't know. So Tesla was working on this wireless tech now, as well as the production of refrigerators, right? Cheap and cheerful. So the technology that Tesla came up with while researching refrigerators, but not making them commercially, ended up in compression, liquid compression technology that's used in refrigerators today and made them affordable to be able to put into every house in the country mid-century. So Tesla, you can thank Tesla for your cold food.
Yeah.
He made liquid air, so he was able to liquefy air, and then that led to liquid nitrogen, which was able to power stations, nuclear power. So you have Tesla to thank for nuclear power.
Freeze the T1000.
Yeah.
Slowing it down.
Just like...
And he thought of T1000 as well.
Huh?
When he invented liquid air, he says, eventually there's going to be a killer robot from the future.
Have you seen this, Croat?
Have you seen this patent?
And he developed, in this period, like, while he was also building a fucking power plant at Niagara Falls, he was like, I'll invent all these things. The manufacture and distillation of fertilizer from the air. So he was able to take nitrogen out of the fucking air. Instead of waiting for it to be fermented in fertilizer, he's able to just pull nitrogen out of air and use it and powder it and make it into fertilizer, right? And the unrealized concept of artificial intelligence, being able to hook and this is like almost science fiction-y, but being able to, the field he was making for wireless electricity that would light the light bulbs. He was thinking he was able to plug a human mind into that to be able to beam thoughts into somebody's head. And it is said that the American government have that technology and they're able to do that already, beam thoughts into people's heads using microwaves. That's obviously like conspiracy theory speculation, but
that's not what the thoughts that are beamed into my head say.
Shut up. Stop it. Shh.
What? It's not true. I know. Yeah.
Just make the bottom idle. Shut the fuck up.
What? No, I don't want to kill an elephant.
Chicken emotion.
So yeah, artificial intelligence was on the list of things he made up. So
yeah, and that is proper future thinking, because around that time, Jules Verne is probably it. Really,
it was like fantasy. It wasn't even science fiction. It was fantasy at that point.
Like, even trying to explain the concept of that to someone would be almost impossible.
Well, they had stuff like
to comprehend.
They had stuff like automatons, and they had Svengali. Like Svengali machine, Svengali is like a haunted robot or whatever.
Yeah, but that's all kind of just parlor tricks and
spiritualism.
Yeah,
and stuff.
It's not actual science.
Yeah, but artificial intelligence, where they be able to put the thoughts of a human and have that be asynchronously accessible outside of the experience of that human, and or being able to beam thoughts or retrieve thoughts or memories. I think Tesla was going like, I'm getting older. I want to be able to store my memories in the cloud.
Like, the way they have those things.
But it was an actual cloud in the sky rather than someone else's computer. Like,
people who have lost, arms or hands have these things now where they control the movement of the fingers by just thinking about it. That is an actual
electrical synapse recourse.
That's it.
And they're able to put things on their head.
Yeah.
Or have an implant like a cochlear implant, and they send electrical signals to that part of the brain, and it operates the.
That's the sort of thing Tesla.
Which you have to train a new part of your brain that's apparently unused. But you train it.
He probably had a cheese dream about that and then forgot about it. Yeah. Would have to kill another animal. Oh no, sorry, that's Edison.
But it's shit that like
horses he probably killed.
Stuff that no one else had. Like imagine having a thought that no one else has ever had before.
Yeah, and also there's maybe 6 people in the world who could comprehend it.
Yeah, it seems magical to me, and I would love to have some of those thoughts. Maybe I've had them.
I do, but nobody wants to hear them.
Really. I used to have great inventor thoughts when Luke was still a baby. I would like go, oh my God, like what about a sort of a barrier that goes around the edge of the bed so if the baby rolls it won't fall. This is amazing. And I'd look it up and go, oh. And Cara just laugh at me because, you know, I'm like 6 months into being a father and there's already been, you know, people have been having kids for a long time and have come up with these things that are, I'm like, oh, this is, people would need this. And I was like, oh, of course, they already needed it and it's already been invented and
I don't know how many baby grows I went to put on and was like, why is this not a fucking zip?
Yes.
And then the house was filled with them the next week.
Yeah, same thing, yeah.
But I do that on a weekly basis. Go on Amazon and, you know, I've got some sort of minor tech inconvenience and I go, HDMI to XLR to the, you know, and sure enough, it's there.
Yeah.
Someone's made it. The best one I've ever had was maybe butter should be like a chapstick type setup. But I
like a roll on deodorant.
Yeah, I didn't really get too far
onto the bread.
Yeah, that's about
That's really good, man. You'd need like a kind of a.
But if you've been to the Tesla notes, he's probably come up with that too.
You'd need like a
roll on butter,
a stippled ball rather than like a purely smooth ball because you wouldn't be able to. You need a stippled ball.
I was thinking more of like a mesh top.
Oh yeah,
where it just pushes it through the mesh and you just apply it.
Oh, and it'd have a twist,
yeah, like a deodorant stick,
like a menon stick. Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah, cut that out actually because I mean
that's a good. Do you know what though? I have seen a TikTok I think where someone put butter through a sieve.
Yeah,
that's to heat up cold butter.
Yeah,
and then cut it off or whatever.
Yeah,
but it's easier to spread.
Yeah,
yeah.
But
I think
you got to stick a patent on it. You got to label it. You got to market it correctly.
Do you know what, man?
People will buy it. I mean,
I'd nearly bet you $5 if we went onto Amazon and went like butter sieve stick.
This will make the Patreon.
Do you think?
Yeah. Butter sieve stick thing. It's probably got a snappier title.
Butter dispenser or butter.
Future butter Tesla butter dispenser. That's just
look there. Look, that's it perfectly. Look.
Oh. Someone has Edisoned my idea.
But like, it was a great idea, to be fair.
But see, that is the thing about invention.
But it even has it's called the stainless steel butter mill, and it had the twisty bottom that I came up with and the civvy top.
It's like, but like anything you can think of or anything that you would want, like especially in the age of mechanical reproduction, can be mass produced, and it's like, we've lost the golden age of invention is gone really now. Like, you know,
I think the golden age of manufacturing is gone, but the golden age of conceptual, sociological, and philosophical invention, I think, is going on into a whole new age because
it's improving the stuff that's already been done.
But there's new things. There's new philosophical and sociological, anthropological elements of the human experience that have never existed before that we're now seeing the immediate introductory results of, like AI. And then we have to have that philosophical debate about art and the creation of art and copyright of art and ideas. Like, what is an idea? How is an idea made? Like the introduction of commercial AI, which to me seemed to just switch on one Wednesday. In like February this year, and it was like, and then it was like a thing on Black Mirror, and then all of a sudden it was on everyone's computer for some reason.
Yeah, it's like vapes.
It just fucking appeared one day.
Just one day, everybody was vaping.
But I mean, like, AI was literally turned on one day, and it was like, what the fucking fuck are all of these things on Twitter?
Yeah, people were just like, "Oh, have you seen this ChatGPT?"
Yeah,
like it just appeared.
Yeah,
and then it upgraded itself, man. And I just thought, so weird. So there's all of these new, like, ideological and philosophical. Nice. There's new ideological and philosophical creation possible with, like, wrestling with the effects of that on the human brain, on the future of humanity, the future of work, the future of money and value. Like, what is value then? If you can, if you have someone to make it and you have an AI making it, is that not the same as, like, slave labor? Then you have to talk about, like, some Asimov fucking like with the rights of robots. Can you have a computer working 24/7? When will we have, like, robot rights? Like, when, like, all that shit is all coming down the line.
Because like my wife went to a digital hub thing. It was like some kind of digital fair thing, and she works in recruitment. So I was talking about, basically she went to one lecture and she was like, oh my God, I'm going to have to upskill or reskill because my job would be one of the first jobs to go. They're basically saying all jobs will be replaced by AI models, apart from, she said, actually, like, working in education is probably a safe thing. Like, education, funeral directors and comedians, I think, are probably safe. As in, the performing arts is something that will not fully be, like, people will always go see a live person talking to them and making jokes and sharing ideas. Like,
unless it's made illegal.
AI can get to a certain point, unless it's made illegal. Yeah, which potentially could happen, depending on, probably not for another 1,000 years. But then we'll all be dead or on fire.
Well, there's not that many stand-up comedians in the People's Republic of China being able to, like, properly satirize the government or the leaders. You know what I'm saying? Like, the scale or limit of performing arts can be very much truncated quite quickly, depending on, like, social rules or a social credit score. Like, it's not made illegal, but it's frowned upon in the functional aspects of your society. Like,
but I mean, just someone being silly and being a clown. Like, I think it would be hard for an AI model to replicate, you know, the comedy of Steve Martin, for example. You know, you get to a certain point, but you can't cross that threshold into, although I did see probably the most 2023 clickbait headline I'd seen, where it was an AI that had been designed to continually generate Seinfeld episodes. Got into, or Seinfeld stand-up, I think it was. Got into trouble for, basically they were going to cancel this AI for making a transphobic joke in one of the episodes that it had written. And I was like, that is just the most batshit crazy thing I've read. Like, I didn't even read the fucking article. I just read the headline. I was like, okay, all right, here we go.
The place has gone mad.
Yeah.
You see in China, they're just stopping people and getting their phone and just checking if there's any foreign apps on it.
Yeah.
Just on a train, just like, give me that phone.
Wow.
Flicking through.
If the new hate speech bill goes through in Ireland, they'll be able to do that here as well.
Great.
So they'll take your phone.
I've done most of the work for them.
So they'll take your phone and they can check. And if you refuse to show it to them, you can be arrested and fined thousands of pounds.
Wow.
And if they look on your phone, you don't have to have ever posted it, but if you have material on your phone, like a saved meme that is intended as hate speech, not that just shared it as hate speech or you shared it to anybody, but just that you saw it on the internet somewhere else and you saved it and found it funny, you can still be prosecuted with the intent that having it was the intent to share it. Just like if you have enough drugs on you, that it's an amount that you had an intent to supply. So you're a supplier of drugs. You're going to be a supplier of hate speech if it's in your possession. And you can be stopped and searched at any point, or you can be asked to submit your electronic devices for inspection at any point.
Well, hopefully it's as big a shit show as any other government-led
thing. I'd be moving to Northern
Ireland. You ever
Ireland.
book an MOT?
Ah, yeah.
Up north, you know? 2027.
But sure, look,
brakes checked.
The cunts are not fucking stopping young scally cunts from, like, baiting up American tourists or kicking the shit out of fucking Deliveroo drivers. But they're able to go to fellas in England, they're able to go to fellas' houses who put up a tweet making fun of some cunt and arrest him in his front garden. So, like, the police have their priorities fucked up, where they're able to go, well, listen, Are we going to get a collar, like this week on the bill, instead of taking care of a gang of car thieves, PC Percival's going around a fella's house for sending a tweet to Piers Morgan calling him a cunt.
Put the meme down.
Yeah. It's going to be all those. Do not press send. Do not press send.
All those prison dramas where someone new comes into the prison. What are you in for, man? Memes. Fucking 25 years for memes. I mean, I'm in a couple of WhatsApp groups, and
but that's what I mean. That them shit's like,
we might be sharing a cell.
Turn off the autosave on the phone.
In fact, that's a common joke. It's like, imagine if this WhatsApp group got leaked to the guards. It'd be like, ooh.
I'd be like, you're doing me for the meme, but the CCTV murder. That's all good. That's all good. Okay.
That's the thing.
My god,
that's the thing. Like the one guy that's sitting, he's like the Adabisi of the whole prison cell, and he's there, he's covered in tattoos, and he just like has a squash ball, and he's like bouncing out the wall, and a new fish comes in, and everyone's like, "Hey Mimi, hey meme boy,
finding Mimo,
hey meme." Fish. And then the one guy turns and he goes up to this like big tattoo guy who looks like the fucking king of the cell, and it's like, "Hey, what's the crack? Hey, what's up? What's up, Missy?" He's like, "What are you here for?" "Me. I had a podcast." Like, it was like, they had hours and hours on me.
That was you? I thought the government made you up to scare us.
It was a whole network. We had a Patreon and everything. They followed the money all the way to the top. Like, there will be lads in jail for memes in 2 years' time if that shit goes through, for sure.
For sure. Patrons are here too.
So yeah, Tesla was in a financial rut, and they put together the patents thing with Adams. He put together all of these different inventions, got the shit going. This is fucking really annoying. I can't stop it. Just one part of my face is just really hot for some reason. The first power station that went into effect from the Niagara Falls construction was at Buffalo, New York, and it took 5 years of construction, and was, by all accounts, a massive pain in the hole to build. But in 1896, the switch was thrown, and Buffalo was illuminated, and 1,000 horsepower of electricity was being transmitted from Niagara Falls to the city and its 5,000 residents, and they were fucking delighted. Using this AC current. There was no big power plant sitting on the outside of their town making a load of fucking noise. It was just a bunch of wires. How do you do? And there you are. And this Niagara project then was considered a success, but it was small time in the vision that Tesla had for his technology. There's a funny story about some other stuff, and I have a bunch of notes here, but you know what? I'm going to turn them into spotlight episodes because they're all so weird. I wanted to talk about Hans Jenny and the history of cymatics we talked about on the pyramids episode. You know, if you play a certain frequency and it makes sand on a plate turn these different shapes and stuff. And
yeah.
This is where Tesla got all of his mathematics from. There's a guy called Royal Raymond Rife who cured a bunch of illnesses using sound and light. So if you remember Trump during the start of COVID, it's like, and we could shine some UV light in a tanning bed. And it actually does work, you know. There was also a funny story about an earthquake machine that Tesla made when he was in New York, and he made Mark Twain shit himself. That it was this oscillator that he didn't know was going to go so crazy and ended up shaking the whole building, and that disappeared pretty quick. And then the technology was potentially usurped by the US government to create earthquakes in different parts of the world where they'll be able to go back in and rebuild and have private companies make a lot of money rebuilding after the damage.
Come down from the ceiling.
Earthquake did. So yeah, I mean,
allegedly,
yeah. I'm not.
I have heard that earthquake story. Yeah.
And there's another thing we did a whole episode on it called HARP, or the...
This is why we need a limited series and not a movie.
Yeah, it's a mini-series. High altitude aerial or program. Fuck, I don't know what the R means, sorry. And this guy, Andrei Waxminski, who created this device that was able to repel hurricanes using frequency. You just shoot it, meow, 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 meow. And Helen Hunt is like, oh, Waxminski, you're so awesome. And
you can wax my Minsky.
What's his name? We're dead, man. It's over. What's his name?
Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton is there like going,
game over, man. Game over.
Yeah. Bill Paxton is there going like, yeah, shoot that hurricane. It's over. And so he's able to go like, meow, meow, meow. But there's also, you reverse the polarity and you're able to create hurricanes. And HARP is this system, I don't know, Colin, if you've ever heard of this, where they basically have like a space laser that they shoot and they magnetize the ground and it reacts with the atmosphere. And
make weather, basically?
Yeah, it's a weather machine that can have like storms, hurricanes, earthquakes.
Like Sean Connery in The Avengers, the English one.
Oh, was he able to do that?
Yeah, he had a weather machine. I've never seen it, but I've seen the trailer where he's like, I can control the weather.
I love your Connery. So, Colin, can you tell us then the infamous Colorado Springs period of Tesla's life, right? This is where he made his famous tower. This is where he did his crazy fucking wireless electricity light bulbs in the ground experiments. This is where he
This is where Christopher Nolan becomes interested, essentially. Yeah.
Big budget shit, man. This is where he becomes a master of lightning and a jack of all trades.
Jack of all trades, yep. So in the summer of 1899, the lesser known song.
Yeah.
They partied back then, though.
Tesla set up a system to track lightning storms, and his equipment picked up systematic beeps that he concluded must have come from some sort of extraterrestrial intelligence.
Yeah.
Goddamn, man's tuned in. He ruled out it being space noise, something from a magnetic field of Earth or a solar interference, and concluded its complexity must be from an intelligent life form.
Because it was in numbers, son.
Goddamn. It was a numeric pattern, and he wanted to announce, we have a message from another world. Out loud to nobody. Unknown and remote. It reads 1, 2, 3. Okay. It turned out
it was Axl Rose.
Goddamn complex stuff.
It was James Brown.
An intergalactic James Brown counting in a space band.
Imagine gathering everyone round to be like, it goes 1, 2, 3. Okay.
He's an Irish dancing teacher from Sirius.
It turned out not to be from a spaceship or a higher intelligence, but in 1996, a study replicated Tesla's experiment and found that Jupiter's moon, Io, when moving through the magnetic field of Jupiter, would produce this pattern. Still, though, for a 19th century engineer, not too bad.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking advanced for the time. And Io is the ice moon. And in 2013, they found that under the ice in Io, there is microbial life that is very similar to the primordial ooze that life on our planet emanated from. So there's loads of...
I thought you were going to say the Ninja Turtles.
The secrets of the ooze. Yeah. That it has
the same, thing that came to mind.
The same genetic building blocks that Earth had.
Yeah.
Lots of water, like really low sub-temperatures. So, but it hasn't, but it could get warmer at any point. And because Jupiter's so massive and it's pulling in all these fucking mad like meteors and it's getting smashed all the time, that Io is getting loads of, it's like a little fella with a big drunk friend at the pub, and the big drunk friend is starting on everyone, and there's punches raining in, and now and again you get a slap by accident. That's what Io is like. Fucking give over.
Go easy.
So obviously it's getting the same space debris that Earth got back in the day. Earth started off as a planet that was 2/3 bigger.
And this has been chipped away at for years?
There was a big cataclysm about 12 billion years ago. And it got a smack of another planet. And it knocked off like 1/3 and a bit of the planet. And all of those little bits flew off into space and got caught in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter and all of those, that asteroid belt, the Kepler belt, I think it's called.
It's old Earth crust.
That's old Earth, and it was called Terra, which is Earth, but that's what old Earth used to be called. And it was a much bigger planet, and it had seemingly, the blueprints for life, but the thing that crashed into it left this microbial remnants, like a car scrapes off your car and leaves paint on your thing.
It grows into another car.
And it grows into another car. So maybe we're the fucking germs off another, like there's another planet that was flying around that crashed into our one, and the germs, like a bunch of lads went like, what? And jumped off just at the last minute and jumped onto our thing. Very weird. But Io has the same stuff under the ice, moving like microbial life. So there is life out there. It's just like it'll give you diarrhea or whatever.
Yeah,
like space salmonella.
Spamonella. So this Colorado location was 6,000 feet above sea level, and Tesla planned to tap into the hidden power of the rarefied air 5,000 feet above the Earth.
Yeah, this is like the Kobe beef of air.
Yeah, the pure shit.
Ionized, high altitude.
The Trump steaks of air. The opposite of that.
He tried lifting copper with balloons in Germany many years before to realise these experiments, but to no avail. But now, with Westinghouse as his benefactor, Tesla could now create a prototype of his infamous tower and make wireless electricity that would provide the whole world with wireless power. This tower was 8 meters high and was essentially a huge Tesla coil. It was on top of a 6-foot wall.
Yeah, on top of the lab.
Nice. He laid 2 turns of the thick cable. This was fed 500 volts from the end of a streetcar line that stopped just short of Knob Hill.
Yeah, so he basically illegally cut into the power grid of the city that another lab of his was providing to the city. And he's like, your man in Father Ted where he robs the bank and is like, hey, did you rob the bank? He's like, no, it's my own money, Father. I just didn't want to fill out the forms.
Yeah. Wow.
And then that current was passed through 50 kilowatt Westinghouse transformer, stepping the voltage up to 20,000 or 40,000 volts.
So the way a Tesla coil works very simply is that the voltage is high and can be sent high, but the current is low. So if it does get touched, it wouldn't be of a killing amount. And the way it steps down is 2 concentric sets of copper rings that are in a kind of a pyramidal shape or in an hourglass shape. And electricity hits the top one, and as it goes down the outside in a smaller and smaller concentric circles, it
steps down.
It steps down on the magnetic, because each set of rings that touch each other are creating a magnetic field around each other, and each magnetic field is cancelling it out as it gets smaller and smaller and closer, so you can step it down, and then when you reverse the polarity, you I love when they say that in science fiction movies. It's
Yeah,
just
I was
like,
going to say, what specific movie is that from? I can't remember.
Ghostbusters? Have you tried reversing the polarity?
Invasion of the polarities.
Yeah. And so the other way around, you're basically like saying, right, let it go from the smallest to the biggest, so you're able to ramp up the voltage then again. But the current stays low, but that means that it's not running out of juice. So you're basically like pushing an empty car down a hill rather than pushing a full car along a straight road. So DC power is a full car, and to get it to where it needs to be, you have to be putting constant power behind it to push it to where it needs to be.
Yeah.
But AC is like the car is empty, there's nothing in it, it's stripped down, there's no seats, and it's on a downhill thing, so you just have to barely give it a tip, and when it hits the bottom of the hill, it'll roll on its own. Like, it was the superior technology. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah.
But because of politics, as we've clearly and concisely, or clearly and completely discussed, was a political fucking shenanigan.
Politics, huh?
Yeah, political and financial. But look at this Wardenclyffe Tower then.
So on the 4th of July, 1899, Tesla recorded 10,000 discharges, gross, from an electrical storm, sending energy through the earth. And with this measuring
My
equipment,
best is 7 in a day, so he
I
must
mean,
have been
he's got to have a hobby.
It's red raw,
He's
I'd
thinking
say.
all them genius things. He's got to be able to switch off. You know,
and with it,
you can't play Sonic the Hedgehog, so you got to do something.
Yeah.
and with his measuring equipment, he was able to determine that the lightning had created a static charge on the crust of the Earth that would reflect back on themselves to the ionically charged air above and reverberate for a period. This was the confirmation Tesla needed to realize that his grand plan of not only wireless electricity, but transfer of information, voice, text, chat, internet, video, or film imagery, the whole lot. The bandwidth was huge and could easily be amplified and transmitted much more efficiently than Marconi's radio waves, which he had robbed from bought or stolen patents from Tesla in the late 1880s.
Yeah, after Edison died in 1931, Marconi became Tesla's, nemesis or whatever. Marconi was claimed to be the first ever to transmit radio signals across the Atlantic, and he had a thing in, I think, Newfoundland, and he broadcast all the way to London. And basically says, I did it first, but he did it all using Tesla's technology, like stolen patents, obviously, because Edison had got his controlling share and had been his benefactor for a certain period in Menlo Park and all that. And basically, like, Marconi tried to, like, there's so many things that Tesla invented that were taken by other people. You know, Alexander Graham Bell, Marconi, John Logie Baird, fucking, I didn't rob nothing on Tesla. Boo boo. You think the Rangers going to be mad at me for robbing at a patent? Hey, Bon! No, I just let it get into a Hanna-Barbera thing.
Yeah.
You afraid? You ever rob any patents, Bon?
He did pitch the Flintstones.
Yeah, it was his original idea. Yeah.
Back in the 1800s. But TV and animation were, a long way from being.
First, I have to invent the wireless transmission technology, and then we'll make cartoons. But so Tesla would basically found this by accident on purpose. That he makes this artificial lightning, and it goes ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, pong, and it bounces off the sky in the ground, and charges the whole thing in between, especially at high altitudes where the air is thicker. The molecules are because it's higher. The molecules are moving less fast.
Thinner at higher altitudes.
But the molecular structure is rarefied. It's more. It's like ionized.
Oh, okay.
So it's like it's thinner of oxygen and nitrogen. So it's thinner for breathing, but it's thicker of the electronic components of the atoms are higher because they're further away from the magnetic forces on the ground. So they end up that's why you're able to fly at such speeds. You have to go up to 30,000 feet to fly rather than flying at a different, like a lower altitude.
Well, I guess you learn something every day. You never knew that about air.
And science. So yeah, he needed to replicate this. So he was using a small transmitter on rarefied air. So in order to make the same thing at a lower altitude, he needed obviously a bigger machine to shoot his lightning into the air in regular air. And he did that at Wardenclyffe, which was in Long Island, New York. And he made this whole big thing. It was a giant copper ball. We talked about it in the other show.
Yeah.
And
it's in the movie The Prestige.
So the Wardenclyffe Tower itself was like basically a lightning machine where you put a small bit of electricity in and loads came out. And it was made with like concentric coils inside and then big coils outside of this. Do you ever do the thing where you put your hand on the ball and it makes your hair go up?
Nope.
Did you ever do that? It's like
the hair on my back burst through my t-shirt.
The hair in my ears prickles.
Do you know the glass ball and it has like these purple lights that go out to the glass on the side, and you put your hand on it and the lightning goes to your fingers.
I've done that, yeah.
So it's that type
what
of
a rush.
it's that type of charge that's created within the ball, right? And it basically puts out this pulse of raising electromagnetic energy that like pulses out bigger and bigger and bigger, which ionizes the air, creates the perfect opportunity for lightning, because you need that heavy atmospheric air for the electricity to be conducted down through the molecules as the lightning strikes. And it's basically a lightning machine. And he induces lightning from the tower into the sky, and then it moves over the other parts of the land, and lightning comes down and charges the earth and the sky and the parts in between the ionosphere. So basically, like, it just charges up safely and wirelessly and without damage to anything in between.
Yeah. Controlled.
Controlled, yeah. So it takes away any of the explosions, any of this. It's not like there's lightning going on all the time. It's a charge that charges the air rather than, like, do you know the Frankenstein movies where you have the guy and he has to raise the bed up and the bed has to go, and it has like the two towers on the thing, and the lightning strikes and the electricity goes into the... that's a kind of a bastardization of the image of what the Wardenclyffe Tower was, you know. So when he does that, basically everything that's in that field, it's a giant version using, instead of what he did, you know the picture you see Tesla sitting with his legs crossed reading a paper and there's lightning going all around him in the lab. So he was making that similar field, that electromagnetic field that would wirelessly connect electrons and have them make lights come on or connect the power from the source wirelessly to the bits that receive the power. He was creating an artificial version of that the Earth naturally does between the ionosphere and the planet surface in the lab. That's why he was able to go to Columbia University and hold up a bulb standing safely between two things that basically had lightning coming off the top of them. And this was creating a field that intersected where he was standing, and he was able to hold the thing up, and the two things intersected and charged both sides of the bulb, and was able to light it. Do you ever see in Las Vegas those guys that do the and they have like, they're like samurais and they have sticks and they fight with like lightning swords? Do you ever see those guys? They stand up on top of these towers, and they're like concentric circle towers, and they're doing the same thing. It's basically standing on the top of a Tesla coil, and there's loads of electricity, and you can see it. It's coming out as lightning, but they're totally safe because the current is so low, you know. It's not like dangerous. So at the moment, there's an electrical charge in here. Like there's Wi-Fi and there's electronic devices that have current and voltage. There's speakers with magnets in them. There's, you know, we have microphones. There's magnets right by our face. So like there's a whole there's a whole magnetic field like right beside our skulls the whole time we're making the show, but we just can't see it or feel it or activate it.
My bulb is lighting up.
And
I really wish you hadn't worn shorts.
The camera's not pointing down that low, man. We're missing out. It's gonna be no OnlyFans. But so yeah, the Wardenclyffe Tower did that, and there was loads of experiments where you see he's out in the field, Tesla's out in the field standing proud as punch, and he has like a load of different types of bulbs stuck into the ground, and they're all lighting up, and he's like, "Way!" Like you've seen it done in, you know, movies. They've recreated it in different YouTube videos and stuff that people have tried to go like, "Is it real?" or whatever. And this was the thing that Tesla wanted to give the world, and these will be placed 25 miles apart all over the planet, and in the vicinity of all of these things, all of these towers, just everybody would just get safe, wireless, free electricity.
And internet.
And internet. But that was the thing. So it extrapolated out into the capabilities of information that could be. It wasn't just like a charged particle, that he could send information. And the likes of JP Morgan and these cunts came along and went, well, if we give it to him for free, we can't make money. If we don't have a meter on it, we can't know how much to charge him. And if it's wireless, we can't sell them the copper to make the wires, so no. And they basically scuppered the whole thing. And like, you fucking cunts, man. That the whole world, like rich or poor, everybody in the whole place, remote or not, because this DC current was only able to serve cities at this point. Like people out in the country didn't have electricity. It was a city-only thing, you know.
Do you think there's a pushback on like satellite internet?
Well, I think Elon
versus wired internet.
Elon just put up fucking Starlink, and there's people in Africa that are getting internet better than people in Offaly, probably.
But how long before they tell you that just fries your brains or something along those lines?
Like, I think anthropogenic climate change and global warming is a massive lie in order to tax people on the air, in order to move over from a petrochemical dependent society into a basically new meadow. There was too many poor countries that have found oil and petrol that are like utilising it, and they've said like, oh well, that's bad now because poor people are starting to make money off it. So they're like, let's go to another thing that we have a monopoly on. I think the internet and information is just another thing that they're going to make elite and be able to charge for. And if it's free, like there's people that will get education, there's people that will be able to get information. And like, look how fucking mental they all went over TikTok and how they tried to fucking shut it down because it was a form of social media where people were communicating that they didn't own from the top down. It wasn't a DARPA project, or it wasn't like an originally a US government funded or researched or controlled application. It's coming from another country and they're trying to say they're spying on us or terrorists.
Yeah.
It's like, no. They're just letting shit happen. And whatever you click on 5 times, they'll show you that shit. And then a bunch of people are showing like riots in France, and then the news is not mentioning it, and everyone's going, why is the news not mentioning it? And people are starting to fucking twig on, so they're like, we got to get rid of this. Like,
I just wonder about like, you know, like wired internet, like cables in the ground.
Yeah.
How much more money that's making versus like the price of a couple of satellites that just pump it out for free. They obviously will still get charged for it.
They
and
do. They
and
have
you need some
both.
sort of hardware at the house, but the billions put into actual cable in the floor versus
there's
a
undersea
few-
cable between Europe and America and Europe and South America that like once it's laid, it's laid. There's not a whole lot of maintenance done on it. They lift sections of it and fix it and splice it and whatever. But it's more, I think now it's more about the control of the information as far as the internet goes, rather than the functionality of it.
The hardware of
the hardware
stuff.
fight was already done in the 90s and 2000s, before the wireless was really functional. And I think they're happy enough to have people be wireless so long as it belongs to somebody, that somebody can track and trace what you're doing and where you're doing it. Like,
yeah, true.
That it's not, like I said, we're moving away from inventions and things being made into new ideas, new paradigms, new politics, new philosophies, new ways of life, like societal, sociological and philosophical invention rather than making new things. Yeah. In fact, we're discovering old things and finding out that all these new things that are being made, like sugar-free this and diet this and all this stuff, that it's all just giving you fucking mad illnesses and fucking with your brain. And it was all done for a nefarious reason to begin with, which was rooted in profit margins rather than like the fat sugar thing, where they said like, oh, fat is bad for you, because they wanted to sell more sugar. And it's been detrimental to the American public. 44% of Americans now are morbidly obese, compared to like 2% in 1950. And that's not a long period of time for like a whole species to go into like basically an endangered like almost dead, unproductive state. Like imagine if like 44% of all elephants were obese, all monkeys were obese, they wouldn't be able to do nothing. Do you know what I mean?
It'd be harder to electrocute.
Yeah, I was just thinking that,
if they were fatter.
Yeah. More volts. I'm just saying, like there's
more cooking time.
The value is in
the value
something else.
is in now the ideological. It's in the intangible.
Yeah.
And once the society gets to that intangibility, knowledge becomes the main currency.
It's like any kind of business that, you know, the importance of the story.
Yeah.
Of, you know, the narrative of the business rather than what they do or what their services are or their products are. It's like, you know, and it seems to be sometimes a little bit ridiculous, but yeah, you know, it's like someone who's like crocheting socks because their Vietnamese bride was sold into sex slavery or something. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, I just want to buy a pair of socks. You know, it's kind of why is the...
Because they need to appeal.
The story. The story is important.
Well, that's all of branding, you know. I've had hats made for my podcast, and I can get the same hat stock that like Carhartt uses, but the whole sort of branding and imagery of the sort of like, you know, hardworking man, fucking cowboy or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the image you buy into when you buy that brand.
Yeah,
You take the same hat and put my fucking logo from the podcast on. It's like a different thing.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing.
Yeah.
But it's a different ideology coming
Ethos,
with
yeah.
the fucking hat,
There's an emotional entropy happening now, where people are being burnt out from being manipulated. That news has gone from being functional and informational to being over empathetical and alarmist. It's making people panic all the time, and we've all been burnt out from fear. There's only so long that you can be in like a fight or flight or a stress state before people start to become numb to it, and then it doesn't work anymore. And you can either increase the psychological abuse, or you change tactic, or the person just stops accepting any kind of contact whatsoever. And there's a load of people now more than ever turning away from the news, turning away from the mainstream narrative, and going to what people are calling, conspiracy theory. So the next thing after emotional abuse, after the pathos, is the not the logos. What's the other one? Pathos, logos.
The Musketeers.
Aramis.
Yeah.
No, it's
and D'Artagnan. Yeah.
It goes to the ethos, which is the appeal to morality, appeal to the identity. So they're going, if you believe in this now, bad things are going to happen. And you're like, no, they're not. And it's like, well, you're going to be a bad person. Oh, fuck. Oh, really? And that's the next level, is where they're going to start labeling people baskets of deplorables, right-wing, terrorist, racist, transphobe, Islamophobe, where they're making us, instead of top-down emotionally manipulating us from their level, they're creating a moral hierarchy for us to now police ourselves.
That's what I was going to say. They let you fight it out amongst yourselves.
And this happens at the end of the science of the end of the sociological science of the end of an empire. This is what happens.
Yeah.
When a civilization or a society is starting to go into emotional entropy, it starts to turn on itself. It starts to have contradictions and hypocrisies built into its fabric that end up eating it from the inside, like a damaged cell that reproduces
its own tail.
Yes.
I did hear that at the end of a few empires, gender became a big thing.
Yeah. Gender, identity, authority was democratized. There was no police anymore. That everyone was like in this fake feeling of security. Like it's like, that Leslie Nielsen going, everybody go home. There's nothing to see here. It's a perfectly peaceful protest. Well, there's a fucking building on fire behind you. Like, you don't even believe your eyes. They call it gaslighting now, the cool kids. Where basically, like, society starts beginning to lie to itself and to others. There's a false veneer. The emperor has no clothes. The let them eat cake was the French, where, like, you think let them eat cake and you're like, oh, Marie Antoinette. But the whole thing about that was the people were starving and angry at the gates of the palace, and they were going, if you don't fucking help us out, you're fucked. And she's like, well, sure, just let them eat cake. She was so clueless, so turned off as to what a normal person lived like. So they just took her out and chopped the bitch's head off. Like,
yeah,
like that's the next level is like a revolution, and then after that an evolution.
Yeah, there's so many issues. You see all these activists popping up all over the place, and probably not that long ago, everybody would have just agreed that someone was like gravely mentally ill.
Yeah.
And now you have to sort of go, no, we take this very seriously, and we all have to agree, or else you're like a Nazi something. It's like, you're not allowed to even go like, this guy's a bit weird. Like, he's not weird.
But it's when it's like the fall of the Roman Empire, there was actual crimes being disregarded, and then moral crimes were the highest priority of conviction, and public shaming and all of this kind of stuff, where it's like people were like buggering children and robbing and stealing and killing, and it was just like, well, that's the price of doing business.
Yeah, sure.
And then And then like if you fucking slighted somebody or you didn't like bow to a flag that was like waving a certain way, you'd be brought out and fucking hung, drawn and quartered and fed to lions and whipped and fucking burnt, and it was like the worst thing that you could do. This weird morally insignificant thing was then the highest crime in the land. Like everything turns upside down, black as white, fucking up.
Where is it?
Hot rain falls up. Like
is it like San Francisco or something where the police won't even respond to a theft below $1,000 or something like that? So it's like you can actually steal things from a shop with no repercussions.
Yeah, up to
but if you say like
$1,000.
the wrong thing, you can have your livelihood stripped away or something.
Your bank account is closed, and you can't. Yeah. So that's what I mean. Like it's a there's a societal entropy happening, and at this time there was the end of this society into the next one. Like this plan is going for 130 years, and it started at the time of Tesla, and I think he saw the potential in democratizing the needs and wants of people, and with the world being electrified, he was like, well, why not just make one less thing to worry about?
Yeah.
Let's do this. But to be able to give people information, to be able to give people power, to be able to give people the ability to communicate, like that's invaluable. You know, think about what like something like Twitter did. Sorry, X. I don't want to dead name the app. The app formerly known as Twitter.
God, every time I see it, I think
it's a trans app.
I think of Jack Nicholson in Batman. You know, he's been using brand X. Like, no, thanks.
The Arab Spring in 2011 was all run from Twitter. Like how everybody communicated, all the journalists were communicating to American journalists, getting the world to know what was going on. And like for the first time, there was people in there that were able to communicate with the outside world. Like think about what way China would be if they were able to fully communicate, fully know what was going on from the outside world, which they're not allowed to, and then be able to tell people what's actually going on in China. Like the COVID thing would have been a completely different outcome. You know, I think.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
So communication, freedom of speech, the ability to communicate, the ability to, you know, broadcast ideas, broadcast true, real information. Like we only really get to fucking absorb what the news gives us. So we're being fed a narrative. We're being fed what has been curated for us to be allowed to see. But now we all have cameras in our pockets. We're all able to film stuff and show it from different angles. And you've seen even in the last fucking 3 years, how many stories come out where you're like, oh my God, that's fucking crazy. What a bastard. Cancel him. And they lose their job. They lose it. And then it turns out there's video from another angle with the 30 seconds before the video that actually happened. And it turns out that they were completely in the right.
But the place is, you know, like X is a wasteland now of, you know, they'll put up a video and it'll just say something like, you know, special needs kid gets attacked with nothing to back that up at all. If you're just looking like
no veracity,
clickbait, like the clickbait has gone out of control, where it's just, it might just be a blatant lie with a video that's unrelated, and people are like, "What?"
Do you know what's mad?
Where people just stop clicking.
What's mad is all of that stuff was already there.
Yeah,
all of those like clickbaity things.
Yeah.
But they're now not being curated in the same way. So the top-down curation from the old Twitter algorithm was keeping all that stuff. It was classifying stuff that was true and wasn't true together.
Mm-hmm.
But now, if you show interest in that, you're like, oh, retarded kid gets into a fight. Oh, I'll give it a watch, see how many rounds he goes. Like, you're like, fuck it, go on, have a go.
Yeah.
It starts going, okay, we're going to keep you on the app.
Yeah.
Retarded kid fights, let's go. And you're the next thing, like, you're fucking subscribing.
Can we get people to gamble? Can we get a partnership here with Paddy Power?
I watched TikTok with the phone pointed away.
Yeah, so can't see how happy
on an angle like this.
But there's fucking loads of stuff now on Twitter, like community notes that wasn't really there, it wasn't really functional before, where a bunch of people will come together and say, like, come here, this is the actual real context. So whoever shares it, it gets a community note, and then everyone underneath it is like, this is not what happened. This is the actual story, and here's a link to an article of what actually happened. And my whole feed is like loads of mad propaganda, and every one of them has a community note underneath going, here's the actual thing. Here's where this video is actually from. This is from, like, they're showing like Trump doing something that's like, this is actually from like 2013 from a rally about this. And you know, it's like Joe Biden does this. It's like, that's not actually Joe Biden. It's a guy from behind. It's just some old lad with white hair, like tickling a child, and it's like, Joe Biden's at it again. And you're like, as much as I go, yeah, he's a total sniffer, this video is not real. And people are democratizing the information rather than before. It was a top-down authoritarian decision about what's allowed to be shown and what's not allowed to be shown. So I think the more it's used and the more it's democratized, the more honest it becomes. Do you know? Like, it's a bit shit now, but it's like the Wild West, where there was people, like, instead of calling the cops, you go out in the yard and you'd have a fucking shoot up, and, you know, you ran the risk of getting shot dead. But that meant that unless you were a really good shot, or unless you were mental, you wouldn't start any trouble. And if you did start any trouble and you were fucking just going around shooting people indiscriminately, then the sheriffs would be called. But eventually people started to kind of, you know, there was a social contract and people started to kind of behave themselves. There was a social decorum. And I think that's going to level out on X over the next while. It's definitely happening on TikTok, where people are starting to democratize their own content. And, you know, there's little things that were foibles that were annoying people. Like, this is going to be 3 minutes long. This is going to be this long. This is 2 minutes about this. And there's nobody disseminating like false news because there's a personal connection and they want to be able to talk to you, keep your attention. And,
but you can't say the word killed.
But that's the thing, they're finding ways around it. There's, you know,
this guy was unalived.
Yeah. But how long, like, how, I don't understand how they don't know that TikTok can just make unalived a thing that you're not allowed to say. But why don't they, is the thing. Because they want to feel like people are able to get around the system when really there is no system. Motherfuckers. That's the thing. Like, there's, it's the,
it's like
the invisible walls of the prison, of, you know, the pretend prison that you think you're in. And if you go like, do you remember in fucking Total Recall at the start of it, and they had the neck things and they were trying to run for the invisible barrier? Oh no, the running man. That's what it was. The running man.
Oh yeah.
And they were in the mines if they ran past the thing, and it was like, Benny, don't run! And he just ran out and he was like, blew his head off. So if everyone thinks they have a fucking thing around their neck, and every time you run, all you have to do is blow like 3 cunts' head off and have everybody see it.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to pay for that invisible wall to be turned on all day, every day. You just have to know that it's there, and no one's ever going to try that again because they have the collars on. They're not even going to chance it because nobody wants their head blown off. So that's what's happening over the last while. A bit of cancel culture, a bit of fucking cultural police, and we're all watching each other. But people are pushing back against them, and I can feel it. Like, do you know?
Is this what Tesla would have wanted?
Well, this is the thing. You asked me about like the wireless internet. I think that wireless internet for everybody, like, wouldn't you love to know what's going on in China or Africa? Like, I would have loved to know what was going on in Africa during COVID.
Yeah, I mean,
but there was not really any official sources. Really,
it is kind of insane that there's sections of the planet who have no idea fully what's going on with the other sections of the planet.
Yeah,
America.
In this, you know, it's mad how so much information actually leads to like so much misinformation.
Yeah.
So then you're like, how much of it is real and even worth reading at this stage, you know?
But the thing is, there comes a point where you can't police the information, because there's so much information. I mean, every single human has a point of view. Now, whether they should be allowed to share it or they're compelled to share it, that is another thing. There should be just some consumers and some not, you know. But with that democratization of information, they're allowed to say all these things on the internet. There's not enough time for everybody to watch everything.
Yeah.
So instead of going through the massive effort of erecting like millions of miles of fence to stop people from moving from one place to another, why don't you just make them happy where they are? In that, I mean, instead of trying to police every single piece of data to make sure it's true or not true, instead of doing that, spend your time and effort educating all the people who are going to use the platforms on how to decipher whether a piece of information is true or not true, by deconditioning them to react emotionally to emotionally manipulative information. If anything comes out and it feels emotionally manipulative, switch it off and remove the incentive for creating clickbait titles, emotionally manipulative content that keeps you engaged, because it's only a habit where you're like, oh yeah, I want to feel like this. Oh yeah. Or people go like, I just want to watch something that just tickles my brain. It's like, no.
I'm taking a
The more
shit.
you do
I
that, the
shouldn't
more
have
they
to
make.
think.
How many fucking seasons of Love is Blind or fucking Good Looking People Island or fucking what is it, STI Weekly or whatever that you fucking want to, you know.
No, but that's a magazine.
Creatine Survivor or whatever you're fucking calling it. Like, how many seasons of that shit will be made if people keep watching it? Infinity. Like, there's fucking 22 seasons of Married at First Sight.
Survivor's probably still going as well.
Yes.
I remember watching that. Like,
how many different countries and how many different seasons of Married at First Sight is there? Because women love watching stupid cunts arguing that are just met. And you're like, oh my God, can you imagine? I can't imagine. That's why I'm not watching it. I know what that's like. And I don't need to be showing it. Do you know?
yeah.
So, like, if you're giving people the opportunity to understand what they're reading or decipher what's, like, not news and what is news instead of reacting emotionally, you won't have to police all the information. So it's like a give a man a fish type of thing, like, you know?
He'll try and fuck it. Is that the phrase?
Yeah. Give a man a fish, he'll stick it on his dick like a weird fleshlight.
Oh, God, yeah. It reminds me of rotten.com back in the day.
Do you remember?
Yep.
That fish was such a slut. So this Wardenclyffe Tower then, with this Colorado Springs transmitter, Tesla was able to create fake lightning and set up the environment that would promote more lightning from the natural elements in the charged air. This meant an unlimited supply of naturally created electricity that could be harnessed and transmitted globally. And then for 9 months, Tesla kept his experiments up in Colorado Springs. His diaries were kept quite secret, and even the ones that have been released have been redacted. He made records, but his photographic memory served as the main log for his findings. And he must have at least somewhat learned his lesson from being burned before by letting patents off and writing shit down and getting robbed. These low frequency signals from the Earth that he was basing this charged air on, the basis for this resonant electric transference, they oscillated at approximately 8 hertz. Now, when you're asleep, 8 hertz would be alpha wave sleep. 13 hertz is delta wave sleep. It's like really good deep sleep. So your brain oscillates at 8 hertz. And also, it wouldn't be until the 1950s that scientists would then discover that 8 hertz is the resonant frequency that the Earth vibrates at as well. They call it the Schumann resonance. So your brain electricity is 8 hertz of power. And the song that the Earth sings in space, the resonant frequency of the whole planet as a whole, is like super deep, like 8 hertz, like. That's what the Earth sounds like in space. Yeah, exactly. Sounds like it's having a nap. Did you ever listen to those white noise machines going to sleep and stuff like?
Brown noise is my thing, which is a real thing.
I know, yeah. It doesn't make you shit.
It's a bit deeper than the white noise.
Yeah.
I'll listen to the it's the hum of the Starship Enterprise from The Next Generation.
Nice.
The engine hum.
Yeah.
On a 24-hour loop, whatever.
Nice. Yeah, I have lapping waves on the shore.
Bet you do.
Sorry. Lapping clams.
These clams.
Just falling asleep to that. The Schumann resonance, and the brain resonates at the same frequency. So it's all kind of, it's a bit funny that. So the Schumann resonance has had recent observations and changes, which resulted in loads of people feeling a little bit weird, having sleeping problems, becoming like unable to continue life in the rat race, and feeling awakened spiritually, psychologically, emotionally. This was from just a few weeks ago in June, and the measurement equipment that measures the Schumann resonance, you can go and look it up. It's like there's a website, you can type in Schumann resonance, and you can see that there's like this, it's like a graph of like green and yellow and red, like, and it kind of vacillates between like, and when it gets loud, you see the green and yellow when it pumps up on the graph, and then it goes quiet. So there's usually this background noise, and it rises and falls, and in intermittent bursts comes up, gets higher in volume. Maybe from like, the Earth moving through a particularly noisy part of space, or the sun putting out some, solar flares, and you can feel the electromagnetic noise. But an awful weird looking harmonic frequency was shown, which looked like all the bands of the frequency began to vibrate in harmony. Have you guys seen this?
No.
You haven't seen this one. So I'm not going to be showing it on the thing, just to show the people. That's what it kind of usually looks like. Right? That's what it usually looks like. Right? And on the 17th and 18th of June, it turned into that. So I don't know if you know what waveforms look like when you're editing audio.
Turn.
But that is a very strange frequency. Now, just before that happened, see this black bar?
Yeah.
That meant that the whole resonance of the planet went silent for about 25 minutes for the first time ever. Jesus. And then when it got switched back on, it went... I started making all of these fucking wiggly lines for like a day and a half. And look at those weird patterns. Like, it looks like, weird Tesla shit. There's some yolks in there like that are loops and twists, and it's all geometric patterns. Here at the end, there's like Merkabahs, and there's all sorts of things. Now, this particular shape here,
it's basically like a friendship bracelet you buy in Thailand.
Exactly.
Yeah, like a dream.
It's like a silk beach sari.
A sarong.
Yeah, sarong.
Tie-dyed sarong.
Like, that happened for like 2 days fully.
Do you think Tesla has something to do with it? He's still alive?
I think that the Earth, and what the people say, is that the Earth is getting ready for a polar shift. And this is part of that the magnetic poles of the Earth, because of the molten iron core, are making a electromagnetic force around the planet called the Van Allen belts, which is basically two like torus rings and a big ring of protective electromagnetic energy that stops like outside space stuff and radiation from getting in at us sitting on the crust. Basically, that's going to switch off for a period of time. And when those yolks were up in June, it was very wibbly wobbly, which was letting in a load of different weird energies. And there's people online being like, dude, I didn't sleep for like 4 days over those days. I was literally awake like for 4 days. Like, what the fuck? Loads of people reporting online feeling like they were having mad dreams, getting information beamed into their heads, and feeling very uneasy, very highly anxious. Like, it was bonkers time, But that's the Schumann resonance.
I was going to check my diary.
Yeah, I was just thinking
what you were going on with.
Where was I on the 17th and 18th of June?
Oh, it was King Charles' birthday.
Oh.
But a very, very weird global phenomenon. I'm going to do a spotlight on it as well, like, because it deserves examination. Something happened there and nobody knows why. And they left that up for 2 days, and then they deleted it from the Schumann website. And they were like, "Oh, it's just an equipment malfunction." It's like, yeah, how is it the same everywhere? And why did all these people start reporting this stuff? And it's just really weird. Never happened before.
This is a bit of a tangent, but I remember going to see a band called "And So I Watch You From Afar." They're like an instrumental sort of prog rock type thing. Fantastic. But I went to their gig, and I can't remember what song it was, but they were playing, and there was this like orchestrated stop. It was like, and they stopped all at once, and this venue was as quiet as this room.
Yeah,
like at a rock concert, no one's making noise.
Yeah,
they're just like, and then they cut all the sound away, and it was fucking deadly silent for like a second, and then straight back into it. But I fucking pissed myself laughing. I was just like, no one's doing anything.
No one's talking.
No one's making any noise. It's so loud in here, and it just stops, and everyone's like.
But were they already silent when that song was playing, and they were just like in awe listening to it? Yeah,
just the chaos of the noise, and when you take it away, everyone's just kind of standing in a room doing nothing.
Yeah,
I laughed a lot. I was like, that's very funny.
Only when it kicked back in, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird, man, when you stop, like, doing all the things without... I'm not going to go down into a whole rabbit hole of, you know, psychological reflection or anything, but, like, you really only feel how noisy stuff is when you switch it off for a minute and then you switch it back on. Like, when you're in the middle of the noise, it just becomes normal. And then even a minute of switching it off is enough to realize, like, what's going on. Like, if you're living with, like, chronic pain or chronic depression or chronic fucking ball ache, like, whatever you have, that's just all day, every day, and it becomes normalized. And then the minute you get away from it, it's why people go on holidays and then they come back and then they're fucking depressed when you should be, like, rested. It's just like, oh, fuck, I forgot how shit this is. Like, you know, I think the whole world, like, got a break with COVID and they realised, like, it doesn't have to be like this.
Yeah,
and now they've come back and they're like, I actually don't want to take this. I'm not taking this. And there's people quiet quitting. There's young people going, fuck your job. There's people feeling like, I got a minute of quiet there and I realised it doesn't have to be like this forever. I'm good, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And
if it went well for you.
If it went, no, but I mean, like, even if it went well or not well, change is always good, do you know? And people are making changes that they never would have made because it was just the same shit all the time. And it was unprecedented, an unprecedented stop of society that made people go, no, I'm good. Without a war, without a world war, or without a fucking global famine, or without, you know, some massive catastrophic event. This was just like a societally structured stop that people got to look around and go, like, who the fuck is in this house, actually?
Yeah.
I'm out of here. Do you know?
Yeah, there was a lot of that. But there's a lot of, it kind of depresses me when I'm, you know, dropping my son off to creche in the morning and the, you know, morning radio banter is just, crash to the M50 there, delays all the way back. Shit like that. And I kind of just sometimes go, yeah, shit's just the same as it ever was. Like, you know, there's no, all this lip service to, you know, now more than ever, we need to X, Y, and Z, or
clap for the nurses now.
No, just no. There's appreciation, but there's this kind of this philosophical bullshit that people went through, you know, where they're kind of, oh, I'm going to do this differently and appreciate these things, and everything went back to normal, and it's like, just carry on with stuff, forget about, you know, all that shit that happened or whatever, and don't, you know, we won't change anything. Things were fine the way they were, right? Let's just keep going. It's like after every financial crash, it's like, let's just reset the machine that does the same thing and collapses.
I think for the majority of people, from the people that I'm talking to, maybe it's that cohort, life has changed irreparably. And it'll never be the same. And they've seen now more than ever.
Yeah. But this false, you know. Oh,
it's not false. It's like.
Not false, but.
What it showed was the people who, up until that point, they were like, man, if the Nazis came back and I'd punch a Nazi in the face, I wouldn't do that shit. And then the next thing you're like, oh, you would, you'd like just following orders. And like, how many people were seen to just do the thing that they were told, when all along they were like, oh, I'll never do that. I'll never just fucking go along with tyranny, and I'll never go along with this. And then a lot of people just did because it was just like handy, or it was necessary, or it was like whatever reasons. And they even like fell out with people and pushed back and did that. Like, there was a lot of like self-identity, and then there was a lot of regret. People were going like, what did they fucking do, man? And now there's all these reports coming out about, you know, whatever pseudoscience you can call it if you don't agree, but like a lot of fucking stuff coming out, and people are going like, yeah, we told you. And there's a massive cohort of people going, life doesn't have to be like that. I'm not going back into an office. I'm going to get a job that works from home because that suits my lifestyle. And I never, ever would have got the opportunity to do that or thought about even asking. But now it's suddenly become an option in a lot of jobs. And it really suits my work-life balance and my lifestyle. And it's a whole other, like, paradigm shift for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of, you know what I mean, crackhead's going to crack.
Yeah, but I'm talking about people who are paying lip service to, because what you're saying, people who are, I can just go to fucking Aruba and do my job from there from a laptop. Why can't I do that? I'm going to do that, and then other people are just like, I'm going to change my ways and be a better person and give to charity, and then they just go back into the same kind of routine.
Yeah,
which is just kind of, that's what disappoints me about the whole thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that
the opportunities for just changing the way we do things. There was so much talk about it, and then it's just like, let's just forget all that shit.
It was the same when Obama was coming in. Shape.
But you can hope. The water is clear, the sky is clear. Goats have taken over a Welsh village, and it's.
But it's like when you have a headache and you take a pill, and the headache goes away. You don't really even notice it going away.
Yeah.
And you don't stop like 2 hours later and go, Jesus, do you remember that headache? I'm so glad I don't have it. The second it's gone, it's gone. For most people.
But the whole time when you have it, you're like, oh my God,
I would do anything to not have it.
Do anything to not have it, and also I can't even remember what it likes to feel well.
Yeah.
There is an element of disassociation that's in a lot of people, and there's a lot of trauma that people went through being isolated and all that stuff. And then there's a whole bunch of other trauma about people who agreed with the system and then were kind of feel like they were lied to. There's a whole bunch of other people who pushed back against it and were ostracized by their friends and families. There's a whole bunch of people who still believe what they did was right and still haven't made amends with those people. Like, there's a lot of leftover shit. But I know you're saying the scene feels like it's gone back to normal. Like, I don't think it'll ever go back the same way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I agree. Yeah. But it's just the same fucking conversation that just goes round and round.
Again.
And
we'll just move on.
We're circling the drain.
Yeah, I think there's a lot.
It's a comedy show, folks.
Yeah, but there's lots still
comedy podcast.
There's lots still to be talked about in it, and getting a little bit further every time, helps. Like Tesco. Every little helps. Colin, can you tell us about the lonely genius of Nikola Tesla? Because I
thought it was a paragraph about me.
It's the title of the 10-part series.
Yeah.
The Lonely Genius.
Tesla unfortunately died as he lived, almost entirely alone. He was a hermit for the majority of his life, with very few close friends, and people he did venture to reach out to ended up betraying him or taking advantage of his kind or naive nature. He often worked in seclusion and didn't gain the companionship of people who could fight his battles and get him the wealth and accolades due to him for his ingenuity. Tesla was, in personality, the antithesis of Edison, who took other people's ideas and portrayed them as his own. Tesla only invested himself in inventing and creating. Tesla never married, had no family, and for the second half of his life had no one to confide in. His only relative in the US was a nephew who he never saw.
Imagine. And according to reports, he fell in love with a pigeon because he was very, what would you call it? Neurodivergent. And he had no physical contact. He used to wear gloves, wouldn't shake hands, didn't like hugs, was very non-physical and possibly asexual. And he was fascinated with objects and machines more than people, and he would feed the pigeons in the park outside of his New York hotel for the last 20 years of his life. And he ended up finding one and bringing it back to the hotel room, and it would live with him and give him a fucking coo job now and again, and like kissing a coodle, and he was in love with this pigeon apparently, and then he died in a chair on his own. God bless him. That's the
an electric chair.
That's the end of poor Nikola Tesla.
I don't think we'd have the pigeon in the show. It'd be too expensive to get a.
We'll CGI that pigeon, man.
That's expensive.
The good feathers, huh?
No, probably not.
CGI the fucking lightning. You can CGI a pigeon.
Yeah.
They can do Paddington, they can do a pigeon, bro.
No, I want to do for real like Christopher Nolan did. I want to do all the effects.
Yeah. Trained actor pigeons played by fucking
Andy
Cillian
Serkis.
Murphy.
It's kind of like the only people he did become his friend. He kind of just took their money and did a different thing anyway. So
Yeah, he was
sounds like a right pain in the arse.
He was very difficult person. I would imagine to be dealing with. As ingenious as he was, he seemed like a very fucking peculiar cunt altogether. Like,
yeah, well, he
not
was
very
just,
sociable, and
he
not
was
very,
just like straight ahead, thinking,
yeah,
that's the whole like plugging his thing into the mains of the city without really
worrying or caring.
Yeah, just like, this is what I need.
Blew all the fucking things.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah,
well, they're
it's
my
just-
things. You're like,
Just like, I need it now, so I will take it now. Thank you.
Yeah, that's his kind of logic.
We're going to take your patents. That's fine. I'm doing this now.
yeah, give me 100,000 for what? Oh, for that old thing I'm not even doing anymore. Like, he's a bit aspy. It's a bit like fucking. Do you know what I'm saying? He also made what was known as the death ray. And I'd love to hear Carl tell you about this, because this is fucking bonkers.
He wasn't without accolade totally, though. The Yugoslavian government and the Czechoslovakian governments awarded him the Grand Cordon of the White Eagle and the White Lion, which are each of the country's highest honours, awarded by King Peter, Big Pete, on Tesla's 81st birthday celebration. One reason for this, among many others, was the creation of the fabled death ray. Tesla hated war, and back in the 1890s, he had developed a lamp which could vaporize diamonds. And during the creation and testing of the Wardenclyffe Tower, he discussed it being able to send out a beam that could kill.
Yeah.
Nice.
He's like, this could be used as a weapon or as an inexhaustible, permanent, wireless, global energy source. Also a weapon. And we're like, a what?
He's like, what's cheaper?
How much money? All the money.
What's cheaper to destroy than an elephant? A diamond.
Yeah, imagine in 1891 he was able to go like, meow, and shoot a diamond, and it just turned into nothing. Because it's only carbon, really, like. And he was able to like molecularly disassemble a diamond as a side project.
As
like,
a bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
But rumours of this ray proliferated all through World War I, and the British claiming they had a ray that could shoot zeppelins out of the sky. And pre-World War II... Sorry. Pre-World War II, the Germans and Russians claiming that they are working on a ray that could shoot planes from the sky. Tesla knew this to be untrue, as he had worked on it exhaustively. For many years before my ignorance was dispelled and I became convinced that I could not be realised.
Yeah, he was like, I know they don't have them shits, they're bullshitting. Why is that, Nick? Because I'm out trying to make them for 20 years and I can't get it right, so they're definitely not getting it right, because they're fucking...
It's kind of baller, isn't it?
They're not me, like, yeah. I mean... But the rumours were out there, people were like, is there this ray that can shoot fucking planes out of the sky? And Nikola Tesla's like,
not yet.
There is, but... might only be me that has one.
Yeah. There will be when I get round to it, basically.
And then everybody was like, oh, just go and pretend to be friends with me, give it to you for nothing. Fucking eat it.
Leave it on the table, go to lunch there. I'll just fucking take it. In his older years, in the late 30s, he said he was working on something that could shoot minute bullets at terrific speed, and any amount of power desired can be transmitted by them.
Like a machine gun.
The way the Tesla coil could take like huge amounts and step it down, he was able to take huge amounts of energy, step it down into the bullet, and as the bullet struck its target, it would step up using its own, using the target's own grounding. So it's like, the way a bird can be on like an electric wire, and as long as it's not grounded, it doesn't get zapped.
Yeah.
But the minute it hits the ground, it goes ba-jank. So like the bullet as it flies through the sky has nothing in it, but as soon as it hits something that's on the ground, it's like like he was basically, it was like a fucking laser gun. It was particles. He was firing particles. Like, what a mad cunt in 1899. Like, what a mad bastard. And this is shit that's like,
could he have thrown it? That'd be fun.
What?
Just throw it at somebody. What's that? A peanut?
Yeah, put it in a pen. Hello, Q.
Blow dart.
Oh god. The death beam would send concentrated charged particles through the air of such tremendous energy that they can bring down 10,000 planes at a distance of 250 miles and cause armies of millions to drop dead in their tracks. Jesus.
That's the claim. That's the amount of power that he was able to put out from this thing. So imagine being able to use like the actual power of lightning condensed into like particle-sized bullets that you could fire from hundreds of miles away. That's what we're talking about here. And it was a totally real, planned, realised thing. It's wild that it
just
wasn't
like a field full of soldiers would just...
Yeah.
Would they just fall over and die? Or
fall
would
over and die?
Would they explode?
No, just dead. Because it stops all the electrical signals in the body. Like kills brain death. Like you're done.
Wow.
Stops your heart beating. Like an EMP for organics.
Not a
And we
bad
have
way to go,
EMPs
really.
for electrics, but
Just
this is
you're switched off essentially.
yeah. Just
Wow.
plug you out and plug it back in again. Just don't plug it back in.
Click.
Just a flying defibrillator?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah. Invisible flying defibrillator.
That's melted my brain, that one. Clear. The only limitation to its range would be the curvature of the Earth. Pff, bullshit. And 1 million men could be killed in a second.
So if they fired it, it actually would just wipe out all humanity. But you'd have to fire it from the edge of the flat Earth. So you'd have to find that.
Yeah, just warn all your friends and family to be at one edge before you fire that thing.
Spit to the left.
Get behind me.
1 million men could be killed in a second, and not even the most powerful microscope would be able to identify what had caused their deaths.
Now, this is from texts that were written by and about Nikola Tesla that I found. These are all like death ray blueprint examinations by people and stuff like that. Like this is not like some poppycock bullshit website I found in green writing on a black background from 1999. This is
from the horse's mouth.
These are like Tesla scholars. Like, yeah. Dane, not again.
It was the end of war. Tesla had created the ultimate weapon, and putting it in the hands of all sides would ensure a mutually beneficial peace forced by the threat of total but silent annihilation. He claimed it would cost... I thought that just said $2. He claimed that it would cost $2 million to build. It would generate 50 million volts and take 3 months to build.
Yeah. So $2 million at the time, you're looking at like hundreds and hundreds of millions.
So you just give each country the off switch, the kill switch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't fuck about.
If you press it, I press it.
that's
Mutually assured destruction. You know,
Yeah.
it's the precursor to the nuclear bomb. Like,
yeah.
It's cleaner.
It's
quieter.
funny because you can see the sense in it from, Tesla being potentially neurodivergent. It makes sense.
Yeah.
It's not just like two guys in a room and you give them each a gun so they don't shoot each other. It's not that logic. It's a bigger... It's like again, one of his kind of world problem solved kind of
and everybody
ideas.
knows that everybody else has it. It's not like it's one has it and one the other one. Like how many more nukes does the US have than Russia during the Cold War? Like neither side knew. But if you know that both sides has one button that if they push it, it's all over.
It's kind of reminiscent of the joke, again, another Joker reference, but a different one this time, the Dark Knight Joker with the whole boats thing. Where they both have the
detonators.
The detonators. And that guy who's not Michael Clark Duncan just throws them out the window. But he always reminds me of him.
Little did you know. The thing is though, and I think this could be, Tesla's genius at work, that all along he was anti-war and he's like, I'm going to use my eccentric personality and my clear superior intelligence and engineering ability and reputation to create a quote-unquote death ray and then give like, that episode of the IT Crowd where they trick your wand into thinking the internet is this black box that's on top of the London Eye.
Yeah.
And then she breaks it by accident and everyone freaks out. It's like just give like a black box, give one to like Stalin, one to fucking Eisenhower, one to Churchill, and just go, now, nobody do anything.
That'd be smart.
Yeah.
And there's nothing in it, but his reputation would be like, and if you press that button,
don't open
everybody
the
will
box.
die.
Yeah.
And then the minute somebody does press the button, Tesla gets like a text message or whatever, and it says like, Joseph's already after pressing the button. And they're like, right, Joe's got to go.
Jump him.
Yeah. But like, it's the threat of it, no more than nuclear war, because I don't really know if nuclear bombs are real, but no more than the threat of nuclear war, which never would happen, but it's being threatened as this thing of like, well, look, you're going to have to give up your freedom in exchange for security, because unless you do that, like, we're all going to die. And you're like, are we though? If we didn't die during the war and if we didn't all die during the 50s, if we didn't all die during the 90s, and Al Gore was a liar, and fucking, you know, we haven't died from Al Qaeda, weapons of mass destruction, post 9/11. We haven't died from, you know. I don't think Russia's going to start launching nukes now. Do you? Chernobyl didn't get us. Fucking, you know, all these things didn't get us. Sellafield, like, it's just one of those things that they say. And I think Tesla had the rep at the time to maybe prevent like World War One by arming each side and saying, "Don't press the button on the box." Do you know? It's fucking genius, really, when you think about it. I have this section that
it's like some Darren Brown shit.
Yeah.
It'd be fun if he did press it and just went, bing, boom. That was it. It was only fun.
Or just
TikTok
like,
came out.
He pressed it and like a spider and a spring came out and went to his hand. He's like, "Whoa."
Oh, you bastard.
Yeah. You got to me. You got to me.
You cheeky bugger.
I have this bit that I set aside specifically for Ed, and it's called Jewish Space Lasers.
This week on Jewish Space Lasers.
Have you got my laser?
Is that JML as well?
No, I'm not going to do that. So, if death rays weren't interesting enough, Jewish space lasers. So there was some contention as to what happened to this death ray blueprint and what happened to the rest of Tesla's inventions and information which he kept in a safe in the various hotel rooms that he lived in during the 1930s. One particular rumor, which has two narrative forks, it seems, is that the plans were stolen on the event of his death and that they were secreted away and realized, kept by a secret military organization and used to create the modern world we live in today. Technology from the conspiracy world, like directed energy weapons or, quote, Jewish space lasers, as they are more affectionately known. Is that affectionately?
Yeah.
And the weather manipulation technology known as HAARP or HARP are but two of the utilizations of this technology, using the Earth's own forces directed as a weapon against humanity. Who would do such a thing? Well, the owner of the hotel that Tesla was in when he died, and whom he owed a considerable amount of money to, which kind of par for the course with old Nicky, took the promise of the blueprints for the death ray as payment for this considerable bill, which included room and board and all his meals. When Tesla died, the hotelier informed the government of what was in the safe, and as the story goes, the FBI showed up immediately and cleared out anything that was of interest or value to the American government, lest it fall into the hands of the enemy during wartime. The man who was tasked with inspecting these papers to assess their veracity was none other than Uncle John Trump, brother to the father of former President Donald J. Trump.
Uncle John was a genius.
Is this a Trump quote?
Trump quote.
Uncle John was a genius, a brilliant genius who I believe was a great professor for 40 years at MIT, and I used to discuss nuclear with him all the time.
I used to discuss nuclear with him.
Nuclear.
I love the way Trump always says who I believe, which is like, this isn't a fact. This is just, I think this is true, therefore it is, because
Just
I have
ask
spoken.
Tim Apple. He knows all about it.
So Uncle John Trump.
Yeah. That's the man who got his hands on it. So these documents have been released recently enough in 2016 that detail what was in those files that Uncle John got. And two other released documents in 2018. But still lots of the original files are missing. Files that Tesla had written about in his personal journals, or the lost Tesla files as they're known. Uncle John Trump, also reported that these papers were
Primarily of a speculative, philosophical and promotional character and did not include new sound, workable principles or methods for releasing such results.
They weren't good enough. They were just papers. But they would say that, of course, to keep it a secret, right? They were going to, like, of course these blueprints don't make bombs, you silly goose. This Uncle John himself was no stranger to the technology of Tesla, as he'd been involved in the development of X-ray and radar design and research during World War II, using the findings and inventions built on the technology and unrealized theories of Nikola Tesla that were now intellectual property of J.P. Morgan and the US government through all that patent shenanigans that he released to the US during World War I after the 1883 panic, when he gave billions of dollars to the American government and basically took over America. Right? After Tesla's death on the 7th of January 1943, in the room at the Hotel New Yorker, Tesla's estate was to go to his nephew Sava Kasanovic, who was the Yugoslavian ambassador to the US at the time. But the powers that be saw the potential connection with Eastern Europe and a slim chance that Kasanovic could be, convinced to make available such information to the enemy in the time of war. So they robbed it. They even considered arresting Kasanovic to prevent him, turning if he persisted in acquiring the documents legally. That they were like, no, you're not getting these shits. Today, all these documents, or what's left of them, reside in the Nikola Tesla Museum in Belgrade in Serbia, along with hundreds of containers of Tesla's effects from his various labs, residences, and from collections. But of the 80 recorded containers recorded by the FBI as his residence on the event of his death, only 60 reached Belgrade, so we can only presume that the others went to FBI, NSA, NASA.
Could have been put in a charity shop by mistake.
Yeah, left out with the bins.
With some beanos.
Unlucky man. There's one quite interesting story that Colin might tell us now about the Nazi Hitman, I call it. And it's a perfect little penultimate.
The Nazi Hitman. Some even say that the Nazis sent a hitman to kill Tesla, Otto Skorzeny. Went very Italian with that, I apologize. Who apparently smothers a sleeping Tesla in his hotel room after spending the previous day with him. Skorzeny tricked Tesla into revealing the secrets of some of the blueprints found in the room, and the items that were found in Tesla's safe ensured the protection of hundreds of Nazi scientists in the aftermath of the war. Skorzeny was one of the famous Operation Paperclip refugees from the post-World War II campaign to retain Nazi knowledge, and so the story goes, was in possession of the secrets of Tesla along with other scientists. The technology found in Tesla's safe went on to enable the Nazis to create the famous Die Glock, or the Bell, which was a floating UFO type device, a precursor to an alleged secret fleet of UFO type devices developed during the war. Interesting.
So Skorzeny was tasked with getting his hands on those plans, because if the Nazis had them, it meant that no matter what way the war went, if they had the death ray, the Americans wouldn't fuck with them, because they were like, well, we'll wipe out your whole country then with the button. I mean, it was unrealised, but still the threat was there. And Skorzeny was a bad cut, man.
Bad pup.
Oh, bad pup. Keep going, Con. Let's see what happens to him.
Well, this technology couldn't go to waste, so when the war was done, Skorzeny and others were recruited into the US military-industrial complex, and the fabled and now infamous death ray technology, amongst many others that could be dangerous to the American people that were created by Tesla, were now secure in US hands. Bad pups indeed. The FBI covered up the missing files at the time and gained back the knowledge when they subsumed the Nazi scientists into their ranks. This seems a bit far-fetched, but very soon after the war, the first UFO tech began to be seen in the skies above Roswell, New Mexico. And the recent news events show that UFO tech and now possibly aliens are indeed real. Could we be seeing the realization of a century-long plan to control the Earth with Tesla technology?
I mean, we've been told that fucking aliens are real this week, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a bit much, like.
Up next, aliens are real.
We did an episode a little while ago on Project Bluebeam. Do you know what that is? It's like the fake alien invasion that's going to unite everybody against the common enemy, but like, the shit's bananas. It's fucking bananas. And if we had done this episode even last year, those types of suppositions that I'm making here will be poppycock and bullshit. But now you're like, oh yeah, that sounds about right. Like Skorzeny had it locked down for all the former Nazis. Do you ever watch Hunters on Amazon Prime?
Yeah.
It's fucking deadly. Al Pacino.
Yeah.
So you're a Nazi.
Al Pacino hunting Nazis. Yeah.
Fucking deadly, man. And it's a bunch of Jews who are formed this cool 70s assassination group, and they hunt down Nazis who escaped justice, and really fucking cool.
I think that was one of the shows that I put on with my wife, and either one of us wasn't like feeling it, and we had to turn it off. So I never got through it.
Yeah,
I'd go back to it, man.
It was actually similar. Yeah, my wife
top of the pops.
wasn't feeling it. But and then we just don't have Amazon Prime anymore.
So Scorsese is the cunt that basically said like, I have these things, so if you fuck with us, and then when Operation Paperclip went picking the football team, he's like, I got the death ray, and they're like, all right, you with the death ray, come on in. And we're able to like disassemble the plans and disseminate it out to all the different, technology wings of the US government. But like, imagine having that type of power. Like Scorsese, that's not his only. You'll see now, that's not his only accolade. He's pretty high up there,
So funny thing, Scorsese was a very busy man during and after the war. He was involved in Operation Long Jump, which was an attempt to assassinate Stalin, Churchill and Roosevelt, which failed obviously, but also involved in Operation Panzerfaust and Operation Grafe. Not as much of a ring to that one. Both of which had serious war crimes committed. So he was tried for war crimes for impersonating an enemy officer in Paris. And during his war crime trial in Dachau. A British agent spoke up for him, saying they did the same thing, so he wasn't sentenced to death. And then he escaped by being freed by a former English-speaking SS soldier working at the internment camp, pretending to be an American.
Yeah.
The wires are crossed.
So they committed a war crime to save a lad who was acquitted of a war crime because the British committed the same war crime and spoke up for him at the defence of him at his war crime tribunal to say he can't be executed because we also committed the same war crime.
If he didn't say the words, everyone's at it,
yeah.
I'd be very disappointed. Sure, everyone's at it.
How do you say that in German?
There's probably one word for that in German.
Yeah,
Alice
bedanktenschlag or something. Alice bedanktenschlag! Oh yeah, Alice bedanktenschlag for sure.
It means that everyone is involved in the same activity, You have a phrase for this in your country?
Bad pups?
Yes, about drinking, yes?
Schlechte Hunde.
Good one, Klaus.
Thanks, Fritz.
Das ist great crack.
Now I was blending in.
Have you ever been to Dachau, Fritz? Have you ever been there? I went there with my Irish pen pal. It was right gas.
Maybe you call it Dakar.
Dakar. Went to Dakar. Mispronunciation.
Egypt. So the contention arises later when Scorsese...
We went to Auschwitz one summer to see what all the fuss was about. Oh, the queues were murder.
The shower's stinking. The contention arises later when Scorsese claims that the US government...
The price of the tickets were criminal. Sorry, Colin.
We are 7 hours in. I can barely read already.
Hey.
Getting very camp there.
No, I'm tired.
Listen.
German is easier when it's camper.
Arbeit macht frei, meine Freunde. Fuck will make you free.
What's going on with this Nazi guy? Maybe we should make 10-part series about him.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Otto. He sounds like a kind of a James Bond.
He sounds like a whole fucking episode.
Yeah.
Or a movie where you wouldn't believe that it was based on a true story.
Well, it's not even finished yet. Will you hear this shit?
Oh, God.
Sorry, Colin. Go ahead. If we keep interrupting you.
Das contention arises. Das ist why you far.
Tell us about the Jewish space lasers. The inferior lasers.
The contention arises later when Scorsese claims that the US government helped him in this escape and provided the plan and the uniform and facilitated his evacuation to Madrid, where he became a business owner and married his sweetheart.
His childhood sweetheart. Can you imagine? They did a war crime to get a lad away from a war crime at his war crime tribunal. The reason he got away was because the other lads had committed a war crime too and they couldn't prosecute him for being a war criminal. And then the US committed a They committed a war crime to pretend to do another war crime. To get him out of the country because he was too valuable to be like in prison as a war criminal. And then they got him denazified and shipped him off to Madrid because they're like, we might need you again, son. Like, that's fucking crazy, man.
Denazified. Just give me that armband.
What? I have to hand back the uniform, but this is Hugo Boss.
It costs a fortune.
This is the best piece of clothing I own.
Look at the stitching. You cannot get quality like that.
Finally, something I can go to the wedding in.
The jacket is swag, no? Swag?
Swag.
Then he was allegedly hired by the Egyptian government, a Nazi prison escapee, to hire a staff for former SS military minds to train the Egyptian army and Arab volunteers to fight against the British in Suez.
Wow.
And then?
And that's the end of the story? Or?
No.
Oh, what? There's more?
Then he was hired by Mossad to develop and train personnel against the Palestinians. And then? After being declared in absentia, he'd fucked off and officially denazified after doing all that. Lived in Kildare for 2 years and bought and lived in Martinstown House until it was sold in 1971. The locals...
What a sad ending.
Or reported to have said.
So tragic.
He was odd and not very friendly. He didn't mix well with the locals.
But he loved a bit of the hurling.
And then...
Then he bought a spa in Burr in Offaly, and he makes breakfast rolls and chicken fillets.
And he is my father, and he is here today.
Welcome.
He's 174 years old.
Otto Salmon.
Oh my God.
How mad is that? Did he end up living in fucking Kildare, man?
Why is that not a movie?
I thought, yeah, that's it.
Do you know what I mean?
That is...
Fuck Oppenheimer.
That's a whole
Fuck
episode.
Tesla.
Yeah.
This motherfucker's evil genius.
Just trying to think who could play him in the movie.
The
Fassbender.
The Nazi Paddy. No, the...
Fassbender could play him.
McNazi.
The...
McNazi. Fitznazi.
Paddy Nazi.
McNazi. That's a good one.
Nazi Og.
Nazi Ogo helping. No, what is it? There's something there. We can get a German
Adolf
Nazi. I should have really
Murphy.
thought about this beforehand. Yeah.
Oh, the fact that we do have the alleged death ray adjacent technology.
Strudel and cabbage? No, that's too... that's too much.
Hand in your badge, cabbage. You're off the case. Strudel, you too.
What? I didn't do anything.
It's my second badge this week. I've fucking no badges left.
This is my collar, Murphy. Look, it's you, a boss. That's fucking mad that he lived in Kildare. Like, can you imagine? And he had to be going around like, well, Otto, how's it going? Yeah, all right, Otto. She's very ignorant, that fella.
Well, like,
great suit now. Looks like he'll go boss to me.
Wandering the fields thinking about his old Nazi days.
Yeah. And then going into like a Christian Brothers school and going, I remember it well. The beatings, the rapings. Just like home.
Your jacket's so shite.
Was this the crack meant something very different back then?
Well, when will these guys learn how to have a shower?
Strudel and cabbage. We'll be right back.
Yeah, man, it's fucking mad. A Nazi in Kildare.
There's your title.
Yeah.
A Nazi in Kildare.
Nazi in Kildare. Sounds like a folk song.
I will have cream with my strudel, dear. I have my toast on one side.
I don't
I have a
anymore.
goose step in my walk. I'm a Nazi in Kildare. Oh, I'm a Nazi. I'm a German Nazi.
10 out of 10. Release that?
Yeah, we would do that. Trying to think of all the towns I know in Kildare, and I can't think of one off the top of my head now.
Me neither.
Neuenstrasse Mont Kennedy? No. Is that this Kildare? I don't know, sorry. Yeah, so that's the story of Otto Skorzeny. Pretty crazy, right?
Yeah.
The fact that we do have a real alleged death ray adjacent technology in our world today, such as the Jewish space laser and technology like the particle beam accelerator in CERN, means that someone either kept or made copies of Tesla's work. So Skorzeny got it out somehow. The Ronald Reagan U.S. administration's famous Star Wars program.
Star Wars.
And Ronald Reagan was one of the first lads to go, like, there is aliens, and we know there is, and they're not great, and we need to fucking protect ourselves.
Yeah. And everyone thought he was just quoting from one of his old movies.
Everyone was up to shits when he said that. And they launched a Star Wars program, which was to weaponize space to prevent against nuclear war, basically putting satellites up that could shoot space lasers at ICBMs that were being sent over potentially with nuclear payloads and just bopped them out of the sky before they hit anywhere. It's exactly the type of thing that Tesla was talking about nearly 100 years prior, and it was the thing that the Brits and the Germans and the Russians were lying about, being able to have shooting Zeppelins and planes out of the sky and shit. So this is real stuff now. Tesla's technology had been realised. Jewish space lasers are real. But some of these Tesla files that are available from 2016 and 2018 are now redacted and classified. So we'll never know how the US government got those awesome ideas, will we, Otto?
I'll never tell.
I'm a Nazi from Kildare. Oh. From the Schwabenland. From the lovely Schwabenland.
It's going to ruin my week.
What, Nazi in Kildare?
That'll be me singing, yeah.
I'm going to write a full lyrical version with all German Nazi stuff in it.
I use the finest brill cream to slick my hair.
I got my suits from Hugo Boss.
Kildare. Nice. I was trying to think of something that rhymed with Kildare. That wasn't Dare.
So yeah, Ed, I want you to tell us, please, about the fucking crazy amount of patents. And now this is only like a tip of the iceberg. This is just a tip, just for a second to see how it feels.
Tip of the Tesla berg.
About the amount of shit that he invented. And
he was prolific.
After this, I'm going to blow your boys' minds with some simple but very impressive maths, and then we're going to get off the fence and get the fuck out of here.
That maths is really, not going to sink in at all at this stage. Really.
With the secret of 369. But yeah, tell us about these Tesla patents, because some of these will actually melt your face when you know that.
Do we say patents or patents? I would say patents.
I would say patents, because it's patent leather shoes, but you can say whatever you want, patents. I think. Yeah.
Well, he was prolific. He was like the prince of inventing. I'll do that again. He was prolific. Sorry. I'm getting tired now and goofy. He was prolific at inventing, like Prince, writing songs, but only for inventing. And his ideas were only usurped by the inability to will them into reality due to the shortcomings of the technology of the time. Pretty much the James Cameron of inventing.
Yeah. Took him 12 years, but he got there.
Yeah, and like totally ahead of everyone else and frustrated that no one was like on the same page as him.
Yeah.
He's like, trust me, people pay money and go crazy for this goddamn shit. In his book, My Inventions, very inventive title, published in 1919, he envisioned that in the following year and without much undue expense, he would be able to deliver the interconnection of existing telegraph exchanges or offices all over the world, as we know it, fax machines, the establishment of a secret and non-interferable government telegraph service, WebEx and Cisco, the interconnection of all present telephone exchanges and offices around the world, VoIP.
Yeah, VoIP that we know as.
VoIP.
So these are all things that he predicted that are now real things. Like
the universal distribution of general news by telegraph or telephone in conjunction with the press, the establishment of a world system of intelligence transmission for exclusive private use, or the more snappy title, drop all that, just call it internet. It's cleaner. The interconnection of all stock tickers of the world, which is the global stock exchange. You just wave some coloured paper and shout. The establishment.
It's chicken flavour. It's beef flavour.
Beef, more beef. The establishment of a world system of musical distribution, Spotify, and YouTube, and Deezer, and all those other ones.
Yeah.
The world transmission of typed characters, letters, checks, etc. X and email. The establishment of a universal marine service enabling ships to steer perfectly without compass and to determine exact location and speed on the globe to prevent collision. Google Maps, I still sometimes collide or go down the wrong way, but eventually
I drove into a lake.
The global reproduction of information and photographic pictures and all kinds of drawings or records, Wikipedia, as well as the prediction that this will be all available from a small handheld device that will be connected at all times to this network. He also wrote every episode of the original Star Trek series, and he had it in an attaché case, which
Gene
Roddenberry came into possession of and passed it off as his own. But Tesla wrote the original show. That's my belief anyway.
It's all predicted, man. But that's a fucking amazing amount of things. And that's just like literally like the top like 10 or 12 things that I could go, yep, that's that. Yep, that's that. Yes, that's that. Like,
And there's more.
There's fucking thousands.
One of the inventions that Tesla was most famous for, and the one that got him into the most arguments, was the AC motor in 1887, and perfected the initial idea he had while walking with a friend in Paris. Oh, a friend. Good for him. While Nicky was working in the City of Lights, he kept to a rigorous schedule and would wake at 5 a.m. and swim 27 laps of the bathhouse, and would then, in his spare time, revolutionize motor technology.
Just as a jape.
Yeah.
He swam 27 because 2 and 7 is 9. I'll explain that now in a minute.
The legend has it that as he was on a walk with his friend, the vision of the motor came to him, as did many of his visions and ideas he had after some mushrooms, because he had an eidetic memory and would visualize things rather than write them down. The crude but accurate drawing was of a rotating magnetic field array that would use positive and negative charge to move the power rather than the traditional Edison circuit, which meant that it could flow in both directions rather than DC limitations of just one, which Gordo so expertly explained for this dum-dum. Like pushing an empty car down a hill.
I'm only transferring information that I got from the internet, but it's it's definitely something that like came out of nowhere. He wasn't really like slogging hard for it. It was just like, oh my god, I said a great idea, and it revolutionized fucking.
It's like
electricity and propulsion, and also like it's.
Yeah, there was a friend of mine that I used to hang around with when I was doing my leaving cert. He was like an old inventor, and he fell and hit his head on the toilet.
Oh,
and when he woke up, he had a vision. For a woman's reproductive organs.
Nice.
And then took him years and he realised it was for a flux capacitor, just in the same shape.
Oh. I thought it was like a IUD or whatever.
Went back in time. Actually, Doc Brown could have used Tesla in the 1950s.
I don't know why he didn't. No,
Electricity,
Tesla died.
The electricity machine.
Tesla died in 43.
Oh yeah. But he had these.
But in 1885, he definitely could have went and said, "Here, help me fix my DeLorean."
Yeah. Or here, my mate needs to get back to. Can you shoot some electricity or some lightning?
Nikkei, what kind of skins is them?
Would have been a less interesting movie anyway. So Tesla also had a hand in the creation of the infamous Tesla coil,
which you put up to stop you getting pregnant.
Yeah, which reduced the need for thousands of unwanted babies. Thousands of wires to transfer or transmit high voltages relatively safely. The experiments to create it, however, were not regarded as that safe, with Tesla being struck by a 3.5 million volt charge at one point that, quote, jumped 3 feet through the air and struck me in the right shoulder and burned the heel in one of my socks where it left my body.
But the voltage was so high, but the current was so low that he was like almost perfectly safe. So like that's how safe AC was, rather than hooking it up and setting a fucking elephant on fire or whatever.
The coil is the quintessential device we think of when we imagine Tesla sitting reading under a sheet of fork lightning in his lab. The coils were also a thing of old-timey horror movies like Frankenstein, and crazy professor types were often modelled on Tesla's mustachioed look. The coil itself is a transformer and was invented in 1891 and runs high-frequency alternating current and is the precursor to X-ray technology. They were and are used for radio transmissions and the transmission of high-voltage electricity, but most often they are now used as transformers in screens and displays.
Like your LCD and your iPhones and stuff like that. Little tiny Tesla coils to have small, like the small batteries we have in our phones, to have them like ramp up to be able to power the devices that we have for so long and stuff like that.
Crazy. The secret behind it, and it's frightening but relatively harmless sparking lightning, is the high voltage and low current transference. There are many types of coil, some using transistors and others using vacuum tube oscillators, the type you'd find in big old tellies and vintage recording equipment.
And that's the valuable part when they're taking apart those tellies and stuff. They'll always take out the vacuum tubes and the old bass amps and stuff like that. They keep that really nice tone.
Yeah.
That tone comes from the electric signal being run through the wires and innards of the vacuum tube Tesla coil. That's why it gives such a wonderful sound, and that's why they're so sought after. It's also why when you go into a rage room, they don't let you smash the telly without taking all the stuff out of it. There's actually they're actually really valuable, those vacuum in those older tellies.
Crazy.
It's mad to get and I think he invented an awful lot more than was realised. And I'd say the amount of things that he thought of, like having a shit or like waiting in a line in the fucking post office, that would have revolutionised the planet, that he was just like, huh? Oh, fuck, what was I saying? Ah, fuck it, we can't.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Things that were passing thoughts to him were, global influence thoughts, to most people. One of the things that he was obsessed with, and we finish the show with this, one of the things that he was like Jim Carrey and the number 23 type obsessed with, top secrets, was the power of 3, 6, and 9. Now, boys and dear listener at home, tighten up your caps and squint up your eyes to follow this one, because it's a little hard to follow without the visual cues or the graphs. But Tesla was fascinated with the formation and relationship between the numbers 3, 6, and 9. Tesla had lots of quirks. He wouldn't shake hands, wouldn't hug. He was asexual, fancied pigeons, the whole lot. He had the foibles of an autist, of a sufferer of OCD. But he also had the visual and mathematical mind of a prophetic genius. So you take the sweet with the bitter, He was obsessed with 3, 6, and 9, and he wove it into every part of his everyday life. He would eat dinner and then clean his plates with 18 napkins. So 3 by 6 is 18. 3 plus 6 is 9. Or 8 plus 1, 9. And would only stay in hotel rooms divisible by 3. One could dismiss this away as, a quirk of an adult genius mind, or something that a highly strung person might insist upon. But Tesla had a much deeper meaning behind these numbers. And it's much deeper than I'm going to lay out here now. Books and books and books. Books and books and books, and all the fucking numerology and all the shit behind this. How many things link up to 3, 6, and 9? So this is going to be tough to break down without the visuals, but try and wrap your mind around this, right? So Tesla, the maths genius and one of the greatest minds of our age, fascinated with 3, 6, and 9, okay? So the whole thing is that no matter where you go in the universe, this is his whole thing now, no matter where you go in the universe, 1 plus 2 equals 3. That's it. It seems simple, but when you extrapolate it out...
Whoa, slow down.
Yeah. That's the
bullshit.
That's what I was looking for. Let's see. 1 plus 2 equals 3. Are you following along, right?
Yeah, so far.
So Tesla is of the belief, as am I, that we didn't invent math. We discovered it. It was already here. During the simulation theory episode, we found out that the most minute building blocks of the smallest parts of matter are built with code that looks not dissimilar to computer code for Unix systems. Like, there's computer code at the smallest levels of our creation. That electrons don't really exist. They're, oscillating in and out of existence, popping in and out. And we talked about the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, and we talked about all that kind of physics stuff in the simulation theory and in the Manhattan Project episode. Niels Bohr and those physicists trying to figure out where the fuck, when you're looking at this cunting thing, it disappears half the time. Where the fuck does it go? Is it gone? Like, it's there because the thing we're looking at is still there, but then it doesn't fucking show up in the thing. You ever hear that? You go look at these and they're fucking not there half the time. Where did it be going? Tesla, in fact, actually didn't believe in the electron for some reason, and he didn't believe in atomic theory at all. But with this 3, 6, and 9, he saw the building blocks of nature, and loads of these crazy intelligent design proofs are seen in nature with things like the Fibonacci sequence, you know about that one? Or the golden ratio. We've all heard about those before in plants, animals, shells, physics, faces, and all sorts of measurements in nature. And Tesla's reciprocal engineering relationship with nature means that he's more than fluent in this aspect of math. he was using it to fucking command lightning down out of the sky to make light bulbs light up. So he was fairly fucking well on, right? So very specifically, the 369 thing, it's part of the conditioning of numbers in systems. So through mitosis, cells multiply in doubles. So you go from 1 cell to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8 when you're in the womb or when something is being created. 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, etc. But if you take those numbers and add or subtract, they always add to 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, or 8. Indefinitely. I'll bet you never notice this, but you're not going to be able to unnotice this now, right? They also result in groups of 5, 7, and 8, and 1, 2, and 4 only. So there's a type of unicursal hexagram, which is, if any of the fans hadn't noticed, is in the TCG logo, by the way. And it has a number on each point. None of these doubled cellular numbers end up as 3, 6, or 9. So you can go 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and never, ever, when added up or subtracted, will any of them ever equal 3, 6, or 9. They're above, 3, 6, and 9 are numbers that are above this system, and according to Tesla, are divine numbers. So Tesla and others like physicist Marco Rodin believe that this is because the vectors that result in the 3 or 6 as the answer. So the resulting inputs that output 3 and 6 come from another dimension of the mathematics. Right? The cellular mitosis or duplication is 2-dimensional. So when you're splitting in 2, it's the second dimension.
You get it?
And 3 and 6 are in another dimension.
Right.
And then the 9s only result in their own creation. So you can only create a 9 from a 9. So the 9 is the next level in the 4th dimension. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8 are 2-dimensional numbers. 3 and 6 are 3-dimensional numbers. And 9 is a 4th dimensional number, right? Rodin and Tesla talk about a flux field or an energy field where you can find all the 3s and 6s, and 9s are a godly number which can only be found very, very rarely and can only be created by 9s. There's an extra element during this process that results in a 3, a 6, or a 9, and this multi-dimensional number system. I'll do a spotlight on this because when you see the fucking graphs and how it's created in 3D space, you're like, holy fucking shit. There's a reason why there's only 9 numbers, and this shit goes into like infinity of numbers. In the millions, hundreds of millions, however many numbers, however many zeros, however many fucking multiplications or doubles of numbers you have, right? So I have a couple of little ones here. What's more crazy, and this is all like pure math and number theory, which is some of the most intriguing parts of math for me anyway, because it's like simple enough to understand and mad enough to tickle your balls. It's that all of these numbers, when multiplied and added, all result in a repeating pattern of 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. Always. Into infinity. No 3s and no 6s. So for example, let's take a random number up the chain. So I did one, 262,144, 262,144, which is 18 sets of doubles. Like 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. 18 times up, 262,144. When you add 2 and 6 and 2, 1 and 4 and 4, it gives 19. You add 9 and 1, and you get 10. Add 1 and 0, and you get 1. Take the next double up. So double 262,144, you get 524,288. 524,288. The boys are looking at this written down. Let me know if it's melting you yet. 524,288. You add all them together, it gives you 29. You put 2 and 9 together, you get 11. You add 1 and 1, you get 2. So we're already at 1 and 2. Next one up is 1,048,576. 148,576. Add them together, it gives you 31. 3 and 1, 4. Next one up is 2,097,152. 297,152. Add them together, 26, 2 and 6, 8. So we're already at 1, 2, 4, 8. If you keep going, I bet you get a 7, and you keep going again, you get a 5. And it repeats infinitely, as big as the numbers you can get. You'll only ever get an answer of 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 in that order. Now, what's a bit mad is, if you take 3s and you start doubling them into infinity, You will only ever get an answer of 3 or 6 when you add all the numbers together. However many times you want to double it into the millions and billions and trillions, it'll always reduce down to a 3 or a 6, but never 9. But if you start with a 9, you will only ever get a 9. Ever. And that's just like one of the hundreds of very weird and strange proofs around 3 and 6 being third dimensional and 9 being, again, a higher fourth dimensional number. And the other ones, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, and 5, repeating that pattern, and they're kind of lesser, like terrestrial two-dimensional numbers. And I never thought about it. And Tesla was absolutely, on the daily, obsessed with this. And I can see by Colin's face a little bit that he's like, hold on the fuck? Have you never noticed that before? Are you a bit melted?
Have I never noticed that?
Have you never noticed that?
Of course I have.
What do you think?
It is weird that the 9 is so rare.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But that's all I have to add.
Yeah.
It is interesting. It does sound like they just threw the 3, 6, and 9
just
as an afterthought, you know, like in the mix of all the rest of these other shit numbers.
Yeah.
But there is something about those numbers and ratios and stuff that does just keep popping up over and over again. Every photograph is rule of thirds, and you know,
like it's like
you see it over and over and over again.
It's like proof of intelligent design that there's systems that grow within themselves, like how the body is measured, how, you know, babies are born, the amount of times things take, you know, the distance between like the veins on a leaf, like how petals on a flower grow, like the physics of a bee, like all this mad inexplicable stuff.
Even time is kind of
like,
you know, broken down that way.
All of that, like it's mad. Okay, here's another proof of the 369. That's just a little bit of it's just one of many that Tesla be like, what about 3, 6, and 9?
All I can think of is that Yin Yang Twin song as well. 3, 6, 9. Oh, damn thing's fine.
I thought you were like, fuck you, pussy.
Where do you see my 6?
Yeah.
I just think 3 is the magic number.
Yeah. It is a magic number. That's the thing.
And then going back to the Jack White story at the start, you know, he's obsessed with Tesla.
Yeah.
And it's all third man and, you know, the little 3 symbol, and he was an upholsterer, big in the Bauhaus. It was all fucking, you know,
Three's
the
the
golden
number,
rule and fucking.
There's a reason that you know, all the religions are based around 3s. 6 is the devil. Like, it's there's something about it, right? So take a circle, but give it back when you're done. No, take a circle and divide it into equal parts of half, like bisect it, right? 360 degrees, 3 and 6, 9. Half it, 180 degrees, 1 and 8, 9. 90 degrees, 9. 45 degrees, 9. 22.5, 2 and 2 and 5, 9. Half it again, 11.25. 1 and 1 is 2 and 2 is 4 and 5 is 9. 5.625, add them together. 2.8125. Went exactly in half. 9. The same can be said of the angles in every shape. Every single shape, from triangle, square, hexagon. You add the angles and then break down the numbers, all end up as 9. So a hexagon is 5 angles of 108 degrees. 108 by 5 is 540. 5 and 4 is 9. Even an octagon, 135 degrees multiplied by 8 is 1080. 1 and 8 is 9. And this goes up to however many sides on any shape, like however many sides of a shape you want. The angles will always work. Like all the trigonometry, all of the geometry, it's 3s and 6s and 9s. And I'm like, if my maths teacher told me that, I'd be like, I'd never stop making triangles. Like, why didn't you tell me that? You're trying to help me with sine and cosine and tan and this bullshit. And I'm like, fuck off. But this is like, see how many fucking 9s you can fucking, how many 9s you make? Like, this is bonkers. Like, the amazing thing is that when you put all of those shapes together, right, in their multiplications where all the angles match and they're all adding up to 9, when you put them in a 3D space, it looks like it shows what we have known on the show to be called a Merkaba, right? A Merkaba is like without going too far into it, it's a time traveling fucking. It's a Jewish thing, but it's a time traveling ethereal spaceship that ancient million-year-old Jews from Mars used to fly and save themselves and land in Atlantis. It's in the Atlantis episode. It's very funny, but they make a Merkaba, right? And that's not even weird enough. A tesseract, you know, the tesseract from the Marvel movies. So tesseract is basically like an infinite cube, like a 4-dimensional cube. So it's like a cube within a cube, and then the corners are attached. So you have a cube, and from the corners of the cube, there's a bigger cube on the outside, and you join the corners out. So when you move the cube on the inside, imagine the two of them are attached to each other. Do you know what I'm talking about, a tesseract? Can you visualize it? I want to show Colin something so I can visualize it. So you take that cube in the middle and the cube on the outside, and no matter you think about it, it's like it's on like elastics or whatever in the middle. So wherever you're moving that around, when you move that around inside the bigger cube, whatever angle on whatever side, you add it up and divide it by the amount of sides, no matter where the middle cube is in relation to the outside cube, each side will always add up to 9 in its angle. How fucking mad is that? Like, Tesla would sit and would obsess, take these things apart when he wasn't thinking about fucking Edison fleecing him or Westinghouse running out of money or fucking, you know, some cunt after him for fondling pigeons or whatever. Or some Nazi is trying to fucking steal his plans for his death ray. He was just fucking around with 3, 6, and 9. Like, that was his Candy Crush, you know? And it seems to be like really, like just even the little
some kind of key
tiny taste it intrigued me very much at 6 o'clock this morning when I was writing these notes. Like I was like, holy shit, maybe you two guys are melted from all the information. But
I'm not a numbers guy. That's all I just
think.
say.
I just think that 369 thing is very interesting. I can understand why.
Yeah,
Tesla
well, I
might
mean,
be obsessed,
you know, that's what they say. The not the universal language, but the planetary dimensional language is, you know, maths. You know, we've all seen Contact with Jodie Foster.
Like in CERN, they ripped a hole in space time and they shot a lot of 4s in there. Like, and we're like, how go them? Here's a 7, huh?
See what you think.
Yeah.
Here's a 7. So yeah, I mean, there's a reason for that.
Yeah,
because there's a very
I have a whole book there that I could. If you're probably not interested, it's a melty. It's like
I would have to read a book on how to read the book. Probably.
It's actually quite simple. It's simple.
There is something very satisfying about those sets of numbers.
Yeah,
like in our world, when you're doing a joke, you know, a very natural rhythm is like, here's one that's funny, here's one that's not as funny.
Or like the rule of threes or jokes.
Here's another one that was secretly the funniest.
The amount of times I've heard a comedian or seen someone do a bit, and I go, you need a third bit, and it's like sometimes you don't, but if you do things in 3s, the third one gets a big laugh, you know.
Yeah.
And because people either consciously or unconsciously expect things to happen in these clusters of 3. That's how it's presented, like, you know.
That's why I cheat the system sometimes and just do rule of 2.
Yeah.
Where I go, here's a funny one, here's a really disgusting one. I'll not even give you the third.
Yeah. Make the third up yourself.
You know.
Yeah, I didn't mean to melt minds there. It was just
it's weird how the 9 is. I've never noticed that before. Like
it's on, bro.
Yeah, how rare that is.
Out its own, man.
Lucky number 9.
Yeah,
never says that.
Yeah.
And if there was a 9 on the floor and the two of us are looking at it, it's different for both of us. For you, it's a 6.
Yeah. It's just the other thing as well.
Yeah. Later. When we're finished the show. So yeah, I just wanted to finish on something like weird like that. You know, it's a bit of crack, but like a melter, and you can just kind of get into if that's after melting your brain, you're like, it's looking late at night, and you're doing simple maths that are really complicated, like, and your head is a bit like melty, dear listener at home, and you're thinking like, like, imagine having Nikola Tesla's head all day, every day, and that's all you're thinking about when you're thinking about nothing. You're thinking about 3s and 6s and 9s and 1s and 5, 1, 5, 4, 8, 7, 1, 5, 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 7, 5, 3 and 1, 3 and 1
They
is
made
9, 4 and 5 is 9.
Star Wars trilogies. 3 movies in each. 3 plus 3
is 9. Yeah.
And the rule of 2 applies to the Sith.
There you go.
And they were space Nazis. Well,
sure, Luke Skywalker was a space Taliban, so what are you going to do?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Space Bin Laden.
Yeah. That's the
Jedi Bin Laden.
That's the end of the Tesla show on the Jedi Bin Laden joke. It's
no, that's a name I've not heard since 2001.
Yeah, man, it was an emotional roller coaster of a show. Tesla is probably one of the most enigmatic, misunderstood figures in history. It's nice to think that he was like, he's so ingenious and he was cheated at it, blah, 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 but he could have been a cunt, and by all accounts, he probably was awkward as fuck. But we'll get off the fence now. We'll see what the boys think about it. Whoever wants to go first and just shout out, young Tesla, was he a kind of a tricksy little young fella who manipulated his parents into getting what he wanted instead of being a priest by, I don't know, pretending to be sick and pulling himself asunder and really milking the fact that his brother died on a horse? Or was he genuinely affected because he was possibly neurodivergent and his dad's strictness made him not want to be part of the business his father was in, and he wanted to, I don't know, embrace his natural talent? What do you think? Who goes first?
I think, well, personally, I just think whether he's neurodivergent, which has become almost a kind of a meaningless phrase in a lot of ways, because in some ways, everyone's switched on to something or has some kind of skill. Sometimes it's a skill that can't be replicated by someone else. Some people can sing. Some people are naturally adept at, music.
Yeah, man. But there's some people that are very decidedly normal.
Oh, yeah. No, there's something...
let's be honest.
Incredibly unique about him. I think he's just incredibly driven to the point of, his brain can't take relationships or, he's very, very kind of, not closed off, but...
Focused in a special interest.
Yeah, 100%.
It's neurodivergent as fuck, bro.
Yeah, sure.
I can't deal with people, but I love this one thing.
Of course.
He's an autist poster boy,
Yeah, like, I don't think
completely unique.
Like, he might not have been as sort of intentionally manipulative.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
as a result of his brother and even the thought of having to do the clergy thing, he just kind of shut off.
Yeah.
Didn't know how to rebel against it or not. He was just like, no.
Disassociation and masking.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to manipulate the situation. He was just, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And that's how he's like, this is presented to me and I choose to.
Yeah. No. Leaves the room,
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah.
Not getting on the plane yet.
Yeah. That sort of vibe.
Mr. T, yeah.
The
original neurodivergent.
Yeah, exactly.
T is for trauma.
I pity me.
So I think also traumatized, but a little bit manipulative to a point where he's able to survive. Yeah, you're talking about fucking mid-19th century Croatia. Probably wasn't a barrel of laughs.
Yeah.
It was more like a barrel of fucking fish heads. It's like not great.
Barrel of pickled cabbage.
Yeah. Bosh! You got to do what you got to do. And he did what he had to do, and he ended up in America, which is more than I can say for some people who really tried really hard to get to America. And he did it 120 years ago, the cunt. So Edison and the War of the Currents. Edison obviously was, unilaterally we'll decide that Edison was a cunt, but was business just business? Or was Edison a fella who took advantage of these people in Menlo Park? Like, what do you think of him as a person treating everybody else, and then as a person treating Tesla? Is it like that's how you do business, or is it like
I'd
he
be
was really
tempted to
sketchy?
say, kind of, yeah. You're not going to let anybody walk in to your business and kind of like
start poking around,
race through the ranks, and you realize this guy's, you know, more talented than you, and you'd be like, do you know what? I'm in the wrong position. Why don't you have it, for example? You know, I think he probably knew Tesla was a genius, but was just like, not in my house, you know. You can work away, I'll pay you nothing.
Yeah.
See you later when you're done.
We're doing good.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. Yeah, it's kind of it's that thing of he just had a much better PR campaign, and he's pretty much remembered. I would think in America, especially, Edison as a kind of an example of a successful man.
Yeah,
more so than an inventor,
man.
the successful, and that's him being a very good businessman.
Yeah.
And I think Tesla seems to be his superpower of his brain. Also seems to kind of trip him up and made him paranoid and distrusted individuals, and it's kind of a shame, but Edison didn't really seem like, and you can't really blame him. As you said, it is it's his show.
Yeah,
and I can imagine just on the shop floor, this probably switched on, loudmouth boss, and then this guy with all his quirks, being like, I have to sign this thing, and he's probably just gonna, do you know what I mean? He's probably just gonna look at it and be like, yeah, fair play, yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
It's probably just very different characters.
Yes.
Doing very different things. I don't think Tesla's going to be the face of the PR thing. He's not going to be out there promoting all his ideas and trying to manipulate people to sell it or different propaganda. But he's just like,
especially at the young age when he was working with Edison, he was pretty green. Like,
I also get the vibes like how many times were his things taken that he didn't really like learn from it, if you know what I mean. Like it just seemed to be like on to the next one. They took that on to the next one,
and that's what I'm saying. So I think that Edison saw Tesla as a supply of ideas.
Yeah.
That had no business acumen and had no real knowledge of negotiation, of how business gets done, how things get realized. That Edison, who was a doer and a kind of a taker and a user, but a very shrewd businessman who was all wrapped up in contracts and patents and paperwork and all that stuff, saw Tesla as somebody that he could, as he saw a lot of the other Menlo Park employees, somebody that he could come in and just milk for all their goodness, all their good ideas, wring them out and go. But he just found out that Tesla was the sponge that never got dry. And he was like, holy shit, this guy, I take this and he just comes up with another thing. I give him this like uncompletable task and then he completes it, and I give him this ridiculously farcical amount of money as a prize, thinking no one will ever win that. Like it's like sometimes I go, lads, I bet you £1,000 this and this and that, and I don't have, I'm not giving out £1,000 bets, but like it's just a thing that you say to be like, I'm absolutely sure that this is a thing.
Yeah.
And then Tesla took it literally and went, okay. And it's like, oh, you poor little neurospicy cunt. Like, you actually thought, And the fact that he was like, you don't get American humor, was kind of telling him, like, come here, fucking smarten up, will you?
He probably said it like walking out the door.
Yeah.
I'll give you 200,000. He's away off to lunch.
And Tesla fucking got rinsed a rake of times. And I think that's just the person who is naive, who is unable to deal with people, and not a good businessman, whereas Edison was an excellent businessman and maybe had a couple of great ideas at the start, and then just kind of like went all Elvis in Vegas and just kind of lost it, but still had the fan base and still had the good name and still had the patents in the background, and didn't really have to try, but just enjoyed like running around fucking shouting on the shop floor. Like it was just
well, sure, that's the first rule of any successful business. You got to delegate.
I'm trying to learn that myself these days. It's a tough one, but it's definitely like the opposite to the relationship that Tesla had with Westinghouse. What do you think about that? Was Westinghouse like the recipient of Tesla's reduced naivety, like the undeserving recipient of Tesla's newly found maturity, and like, was he a great influence, or was he just another Edison out to just milk him for money? Like, what do you think about Westinghouse?
I don't think he was really. I mean, I suppose everyone was taking advantage of him, but yeah, like if Tesla if he was like fucking Batman or something, if he was, independently wealthy, and had someone to kind of look after his interests, there's, maybe a very, very different story there. But I think Tesla just kind of wears people out. I think he kind of just, he'll find a benefactor and he'll use him for as long as he can, and then, he'll pivot, or he'll won't know how to pivot and have to dig ditches for fucking 2 years or whatever it is. He'd
run out of road and he's fucked.
He hits these kind of peaks and troughs, and there was no sort of steady influence.
Very bad money management, which is quintessential.
100%. But whether he was out to take advantage of him, I don't know. I think he probably came off worse from it. Maybe. I don't know.
Might be the case where he just probably couldn't do it on his own, Tesla.
Yeah.
He's got all the inventions, but he doesn't have that other bit that the Edisons have,
He's not a finisher.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like you need this sort of front of house, like actually turning this idea into like a viable business.
You need a Garfunkel to drop in with the harmony.
Yeah, and he was fucking just a black belt on those inventions, but he probably always needed some sort of help, even when he like squandered it or changed his idea.
Yeah.
I think he always needed another person to make the thing real.
There's all these sorts of in personnel management, human resource management kind of science. There's these different types of profiling systems like the Belbin scale and stuff like that, where you have questionnaires and interview techniques to be able to identify a person's like skill set and work type, and meta models and stuff like that is another great system to kind of identify people. If you're putting together a team, like Ed, I think you said the name Boston Scientific earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of really like psychologically industrialized companies now that use that type of psychological science or social science to be able to go, okay, we have a gap in this team and it needs such and such, and we have these people and they're, I don't know, what's that system called? The fucking Enneagrams, the Enneagram, what number are you? And you answer like 180 questions that tells you the type of person, and then they go, okay, we need a 6 to fit into this team because we got 2 3s and a 9 and they don't communicate well, and we need someone to bridge.
Got a 9? Just those numbers again.
So the 6 is really good with the, or you have like the Belbin scale, which is like, plant, completer, finisher, all the different types of people that can take, like, someone's just coming up with ideas, but they're absolutely shit at like bringing it done to the table. But they're the creative person. And then you have like, the accountant type who's like, I don't think we have enough money for that. And they were able to put together the practicalities of it.
Yeah.
Like Tesla was definitely ahead of his time as regard to like personnel management, that there are certain types of people that do well. And as an all-rounder, he no go. He very bad. Very bad man. But like, as an enigmatic solo inventor who left his mark on the world, probably, one of the crazy. He's up there with like Einstein and Oppenheimer and fucking, Pee Wee Herman and whatever, Lord of mercy. Like, mad shit. But like, never really, to be honest, never really fully finished kind of anything, really.
I think because he's...
Apart from the AC motor.
He seems to always be 20, 30 years ahead of himself. So
because he's not able to finish it. Because
that's frustration of trying to get it done while not being able to, or trying to harness the technology available at the time to make new shit, but not, hitting walls and whatnot.
I think his commentary on Edison being a guy who would look for a needle in a haystack would go bullheaded in and pull every straw out instead of sitting back for a minute and thinking where would the most likely place be.
Yeah.
He'd spend 90% of his energy all like looking at every single straw until he found it. If you have enough money and you have enough people to pick up enough bits of straw, that can be a more efficient way than calculating. But if you're on your own, which Tesla always was, I think he was rigid in his thinking, he was rigid in his methodology, and he almost exclusively worked kind of solo and kind of clandestinely. So he's never had the full support. Any money he got from a benefactor, he fucking pivoted off to another project, which was taken away from the efficacy of the original project. He was always working on his own or with one other person, which reduced the efficacy of the power of numbers. And I think that if he was put into a team that functioned properly and he had people that were able to take care of his particular neurospicy needs and facilitate him to the best of his ability, instead of making him be a jack of all trades, a master of none as such, I think it could have been much more effective. But he just kind of got left behind and really completed nothing, because he was the opposite to Edison, where he spent all that time just looking at the haystack and hoping for the needle to fucking pop out at him, jump out, which was never going to happen. Do you know?
I need a big magnet.
He's the.
I need it now.
I'm going to figure out how to make a magnet, and that wasn't part of the fucking equation, you know. So like, there are two sides of the same coin, as people, whereas Tesla wasn't a businessman, and Edison wasn't really an inventive, creative genius. And I think if they were able to get their shit egos and all that shit fucking sorted out, it could have been a great and productive partnership.
There's probably an element of like, he's ripping through so many inventions that are genius when you look back.
Yeah.
But you could be talking to somebody who's maybe trying to run a business or actually manufacture, and you're like, do we need this fucking box that like cooks your dinner? And they're like, what the fuck? You know, you don't need it yet. You know, things can be way too ahead of their time.
Yeah. That's the problem.
Well, there's like no market for it. You know, you're like, do you want to have this? And you're like, this motherfucker still got candles in his house. You know,
there's no practical application.
Yeah, exactly. Like anyone can think.
You just plug it into the electric in the wall. The what in the what? Like it's not.
What's a wall?
I think like apart from the technology stuff that we're talking about, like Wardenclyffe, and we're talking about, all the other stuff, there's not really off the fence on it. It was just the opinion on Tesla as he's perceived and as we've described today. In general, I think he was a misunderstood and underutilized genius. And if he had found the right environment to thrive, we could be living in the future an awful lot quicker.
And that's
a bit we didn't really discuss is I think a lot of his stuff, a lot of his attempts were undermined and sabotaged and scuppered by nefarious business activities, the ramifications of which we are still living with today. The same group, the same cabal, and the same mission and message that fucked up his altruistic vision is still in operation with the same ethos and with the same methodology today, 130 odd some years later. Same group, same crowd, same system.
That'll be the title card at the end of episode 10 of our limited series coming soon to Netflix.
The same cunts.
Yeah.
It really is. Is it?
Hashtag stop oil.
Hashtag Nazi and
I
Kildare.
thought you were going to pull out a fucking bag of orange powder there and wreck the place. Is it the same cunts at it?
It feels similar.
Or am I banging my soapbox? It feels similar.
Well, yeah, I mean...
like planned obsolescence.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That seems depressingly familiar. And, once again...
same as it ever was.
Same as it ever was. Because, Tesla's inventions and ideas were not profitable. They were just really good ideas.
And I still think even now, you have your Gretas and you have your fucking just stop oil cunts fucking gluing themselves to the road. You're off the road, you cunt. What are you doing that for? Cementing themselves into stuff, and then lads are trying to chip them out of the cement. They're like, owie. You're like, what you do that for? The cement is going to fucking solidify around your hand and fucking deglove your fingers, so you've no more hand now, you dope.
Yeah.
You're going to have to use petroleum-based plastic to build a fucking plastic hand for yourself. You fucking idiot, right? No one in particular. I'm just saying that guy, if he's listening. All of these people are banging on now about like these new systems and this sustainable this and this sustainable that, but they're not talking about that type of technology. They're talking about just a new version of the old paradigm, which is a unilateral excavation of a certain rare item to be processed and manufactured by a select few companies into a very rare and overly expensive and licensed and licensable device or unit that can't be traded or sold privately, that must be bought from a corporation to power everything. It's just changing over from one source material to another source material. So you're not going to be able to sell, just like start up a battery company. You're going to have to get all the licenses and all the permissions. You're going to have to go to this, like all, just like now, like I wouldn't be able to go out and buy a load of barrels of oil and process them out in the fucking garden into petrol and start selling, fucking bootleg petrol. Like you can't do that. There's a system in place, and it's just moving from one thing to the other thing, because the first thing is becoming unreliable, expensive to extract, and uncontrollable. And the other thing is now quite controllable, even though it's causing the same amount of hassle. I think it's the same crowd at the same stuff, and they're using emotion. And now, when emotion has run out, they're now using
a little girl.
Guilt and shame and moral panic. How dare you? To fucking make you do what you're told, because you're not going to do it out of sadness, because you're like, I don't give a fuck. It's like you'll give a fuck when you've no job and you're in a 15-minute city and you're eating fucking cricket burgers for dinner, wearing fucking, old little bags for underpants. And then you're like, okay, I know I might, and I'd probably do what I'm told. It just doesn't, commando. None of it rings true. And I think if the technology was there 130 years ago, and it's such a big thing to get like all the poor black people in Africa, all them poor black people in Africa living in all the slums and all the stuff, just fucking make Tesla's 130-year-old free wireless energy technology a real thing today and switch it on and give everyone free. Like, we're in our country now, 4 and 5 and 6 and 700 euro electricity bills. People are in fucking utility poverty. They're deciding between like having the lights on and washing their clothes or eating food. And you're like, I'll eat food smelling in the dark, please. Do you know, like, it's fucking, a Sophie's Choice or a Rosemary's Baby. I don't know which one to choose.
Sophie's Choice.
All right. And it's one of them, right?
Rosemary Baby is just the devil.
All right, sorry. I was just picking one or the other.
You don't want to choose that.
Yeah, it was 50-50. And so, yeah, you're in a fucking catch-22 or a Sophie's Choice. I don't know which one to pick. And, we know that it's fucking two balls of the same sack. And it's not going to do anything. Like, why don't you just turn on Tesla technology? They don't want it because you can't charge for it.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is, it's this fake altruism and this fake fucking, egalitarianism, this fake social justice and social care and worrying about all the people. There's fucking people who are in poverty paying £800 for their electricity bill. And you have the technology, you have the ability to create technology to make free energy. Why don't you just do that then? And then they wouldn't have that, and then they'd stop giving out, and you get votes. If you did that, you get votes, and that's all they want. Why don't they do that then? Because it is possible. The country was doing 130 years ago in Long Island.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they won't do it. There's obviously something going on behind, because money can't be made from it, so they're never going to let it happen.
Yeah.
And there's no one's asking the questions about why that is.
Well, it's the same reason there's not, electric cars aren't as developed as they should be.
But are electric cars even economically? But the fucking electricity that charges the cars is from coal, son. And there's fucking black lads getting buried in cobalt mines, and poor Afghanis getting fucking leg cancer out in the fucking lithium flats in Afghanistan that got took over straight away by China when the Taliban are like, bye, see you later. And China came in and went, hey, what are you going to do with all that lithium? And they're like, you want it? It's yours, buddy.
But any alternative, or well, maybe that's a bad example. I don't know that much about it. But any alternative method is poo-pooed as being, you know, oh, it's in its infancy or it's not reliable or whatever it is, you know, it's always
doesn't have as much torque or
way more torque.
It's dismissed before it's even a thing, like, you know.
What Tesla would have wanted is you drive your car up silently and park it at your house and just plug a cable into the ground.
Yeah.
And it charges it like that.
Yeah.
I think that's what he would like.
I think he would like. And I think there's some parts of...
You shove it into the mud.
Some parts of the Netherlands that have these parts of the highway that are actually kinetic battery chargers.
Oh, yeah.
Where the power of your car moving over it causes kinetic energy, which creates electricity, which charges your car as you drive. So you
like those watches
driving
that
over
you don't have to wind or whatever.
Exactly.
Like that?
That's you go, boss.
Is that one of yours?
It's a simple automatic mechanical watch. Do you know what I mean? It's just, I move, it keeps going.
Yeah.
But like, you can create cars that have that system where there's certain sections of the road that are kinetic energy charging it. But it's expensive to implement. And they're like, but how much are you spending on the other stuff? How much, you know what I mean?
They're going to be spending, or they have spent $2 billion on a hospital that's not finished.
Yeah. And they're after giving like $140 billion to fucking Zelensky.
Well, the amount of money they piss away on everything, you know.
So that's what I'm saying. There are ways to do the thing. There are ways to do it so that it'll end up being free forever. It's give a man a fish or teach a man to fish, and they're like, fuck the man and fuck the fish. I want money. And it was like that in 1890, and it's like that now. And I don't see how people can't see that.
Do you think society would benefit in a different way if you didn't have to worry about things like that? Like if you had free electric?
You're getting into like a UBI type of a thing, which is why I think universal basic income is so attractive, because what they're saying is we'll give you the cash and then you'll give part of it back to us to pay for your electricity. And I'm going, why are people banging the drum for that instead of going, why don't you just make a technology that makes the electricity free?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know? Why don't you make a system where people are getting paid the right amount of money for the labour that they're doing? Why don't you make a system where the things that you can do, you actually do, and then the things that you don't need to do, you don't do? Like, there's all of those foibles that are in this system that are just allowed to proliferate, and we're like, as a species, gluing ourselves to roads and throwing orange powder onto fucking snooker tables, and it doesn't make a motherfucking bit of sense to me. Because the narrative is wrong and the solution is wrong. But they're getting all the attention. Throwing paint on fucking paintings. Like,
it's so silly that I don't even want to find out what they're all about.
Yeah, they just want to stop oil. That's the thing.
Yeah. What a statement. That was like,
just stop oil.
Stop farming. I've heard that too.
But they're telling people to stop farming. They're telling them the cows are ruining the environment and we have to cut down on the cows. It's like, why do you have to cut down on the cows? It's so there's not as much beef to feed people. They're talking about it on the eve of a food crisis, that there's not enough space on the planet for all the people. And I'm like, dude, if you got everybody and they all got a house, everyone, not just families, but everyone got a house, every cunt in the whole world would fit into Spain. And everybody would have a house and a garden. Everybody. A house to themselves. All 8 and whatever billion of us. Everybody would fit into Spain. It's not like there's not enough. You know, there are systems of hydroponic food creation. There's all these types of systems, and Bill Gates ends up being the biggest farmland owner in America, and he's trying to sell us cricket burgers and fucking cockroach bars and shit, because it's moving away from meat and pork, beef, fish farming, because it's labor intensive, and you have to put lots of stuff into it, and you have to have a lot of people working on it. Whereas like farming a load of bugs, you need very few people, so the people will be sitting at home going, well, I can't earn any money now. Can I have UBI? You can. You can have a lot of free cash to give back to us for the services that we're giving you. But you think you're class because you're getting free cash, but you're actually just giving it straight back to us for things that we should be giving you for free, but we're charging you for. So you're still getting all the stuff, but then you have no money to do anything. And if you disagree with anything that we say, you don't get the money. Because it's not actual money. It's just like numbers in a computer.
Tokens.
And if you fuck with me, that switch is off. So you better do what you're told.
On the money, 369 a week.
See, 369 credits. And no matter what you do, it always ends up as 3, 6, or 9. But look, that's a soapbox moment. But it's like that's the feeling I have about Tesla's legacy. Is that he was naive, and he got taken advantage of by businessmen who are still the ethos and system with which they operated in is still very much alive right now, doing the same thing again. There's a young lad in Africa. He was able to give electricity to his whole. He downloaded a fucking PDF off the internet. The first thing he did when he went on the internet was go, I want to get electricity for my village, and he fucking downloaded a PDF and figured out a thing, and just and he was able to just wire everything up, and then everyone had electricity, and they were like in like mad blackouts and shit like that the whole time. When the sun went down, it was like, okay, well, it's time for bed, and now they can fucking watch Friends or whatever, like, and be like, why is there no black people in this? Like it's like the rest of us are doing.
No, Monica had a black friend
once,
one episode, yeah.
And
So
Ross had your one.
Oh yeah, the course corrected.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. But like, what I'm saying is, with a small bit of knowledge that he got from the internet, Lord of Mercy, he was able to fucking change the destiny of his, with the tiniest bit of knowledge and the tiniest bit of hardware. He was able to do something that changed everybody's life. So I'm saying, like, why is that not allowed to be? Why, like, those are the things that people should be asking for and fighting for, and they're going, just stop oil. Fucking crickets, batteries. It doesn't make a motherfucking bit of sense to me. Do you know? It's all very hypocritical, and the stuff that have you be like asking yourself, why do you keep saying this stuff? And then nobody, like, everyone's kind of, the people who know already know, and the people who don't know don't want to know. And then you're like, sure, what are we at here? Like, it's very despondent, but like, it feels like that's the way it's been for a lot of things over the last few years, where you're like, you'll see, you'll fucking see, bro. And anybody that knows, unfortunately. Jeez, that's a bummer to end on, isn't it? Nikola Tesla.
It's like the return of the...
And then we'll walk outside your door and just the...
Oh, the countryside air.
You know, it's that Bill Hicks joke. Is it? You're just... Well...
Literally.
We seem okay here.
Yeah, sometimes it's good
no
to
lights
turn
on,
off
like,
the
but we
computer.
seem safe.
There's no lights and potential wild animal attack, but it's all good. So yeah, that's this episode of Those Conspiracy Guys. Ended on a bit of a weird one, but look, it's all good stuff. I have to thank my two illustrious guests for sticking it out in the very clammy.
It is warm.
Clammy TCG Towers. You are balls out.
Yeah, I'm riding
and
up
everything.
It's
Class.
I
You were
wish I'd
really
worn shorts.
It looks like really strong skin on your scrotum, man. I'm proud of you.
Not right now.
I need some air in my balls.
Bubblicious.
Yeah. You're trying for a baby, man. We need to get them fucking balls down 2 degrees to your body level.
I got a man spread a little bit. Pretend I'm on a bus.
I have a lovely packet of fresh mozzarella in the fridge, and I'll just empty out the mozzarella bit and give you the bag and the water, and you can just dip the lads in, get them right down.
Lots of sweat.
Yeah. Love it.
That's a spicy meatball. Bellissimo.
From Cork Buffaloes. So that's this episode of Those Conspiracy Guys. I thank the boys for joining me. We have in the red corner,
thank you so much,
General Banter and the Bomb Squad podcast man, and stand-up comedian wherever you find people talking into microphones. Thank you very much, Colin Geddes.
Thank you for having me.
Man, it's been emotional. It's been intellectual, and that's your first big one. What you think?
Yeah, it was great. It was great. Yeah.
Feels like I'm
the most fidgety, restless man on earth.
You did very well, man. It's a big long day. It feels like Mick Foley and the Undertaker in the fucking Rage in the Cage, and it's just like I'm spent.
Yeah. No, I had a great time, and every time I see a 3, 6, or a 9 now, I'm probably gonna shut down. But it's been an experience.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming. And in the middle, the upside down head Protestant fishman, who is definitely suited to a pair of glasses.
Murderer.
Holy shit!
They look good, man.
Yeah, look good on you, bro.
I think if I ever had to get glasses,
they look way better on you than they do on me.
You look like you were planning on eating a motherfucker at some point.
God, I look like my dad. I'll take them off.
Do you know who Brian Galloway is?
Brian Galloway,
like a science guy. That's who you look like.
We'll check it out. Brian Galloway. Ed, your podcasts aplenty. We have
there's
Edwin Salmon of Knowledge.
Edwin Salmon of Knowledge.
Reviewables.
Will be coming back in probably a week's time for a new season.
But there are dozens of episodes already out there.
There's 104 episodes out already. It's kind of like at this stage, it's kind of like a sort of a COVID diary a lockdown diary.
Nice.
Because I did a lot of it when I was in lockdown. There's lots and lots of reviewables episodes, which will also be coming back in September.
Fantastic.
And
with Hannah Mamlis and
Hannah Mamlis plus guests.
Fantastic.
Different guests every week. Dream Gun Film Reads. Follow me on Instagram
at Edwin Salmon.
EDWINSAMMON. I'm 10 followers away from a 3-picture deal at Warner Brothers.
Make it happen.
I intend to make the Tesla movie.
We need it for the
or miniseries
for the pitch deck to send it off to Warner Brothers.
Start writing your angry letters to those studio executives for me, please.
And at Colin Geddes, all caps. I'll put all the links for all the boys' socials in the description below. Their link trees, their websites, and all that stuff. You can find the two of them doing live comedy all over Ireland and the UK, wherever you are, and sometimes in America, even if you're lucky, and if they're lucky. And I, Gordo, glad to be back. This is one of the first slew of season 9 episodes, and I'm fucking, I'm jazzed up, and I am absolutely itching to blast them all out, bukkake podcasts into your ear holes over the next coming days, weeks and months. So thank you so much for listening. If you like the show and you want to support, go to the website thoseconspiracyguys.com/support where you can find us on Patreon and get season 1 and season 2, which are now behind the scenes secret, paywall episodes, including the old version of this show. But you don't listen to it, you just listen to this shit. There are loads of season 1, including your Madeleine McCanns and your old school recorded in a tin can job. There's also behind the scenes videos, access to live chats. There are unedited and ad-free versions of the episodes as well from all 9 seasons. Bunches of swapcasts, interviews, videos, and much, much more. So if you want to support the show, patreon.com/thoseconspiracyguys, or hit the website thoseconspiracyguys.com, because it's all brand new, fresh, redesigned and reinvigorated for your conspiracy pleasure. All it leaves me to do is thank the two boys for coming. This is Those Conspiracy Guys. You've been listening to Nikola Tesla. I'm Gordo.
And I'm Colin.
And I'm Ed.
And we'll see you again next time. God bless you. God keep you. And 3, 6, and 9. Good night.